calling the phone. You keep calling the phone.
I know she wanna laying it up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. I know she wanna laying it up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We don't wanna go too hard.
You keep calling the phone. You keep calling the phone. You keep calling the phone. You keep calling the phone.
I know she wanna laying it up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. I know she wanna laying it up in that bitch, she wearing Prada. 20 of her friends be that Delilah. See us get the line, I know she about it. I know she about it. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We just wanna party, party. We don't wanna go too hard. We don't wanna go too hard.
Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. When my hourglass bring me back when I'm not. In my darkest hour, the fleeting seconds before the storm drained all my power. Whispering against the shore, slipping through your fingers. When I'm losing track of time, you're my solace, you're my rescue, sifting through the sands of my mind. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. In this constant chaos, the fleeting seconds before the calm pull me deeper under until I'm falling into your arms, slipping through your fingers. When I'm losing track of time, you're my solace, you're my rescue, sifting through the sands of my mind. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here. Minutes feel like hours, feel like days, feel like years. But you're my hourglass, you bring me back when I'm not here.
Guess some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work, I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Happy Friday. Do you like the bells? You like the bells? Okay. Bells. Fun. All right, guys. Hello. How's everyone doing? TGIF, right? For those who don't have to work the next couple days, TGIF. All right. So glad to see you all here. So glad to see you all here. Let's see who we have, shall we? Let's see who we have. We got a lot of good folks here, a lot of good folks. All right, we got Mayflower. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid, you're the best. We all love Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid is like massively contributing to the community, which is why Mayflower Kid now has the honorary title. So congrats, Mayflower Kid. You deserve it. Thank you for all that you do. We love you very much. Okay, you're the best, even if you're annoying as fuck, because, you know, you just are Mayflower Kid. I don't know what to tell you. You know, I'm just kidding, Mayflower Kid, right? You know, I'm just being a dick. I divide some way to insult you because I was glazing you too much, right? Anyway, I don't know. Whatever. Help me think of a good insult for Mayflower Kid. All right. Hello, Doug. How are you, Doug? How are you, Doug? Okay. How are you, Doug? How are you doing, Doug? And Tifa, you, another great member, has been here for ages. All right. Hello, Doug. How are you doing, Doug? I hope things are going well up there in the Dakotas. Okay. Hello, Gwen. Hello, Gwen. How are you doing, Gwen? How are you doing, Gwen? Love having you here, Gwen, of course. Gwen says, hi, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Yes, hello to you too, Gwen. So glad to have you here. As always, our great friend from the UK, well, from the US, lives in the UK, now in the UK. You get the point here. Hello, Sir Bart. Hello, Sir Bart. Yes, say vendrede, dread. I don't know, whatever. It's French. Who knows? Whatever, but it's good. I like it, Sir Bart. Hello. I hope a guillotine comes with that. Hello, Elevator Lady. Love having you here, Elevator Lady. And you know, Elevator Lady, I'm being nice to you today. You know why? Because despite the fake news that you were spreading at Elevator Lady, that I don't do education on, I don't do education on Fridays. I always do education. I do education on every goddamn stream. Sometimes it's more fun education. Other times it's less fun education. So to be clear, Elevator Lady, we're going to be doing education today. But, you know, it won't be like mainstream shit. It'll be me ranting aimlessly about some obscure thing. Okay? Just to be clear. Just to be clear. So, yeah, that's right, Elevator Lady. You laugh. You laugh now. Okay, I'm just being an asshole. I'm just being passive aggressive. How dare she? Okay, anyway. Hello, Elevator. I'm sorry. Hello, Jay Williams. Hello, Jay Williams. How are you doing, Jay Williams? Good morning. Good morning to you, Jay Williams. We're going to talk about occultism. So partially, Jay Williams, we're going to be talking about Nazi occultism. Because why the fuck not? We're going to be watching some extra history videos on Nazi occultism because I want to make a point to all of you. But you know, occultism it's something I'm going to. We can actually talk about other kinds of occultism too, Sir Bart. It's something I have been interested in doing a stream about, but I thought it was more suitable for Friday because we're gonna be making fun of the Nazis quite a bit here. Okay, so I need the jester hat, also so that people don't take the Nazis too seriously because you know why should we take them seriously? Okay, hello, Matt Saigai. How are you doing, Matt Saigai? How are you doing, Matt Saigai? You doing well? So glad to have you here, Matt Saigai. I hope everything's going well and that your paper's getting done, et cetera, et cetera. Love having you here, Matt Saigai, as always. Matt Saigai is a hero of the community, a true knight in shining armor. All right. Love having you here, Matt Saigai. Of course. You've been here for ages, dear God. You've been here since, like, I don't know, Hammurabi existed. I don't know. Okay. So, Laquabwa, hello, Laquabwa. Hello, everyone. No education today, only brain rot. Laquabwa! You and Elevator Lady are like in a goddamn conspiracy. I swear to God. I swear to God, Laquabwa. Education is every day, LaQuabwa. Education is every day, don't you know? Okay, anyway, love having you here, LaQuabwa. Love it. I loved your little story, by the way, about the lawyer, and I'm sorry you weren't invited. That's kind of mean, but at least you don't have to go, right? Hello, Philly Cheese. Hello, Philly Cheese. How are you doing, Philly Cheese? So glad you're here. Philly Cheese is an angel that has been here for ages. Despite how defiant Philly Cheese is of my authority, it's still... You know, I still deeply appreciate Philly Cheese, even though they're kind of rebellious and, you know, kind of make me want to, you know, do a great purge, one might say. I love having Philly Cheese. I'm just kidding. Philly Cheese is only great. I love Philly Cheese. Thank you, Philly Cheese, for being here, as always. You've been here for ages now, too. Jesus Christ, Philly Cheese. I can't remember a time without you. Did I miss anyone? Alyssa, you were one of the founding members of the community. Of course. So there's not enough I can say about Alyssa. Hello, Alyssa. Hope you're doing very well. Okay. All right. Oh my God. I need to keep going. I need to speed this shit up. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. They're here. Fetty Spaghetti's here. Okay. Morning, everyone. I slept very well, Fetty Spaghetti. I slept very well. So glad to have you here, Fetty Spaghetti. Another angelic member of the community who never did anything wrong. Liquid Alicorn. Hello, Bright Love. Another fantastic. Everyone needs to join the gaming club, by the way. Everyone needs to join the gaming club. I'm very mad at all of you for not joining the gaming club. A Bright Love needs some people in the gaming club. Okay, and a Bright Love has only made contributions to the community. So everyone go join the gaming club. Hello, Liquid Alicorn, also known as a Bright Love. Oh, what did I miss? Did I miss anyone? Louise, hello, Louise, another founding member. So glad you're here, Louise. I'm sorry I'm having to speed through it, but so glad you're here, Louise, as always. Philly Cheese, hello, Loiso. Loiso says, what is the streamer gay, guys? What, is Loiso stupid? What about that question, Loiso? Anyway, love having you here, Loiso, so much. Are we done? Can we stop now? Drusilla, hello, Drusilla. Drusilla, our Viking warlord from Norway, says, telling us we're all old again. Just you, Drusilla. You're the only one who's ancient in here, okay? The rest of us are young, you know, spry little bunnies. I don't know. What a fuck it. Okay. Oh, and then lastly here we have Coccarino. Hello, Cock. Wow, that sounded dirty. Coccarino Fiataputs. Okay, that sounds like a slur. Regardless, I don't know what was going on here, says Coccarino, but it seems that at any moment he will rage. Oh, you should stick around, Coccarino. That's all I do most of the time is rage, literally almost all the time. So glad to see you here. Hello, Leelane. So glad you're here, as always, Leelane. Leelane, another founding member of the community. We all like the bells, guys. Okay, thank you for the heart, Coccarino. Marzipan Power, love having you here as well. Okay, you know what? We're done. I've been rambling for too much. Guys, it's a Friday. It's a Friday, which means we're going to try to have fun as much as we can, given the state of things in the world. We're going to do a little edumacation. We're going to do a little bit of edumacation. Ha Le Quabra, you know, you're going to need to speak to me after the stream in private, Le Quabra. Le Quabra's joking, of course. Right? Le Quabra is joking, right? You're not in an abusive relationship with me, are you? Any of you, right? This isn't abusive at all. You can leave whenever you want, okay? I mean, I'll find you, but you can try to leave. Let's put it that way. Hello, Alyssa. So glad you're here. Yes, it's a Friday. $2. Thank you for the $2. Exactly, Le Quabra. You accidentally fell down the stairs, obviously, okay? Obviously, Le Quabra. Okay, Alyssa, thank you for the $2, Alyssa. Thank you. Okay, anyway, let's go on, right? Don't you love how we're not a cult, folks, and how I'm not like, I don't like entrap you guys in here, and I'm not abusive towards you or anything. Okay, so lurking snow leopard, it doesn't matter which door you choose, they all lead to the basement, right? Lurking snow leopard, that's just a fact, guys. There's no escape. All right, so hello, Philly cheese, let us out of the asylum. Oh, out of it? I mean, you think that outside of here isn't an asylum also? Trust me, it's an asylum. Okay. All right, guys, I love you all very much. So let's keep going, okay? I love you, and I want to spite you, which is, I'm like God, okay? I'm very loving, but I'm also very hateful, and I want you to burn for all eternity if you defy me. Okay, guys, let's go on. So, let's go on here. We have some things to talk about. Okay, always think for yourselves. Don't get caught in an information silo. Don't blindly listen to me, and leave if you want to, okay? All right, moving on. Okay, so we have Matt Saga, how dare you? We have a few things to talk about, right? Let's get into it. So we are going to today, we have a couple news items, very brief news items. I'm sure you do, Drusilla, you degenerate. Okay, we have a couple news items to talk about, very brief. Okay, and then we'll get into some fun stuff. We're going to talk today about Nazi occultism. We're going to use the vehicle of a video, some videos by Extra History to learn about very interesting Nazi relationship with occultism. It's much more complicated than most people think. And I'm going to use that as a vehicle to talk about some other things in regards to conspiracy theories that are relevant to our time. So we'll talk about that a little bit. We have some videos to react to. We're going to watch a video about the legal situation with Reckless Ben and the Lego shit. Okay. Oh my God, Loiso, that is dark. Loiso says CR is like H.H. Holmes, but not a fabricated myth. Loiso, that is only partially accurate. Anyway, no, we're not, Louise, but there will be mentions of Indiana Jones. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I think the beginning of the video makes reference to Indiana Jones. So yes, okay. All right, guys, everyone ready? Let's get into it. So a few news items, and then we have some other things to watch, some fun stuff. I'll do some reactions. And by the way, guys, if we raise $30, just 30, a measly $30 because I'm impoverished, okay, I'm innocent and I'm sad and I'm poor and I'm a victim. If we do, Matt Saigai says $80. Well, I guess, how about this, Matt Saigai? How about we say, oh no, but 80's a lot. Good God. How about this? Okay, I'll say, I don't know, 50. You want to say $50? I don't fucking know. $50. If we raise $50, fine. If we raise, okay, let's make an agreement. $50. If we raise $50, I will play, fine, 65, LaCroix, fine. Okay, hey guys, if you want to negotiate up, that's on you. We'll say $65. If we raise 65, okay, you know what? Y'all don't know how to negotiate, okay? Elevator lady just comes bumbling in here and is like, 75? No. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Let's just say 70. We'll say $70. I know, right? Haggling upward. We'll say if we do 70, I will play more of that game tonight, and then we can do a Jester After Dark. Oh my God, look wobble. Then we can do a Jester After Dark. Yeah. Okay, so if we get 70, we will play, or we can watch a movie. Honestly, it depends. If certain people contribute a lot, we can decide if you want to watch a movie. We'll just do a Jester After Dark that might include video game, movie, or music. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay, all of you are terrible at negotiating. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna do a stream on negotiation. Jay Williams, don't you start with me. Okay, I know what you're trying to do. All right, so anyway, I love you all very much. Let's continue. I do remember Life is Special. Is that the name of the game? I'm just kidding. Life is Strange. Okay, anyway, let's go, guys. Okay, elevator lady. A boy is trying to make plans with me. We need a Jester After Dark so I can say pure and inside. You think Jester After Dark is a pure experience, elevator lady? That makes me worried about your standards. Okay, I just gotta say, makes me worried about your standards. But regardless, oh, that's cute, elevator lady. You should go out with the gentleman. All right, you should go out with the gentleman. Okay. Guy, by the way, H.H. Holmes is kind of who Saul is based after the game. Life is lesbian. That certainly seems true, Jay Williams. Okay, I'm distracted. Let's go. Pretty soon, Druzilla's going to yell at me and be like, what are you talking about? La, 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 la. So we'll continue, okay? Let's go on. Okay, so some news items very quickly here. First of all, I just thought it was funny. I wanted to read Donald Trump's. Donald Trump had a Truth Social last night. Donald Trump had a Truth Social last night that basically said the following. And I think, right, Drusilla, right. And I'm Oprah. Okay, Drusilla. Drusilla says, I'm totally chill now. Right. Okay. Anyway, so this is what Trump said with a Truth Social last night. I just thought it was funny, okay, because it's Donald Trump. He says, yeah, I know. He probably did more, Louise. This is the only one I felt interested in saying out loud. He said the following: the ballroom is I'm not even going to fake his voice. Okay, the ballroom is coming along fantastically well. It's on time and under budget, unlike the Federal Reserve building. By the way, wrong capitalizations everywhere. God damn it, I have to do it. I'm sorry. It's my inner teacher. We're going to have to edit some of this. This is too much. This is just way too much. We're going to make some edits here. I'm going to circle things that are wrong. The ballroom is coming along fantastically well. I don't know if that we can. It's on time and under budget. Why is that capitalized? Unlike the Federal Reserve building, where Too Late has done a terrible job. That doesn't make sense. There has done a terrible job of cost and time control. Those are all shouldn't be capitalized, and there shouldn't be an exclamation point there. Okay, and at much higher quality than I ever promised. This whole thing right here is a run-on sentence, whatever. Okay, including the drone port and all of the many other military, weirdly capitalized, which are vital for national security and are being built throughout the whole integrated, cohesive project. I don't know why that's capitalized. It is desperately needed and will be very special. Will be very special. Thank you so much, Mayflower Kid. Welcome, okay? Yeah, drone port, because they need, like, drones, I guess, to shoot down other drones or something. I don't know. Okay, it is desperately needed and will be very special. Okay, the woman that sued me has absolutely no standing. Weird, all capitalization. So should not even be a case. This should not even be a case, and it is highly damaging to our country. Shouldn't be capitalized. She is highly litigious, a serial plaintiff, and said she was bothered in her walking. That's weirdly phrased. Okay, weirdly phrased. Walking by the White House, but didn't state her involvement in distant other places. Really weirdly phrased and use different words. Why then is she involved in litigation and other developments, shouldn't be capitalized, in far distant places of D.C.? Is she walking there too? How is she walking on a totally closed street at the Treasury building? Nobody is allowed to walk there, question mark. Weird. She never saw a building, also not capitalized, because there is no building, also shouldn't be capitalized there. President Donald J. Trump. So, good. They're talking about having drones at schools for school shootings. Oh my God, Drusilla, that is hilarious. Guys, for those that are asking, what the fuck is he talking about? I don't fucking know. That's what's funny about this. He's like mad. He doesn't even have like a name. like, who the fuck is he talking about? This woman is suing or I don't know what he's talking about. And like, it's a bit disturbing. Okay. Yeah. Literally, it's a bit disturbing. Already was disturbing, but I do wish that, as much as Biden was losing his mind a bit at the end, it is funny how like the right wing doesn't seem to notice the very clear mental decline happening here. Okay. So anyway, Trump is fighting the real battles. Good to see a president with his priorities in check once in a while. Yeah, right, Lois. So honestly, I do prefer he be pissed about this and been focusing on killing all of us or something. But but still, this is slightly deranged. And I wanted to read that to all of you, just a reminder about the situation we're in here. So he's a fascist piece of shit, and he's also lost his mind. Okay, so that's good. Yay. Let's go on, shall we? That's all. Just a cute little Friday morning fun, Friday afternoon fun thing. Let's go on here. Meanwhile, because the world isn't falling apart enough as it is, Trump has announced $70 million new dollars in subsidies for the coal industry. Yay. Yay. Okay, so he's going to give $700 million of taxpayer money to the coal industry. Not that it's, as if they need it, because they, just because they're struggling. You know why they're struggling, guys? Is for a number of reasons. One is the fact that climate change is happening and returning to green energy. And Trump is like, okay, well, we need to just like prop up the dying coal industry that's destroying the planet with our tax dollars. What a great use of our money, right? Let's just throw $700 million at the coal industry. Not exactly, right. Well, LaQuad, do we remember that, guys? Donald Trump actually thought that like clean coal is where you like clean the coal. Okay. And like not like, okay, there is like you do scrub coal to some extent, but like he thought that it was like you took out a toothbrush or something and like cleaned it off or something. And by the way, there is no such thing as clean coal. That's like not a thing. It was a marketing move by the coal industry. You can't have clean coal. No, so that's fun. Will it all trickle down? Yes, in the form of acid rain upon all of our heads. Okay, yes, raking leaves in the forest and cleaning the coals. You know it, TJ, right? That's good. Don't we love that? No problems here. Well, that's true. To be fair, he also thinks we should sweep the forest with brooms. Okay, yeah, totally, Lois. So some places in West Virginia are approaching Chernobyl levels of life incompatibility due to the fact that the coal mine operators were never required to close and secure mine's property. Jesus Christ, that is insane, Lois. So like, I didn't even know that part. Okay, well, yeah, so this is very stupid, guys. The coal industry is dead and it should remain dead. Bury it, okay? Bury it. Bury it in the goddamn ground, all right? Regardless, why not spend that extra money we have? Because surely we have it, right? Okay, so that's a brief thing. The next thing here is, oh my God, LaQuapo, thank you for the gifted subs. I need to keep record now. I need to keep a record, guys. Hello, Barbara. How are you doing, Barbara? I need to keep a record because you guys know how bad I am at keeping records. So that's 5 subs. 5 subs. 5. Okay, so that's 5 subs. I'm not sure how, okay. How much is 5 subs again? That's what, like, how much is 5 subs? That's like, I don't know. We'll say that, I guess. Okay, plus the $2. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So, thank you, LaQual. That gets us much closer. Okay, that gets us much closer. All right, we'll get to the other stuff. We'll get to the other stuff too. Yeah, thank you, Mayflower Kid. You did. Forgive me. You did upgrade. What did you upgrade to? You know what, Mayflower Kid? It's okay. You're a rebel now. You're not a resistor. You're a rebel. So that's +4. +4. There we go. Oh my God, I feel like I'm like content. Yeah, you're right. I do need to come up with a point system. There's so many things I have to do, guys. There are so many things I have to do. Everyone, okay, fine. 16. There we go. So that would be 16 plus 2 plus 4 equals there. Okay, we got 22. We're almost there. Okay. Yes, there's so many fucking things I have to do. I still have to put Elevator Lady and Gwen's emojis up. I have to come up with like merch, maybe. I have to like do a point system. I have to come up with more. There's so much shit I have to do. You know what? We'll figure it out. I'm complaining to all of you, but we'll figure it out. Okay. You know how I don't have a filter. All right. Shut up. Okay. And nobody has ever offered to help. You totally have offered, Gwen. You have. Okay. So, all right, let's go on. So here we have a fun thing. No merch, can't have kids and sweat. Yes. So Bart, there are I actually looked in this. There are, you can get merch from union places. So if we do merch, well, I'm not looking at it right now, but I'll make sure that it is unionized labor that does the work. Okay. But good. Thank you for that though, Sir Bart. Seriously. Okay. Here's the other news we have. Sometimes there are things that are not great. You were a teacher. What happened to your unpaid extra labor skills? I know, Loiso. Dear God, I know. That's why, I've actually not lost them completely. Okay, I do, Sir Bar. I do want the kids back in the factory. But Loiso says, CR, you were a teacher. What happened to your unpaid labor skills? So honestly, Loiso, after I stopped, this is actually an interesting question. I'm going to answer it, even though I'm off track. I know. But yeah, actually, not working as a teacher, I suddenly felt so much more liberated to not work when I have time off. Okay, that it's been hard to convince myself to go back to doing that. So on my days off, I'm like, I don't want to fucking do anything because I don't want to feel like I'm a teacher again. Regardless, I should do something, right? I can get back into that thing, but it's been so hard. Okay, let's. Marzipan Power, please make the merch a slutty crop top. Oh, you know it, Marzipan Power. You know I will. I'm all about the slutty crop tops. My Mayflower Kid, where is the Buy Me a Coffee link? Oh, you know what? I have not posted it yet. I have not posted the links. I'll do that here in a second. Okay, getting back to the shit we're doing, okay? So the California governor's race is ongoing, all right? And it looks like people are going back to the establishment, okay? Most of the people that are winning in the California governor's race and a bunch of other California races, at least in the primaries, are establishment Dems. So that's good. That's good. Admittedly, they raised a lot of money. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yes. I know SoCal, but she won, didn't she? She won the yeah. There were a bunch of elections over in California, and it's almost all fucking establishment shills that have won. Thank you so much, Gwen, for the 5 bits. Okay, I know, TJ, I know, but TJ said, wasn't the most progressive guy a billionaire Zionist? I don't know. I know that he was a billionaire. I don't know if he was a Zionist, but it's just yeah, it's just same old, same old. Thank you, Matt Saiga, for posting the Buy Me the Coffee link. You can also use the QR code on the page. I'll post the links here. So I just wanted to point that out. Not really making any progress here. No, you're totally right. Well, Loiso, how many votes did the Republicans get? How many votes did the Republicans get? I didn't look that into it. I just saw that it was a bunch of establishment Dems that won, and I'm like, okay, well. How did the Republicans get a lot of votes? Guys, I honestly don't know about the guy that you're all referring to. I know there was a billionaire progressive who wanted to do I don't know. Hello, Ivani. Welcome, Ivani. First time here. So glad to have you here, Ivani. So do we know, was it quite a bit? So the Republicans got a ton of votes. Is that serious? Is that true? The Republicans got a ton of votes. That's disturbing. That's very disturbing. Yeah, that's very disturbing. Because if they did, that's a sign, of course, that the Democrats that people are turning to the Republicans. Okay, yes, Matt Saigai is your smart guy. Yes, Mayflower Kid. All right. Anyway, so I just wanted to let you know that's kind of a depressing aspect of this, okay, today. All right, let's go on, shall we? So just a little note there. Apparently, a lot of the, I don't know. People are idiots. People are idiots. Okay, let's go on. The Republicans nominee for government got a third of the total, I think, but he was just the top candidate and mixed more than the interesting voice. So, okay, I'll need to look more into it. I did not really want to look too much into it because, it doesn't look like it's going to be good no matter what happens. But yeah, Steyer was third place, Becerra, and then Hill. Yeah, they're all terrible. I'm sorry, they're all terrible. Vote counting is still not over. Is this though? But guys, isn't it a lot of votes have come in though? Or is it that it's likely that someone else will win? We'll find out. It just didn't look good to me. Okay. So let's go on, guys. Let's go on. Whatever. Screw it. screw it. Okay. Now, I will say the one positive about Tom Steyer, I don't know, I don't know enough about these folks to comment. California has the most Republican voters of any state. Mail-in leaves heavily Dem. Excellent in your groove. Okay. So, yeah, Global, you're right. GOP groups stockpiled around 807 million to the Democrats 250 million. Of course they did. Of course they did. Because one of Steyer's proposal is an anti-corruption board that would go after corruption in the state, and the elites don't want that. Okay, so they're going to spend as much money as they can on the Republican candidates to stop shit like that. Okay, anyway, even if he's a Zionist. Okay, yes, the 1 and 2 spots might flip, but Steyer is done. Oh, great, Loisa. Okay, this guys, I barely read about this. This shows you how I was not prepared to talk about this. I just immediately saw that the mainstream Dens are winning, and I'm like, okay, well. Classic. Okay, whatever. I should read more. Okay, let's go on, guys. Let's go on. Let's go on to the main shit. Okay, so those are the 2 stories I wanted to briefly mention. We all know the rest of the stories, right? We're still at war with Iran and an illegal war of aggression against Iran. Exactly, Gwen. The evil state of Israel is continuing its genocidal campaign of ethnic cleansing. On a side note, Zelensky is actually... No, I haven't, Mayflower Kid. Zelensky actually reached out to Vladimir Putin and asked for a meeting, which is unusual. Most of the time, it's the other way around, or most of the time, it's brokered through a third party. But in this case, apparently, Zelensky is asking Vladimir Putin for a meeting, which might not be a good thing. It might be a good thing. It might not be a good thing. We'll see. More likely not a good thing. So that's another interesting development. Okay. What else? So those are some of the main stories. Whatever. Let's go on. Okay. Let me take a look, Mayflower Kid. Let me take a look at the buy me a coffee thing. Let me take a look. Buy me a coffee. Okay, that is fair, Loy. So it might be that Russia is ready to talk. We can hope so, Loy. So seriously, we can hope so. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid sent $10 on buy me a coffee. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. I will add that to the total. Okay, I will add that to the total. The total is now 32, which means we are, we're what? 38 away from doing the After Dark. Okay. It's likely because the Ukrainian people are tired of war and being drafted. Maybe Fox, somebody, it could be both, right? It could be that both are exhausted. It's unclear, but we'll find out. Okay, guys, let's continue. So today we are going to talk a little bit about Nazi occultism. Nazi occultism. Now, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Why the fuck am I talking about Nazi occultism, right? Well, a few things. Obviously, it's a Friday, and it's a more quote-unquote fun topic, in that it's kind of like not that relevant. It is relevant in some ways, though. Thank you, Mayflower Kid, for the donation, okay? Okay. But I want to point out that you guys, I don't know if you guys noticed, I have an issue with conspiracy theories. I have an issue with conspiracy theories, okay? I have an issue with, fake shit. Okay, fake shit. Yeah, Hogwarts Leben Realm, hilarious, DJ. Like fake shit out there, okay? And the bad misinformation and all the conspiracy theorists out there and all the batshit crazy, mythological nonsense in regards to claiming that, the Earth is flat, or that there's an ice wall in Antarctica. Hollow Earth theory, ice theory. What is it? That fucking stupid theory that says that there was whatever. You guys know all those wacky bullshit out there. And it is not an exaggeration to say that one of the reasons why I really am averse to this stuff is that, and it happens even when there's not a fascist regime, to be clear here, but the Nazis, a lot of fascists are really into this shit. Okay? A lot of fascists are really into this shit to the point where it's sometimes hard for me to tell when I read about these things that people believe if they're Nazis or not Nazis, or if they just are reading Nazi conspiracy theories and don't realize they're Nazi conspiracy theories. I cannot tell you the number of conspiracy theories and fake conspiracy shit out there that I know for a fact the Nazis were saying. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Got you. Thank you, Matt Saigai. That's 16 more. So let's see, that would be, okay, 48. We're getting there. Okay. So the Nazis, though, had a very bizarre relationship with the occultism. It was not like 100% that they liked occultism. You'll see what I mean. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about sort of the occult roots of Nazism, some of the bizarre beliefs that the Nazis had. And you guys will start to see why I get worried about a lot of like even like things like psychics and like horoscopes and like things like that, because it can go down a very dark path when you get fascists involved. Okay. First thing I'm going to say here is that there is this notion that like the Nazis were like scientifically advanced and they had great scientific equipment and they had great. Oh, well, Gwen, there is some, but it's them going after witches to a large extent. You'll see what I mean. This is why it's complicated. So like they weren't. Okay. We are, elevator lady. Good job. Okay. Yes, we are. Okay. So we they were not, they did not like the scientific method. The Nazis were not an over we're not exactly in on are not really in, they didn't really like the scientific method. Why? Because the scientific method was non-ideological. Okay. Non-ideological. So I'm not going to tell you that, sir, but how dare you? Okay. It could come to conclusions that contradicted. It could come to conclusions that contradicted Nazi ideology, and therefore it must be Jewish. Okay. They were not, they only liked science, guys, when it benefited their ideology or when it benefited their goal of like dominating the planet. Okay. So they were very anti-rationalist, and a lot of the things they believed were literally conspiracy or like weird mythological occultist shit. Okay. Even if they didn't acknowledge it that way. So let's just watch, we're going to watch, and while we're doing this, we're going to watch Extra History, which I really like. I know not everyone likes Extra History, but we're going to use this as a vehicle to kind of chillingly talk about Nazi occultism. And while we're doing this, I'm also going to talk a little bit about how the Nazis rose to power in Weimar Germany. That'll be an interesting sort of thing, and other things like that. Okay, so let's watch this and let's enjoy ourselves a bit. Okay, it'll be fun. We're going to have fun. Okay, everyone ready? Let's go. So here we go. This is the first episode, Nazi Occultism, the Tula Society, okay?
The extra historians. We finally meet. You know, I am a historian as well. I have read books. I am an academic. I have studied the sciences of parapsychology, astrology, and ariosophy. So, colleagues, I must ask you, why would you disrupt my legitimate archaeological work? Are you afraid we will prove the truth we already know in Nazi high command? That millions of years ago, ice moons crashed into the earth, seeding it with divine alien sperma that became the human race, and in the great Hyperborean age, Aryans were supermen like Siegfried who settled the world, creating writing and agriculture, founding Greece, Rome, and Buddhism. You know, Buddha was an Aryan, yes? And that their reign was only ended when their homeland of Thule was wiped out by another ice moon, creating the myth of Atlantis! Admit it. You're afraid I'm right, aren't you? Aren't you? Stop laughing.
Yeah,
Stop
Loiso.
We really believe this Scheiße.
Okay. That, by the way, is an exaggeration. There were Nazis that believed everything he just said, that the Aryans were like mythical supermen that come from Atlantis, from Hyperborea, and okay, fuck insanity. All right.
Thanks so much to Wraithmarked Creative for supporting today's historical tale. And after the episode,
Yeah.
please go check out their Kickstarter for Travis Baldry's deluxe edition of
Okay,
the
we got it.
fantastic novel, Bookshops and Bone Dust. Chances are you've probably
Mayflower
heard
Kid,
at
I
one
checked
time
it.
or
I'm
another.
checking my buy me a coffee. Oh, wait, did you already told me that? Never mind. Okay. I did check my coffee, Mayflower Kid, and you sent me $10. Thank you. But I already added it. Oh, you said suck it. How dare you, Mayflower Kid, say suck it? How dare you? Okay, let's go. Thank you.
That Nazis were obsessed with the occult. Actually, thanks to Indiana Jones, Captain America, and Hellboy, the idea that Nazis pursued
Sure, Fetty.
mystical artifacts might actually be the first thing you learned about them as a child.
I don't see that. Oh my God,
And
guys, I
later,
hate
you
I
also
hate
probably
you all so
chuckled
much. So Mayflower Kid did not send me more. Mayflower Kid sent $10. I have not received more from Mayflower Kid unless I'm missing something. Oh wait, I did just get somewhere. It just came through. Thank you very much, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid says, drink a damn coffee already, grumpy pants. I hate you so much. Okay, anyway.
Way that idea
I just
as
found it,
nonsense,
Mayflower Kid.
right? Maybe not invented by movies, but definitely played up for effect.
Yes.
Maybe Himmler and other weirdos toyed around with dowsing or artifact collecting, but it's really a footnote in our understanding of the Nazi state. Academic historians often did the same, partially because those working on these issues frequently approached the topic from a conspiratorial angle, inflamed by sensationalist TV documentaries, but
almost
also
there.
because it was just hard to get sources. Many German academics who participated in Nazi-sponsored archaeological digs were still active in the post-war period, and none too interested in discussing who'd funded their research back in the 1930s.
Yeah.
However, in the last couple of decades, historians are beginning to revisit Nazi interest in the supernatural and pseudoscience, tracking how it underpinned the ideology of the movement itself and was used to bolster Germany's territorial claims. Some recent book, like Eric Kurlander's Hitler's Monsters, very helpful for this series, actually argue that much of the Nazi ideology can be seen in a framework of supernatural belief. And the picture—
it is. That's, it is. And when you hear people, guys, okay, something else I want you to think about, guys, you'll always hear people say Hitler was atheist. Hitler was an atheist. Hitler was an atheist. The Nazis were atheists. No, okay? Some of them were not necessarily Christian. Some of them may have been atheist, I guess, but overall, even the ones who weren't Christian had a very bizarre supernatural view of the world that was was religious, just not a religion we would recognize. Okay, let's put it that way. That's one of the problems I have with the notion that they were atheists. Like, they were not like exactly not like, they believed in some stuff that couldn't be called, that would be supernatural. Let's put it that way. All right. It's not like, exactly, Fetty, because they want to equate atheism with evil, right? And Hitler himself believed some strange stuff, even though he called himself an atheist. Okay. And he was, by the way, raised as a Catholic. Exactly, Lois. So as a matter of fact, Hitler saw atheism, you're right, as a Jewish like conspiracy. But anyway,
that emerges is less one of the SS doing weird rituals in castles and more about how Nazi ideology is awash in supernatural ideas, pseudoscience, and conspiracy theories.
Yes.
Which is actually why we wanted to do this series. Because, well, we're also currently in the midst of a world awash in disinformation and fringe beliefs.
Yeah,
that
he did,
are
Jay
used
Williams.
to justify—
And Jay Williams. So, guys, I got to put something out. You guys know I'm not a big defender of the Catholic Church. That being said, okay, people will say that Hitler was a Catholic. Which therefore, you know, that shows how evil Catholicism is. Well, there are things we could definitely critique about Catholicism and the link to Nazism. There's a lot. But just because Hitler remained a member of the Catholic Church does not mean he cared at all about Catholicism. If anything, he was planning to destroy the Catholic Church in Germany after the war. He actually famously said that we'll deal with the Catholics at the end after the final victory. So he just knew it'd be very hard to get rid of them during the war. Yes, Sir Bart. And I will say it's more complicated than this because the Catholic Church definitely was not great during this time at all. I'm just saying the notion that he was Catholic, and that I've heard atheists say that as a reason, as like, well, no, Hitler was a Christian. He was a Catholic. Not really. Okay. Let's go on. Yeah, exactly, Lois. So the Catholic Church was not innocent at this time, but to say that Hitler's, anyway, okay.
By political policy. And while it is fun to clown on the absurdities that Nazi leadership figures believed, we also shouldn't lose sight about how these beliefs helped cause incredible harm to millions.
Yes, this is depressing, this pile of shoes. You can actually go visit this. I think, is it Auschwitz? They have giant, I'll show you images of it here. So if you go visit Auschwitz ever, they have an exhibit that is just piles of shoes and different things that were taken from the inmates there. It's really depressing. Yeah, like this. Just a massive pile of shoes from all the people that was taken from Jewish folks and the people at Auschwitz. Okay. And you can go see this, but that's what that pile is. It's behind a glass wall here. Okay. Yeah, it's really disturbing. Okay, very disturbing. I know they have them at the Holocaust Museum too. As in they were and are fascists, so of course they limit other cults. Of course, Fetty Spaghetti. Okay, all right. You don't need that guy to say the Catholic Church is bad. Oh, I know, Fox. Okay, but anyway, let's go on here.
Just because an idea is ridiculous doesn't mean it's not dangerous. But that story actually begins long before the establishment of the Third Reich, when Germany was forming as a country. The later 19th century was a rough time for establishment religion. Attendance at mainline churches and synagogues declined in the face of
Drusilla, I am not sure. That's a good question. Were they going to do anything with them? A lot of the times, the Nazis would just loot these things. They would just loot them and then distribute them to other local populations, or like to give them back to the Germans. But for like those, I think they were just going to trash them. They probably were just going to trash them. They probably burned a lot of them, but they didn't have time to burn those ones, I'm guessing.
Capitalism, social change.
What? You sent me another one? Oh my God, fine. I'll keep pausing. What is it, Mayflower Kid? Let's see what Mayflower Kid. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. Let's see. Mayflower Kid. It's Mayflower Kid sent another one. Oh my God, thank you, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kids, I'm being an asshole, Mayflower Kid. Said, why are you so mean? Have a poisoned coffee. I'll make sure to drink it. Thank you. Okay. Yes, Loiso. I guess I meant like, I don't know what I was saying. I was thinking German concentration camps, but yes, you're right. Okay. But they didn't like actually distribute this shit to people. At least not all the time. They took the stuff that was valuable off people and then would send it back to Germany or loot it for themselves. Regardless, okay. Yeah.
And advancing technology. Yet, despite this disillusionment with organized religion, the yearning for spiritual fulfillment and social connection continued. Across Europe and North America, people began gravitating towards esoteric new religions like spiritualism, forms of paganism, theosophy, or Eastern traditions like Buddhism, joining movements that promised a spiritual truth outside traditional channels. Technology both drove and underpinned this questing, as inventions such as the telephone, the airplane, and vaccines hinted at a future where people achieved the previously impossible. Simultaneously, geologists and archaeologists made discoveries about the deep past that not only proved
that's a good point, Lois. So I honestly don't know what they did with it.
Vastly older than believed, but uncovered civilizations previously only mentioned in ancient stories. The whole concept of prehistory was founded with the understanding that primordial humans had lived in caves, hunted, and competed with other forms of ancient man, like Neanderthals.
Okay.
So, in this environment, it's understandable that across the world, it appeared possible that an incredible ancient discovery, such as Atlantis, might occur, or that technology would one day prove a fringe belief like clairvoyance to be measurable.
Yes, guys, you hear the same sort of shit today. The idea that, like, don't worry, we just don't know yet. That we don't worry, science will eventually figure out that ghosts are real. Okay, it's not that these things are crazy. It's just that science doesn't understand them yet. Okay, so anyway, okay.
True. Simultaneously, early genetics research and misapplication of Darwin's theories spawned a highly destructive eugenics movement in several nations, including the United States. And these forces were also acting on Germany, though taking on a slightly different character because the country had only recently unified and was in the process of forming its national identity during this era.
I know, shocking, Jay Williams. Guys, how do I say this? Atlantis isn't real. Okay, Atlantis isn't real. All right? Maybe it was an actual city that is one we already know of that got destroyed and then got renamed Atlantis or something, but like it's not a real place. There's no goddamn Atlantis. All right? Jesus.
Seeking to create a culture that was quintessentially German, writers, artists, and intellectuals turned to folktales such as that of the mythic hero Siegfried, legends of Charlemagne, or tales of monstrous creatures. The poems of Goethe, full of fairies, vampires, and the devil, were adopted as part of the national canon, and Wagner's Ring
Oh, really, Gwen? You've been there? Okay, God. What substance were you on, Gwen? I'm just kidding.
Reignited interest in old stories of dwarves and dragons.
Yeah.
In these tales, the German protagonists were mythic supermen and pure-hearted women who defeated demons and monsters.
Yeah, so guys, during the Weimar Republic and even before then, there were tons of different, tons of fantasy and sci-fi books circulating all around Germany. And they all had a similar strain to them, okay? They all have a similar strain in them. And they're kind of mixed up with Germanic polytheism, and like it was exactly, Loiso. Okay, but it's exactly, it wasn't real though. Okay, it didn't exist. So the like there were tons of these like what is it, like books going around that were kind of like, what are they called? Like not trash books, but like pop books about like, and they almost always had like a muscular male German protagonist fighting against some creature that was very often coded as being Jewish or socialist. And it was very popular in Germany at the time before the Nazis. Yeah, pulp fiction. They were like pulp fiction things.
As well as scheming medieval caricatures of Jewish people. After
Yes,
all,
there you go.
repression of
Okay.
Jewish communities was nothing new in the lands now called Germany. Some retellings even cast supernatural creatures like werewolves and witches as heroic figures, defending German soil, which later led multiple
Yes.
Nazi units to adopt the nickname werewolves. This attempted cultural fusion of Christianity with pagan traditions was a massive success, but also baked the supernatural and anti-Semitism into German culture.
Thank you,
Meanwhile,
Mayflower
German
Kid.
school-
Mayflower Kid says, fine, you can have your Nazi coffee. We all know that's your favorite. How dare you, Mayflower Kid?
curriculums attempted to instill a sense of epic history into students, telling the great tales of the German race in ages past. At the same time,
Almost
a
there,
popular
guys,
movement known
$2.
as folkish nationalism started to spread, which imagined a kind of ideal German as a racially pure peasant who had spiritual connections to the land. Esoteric writers began to speculate that blood had magic qualities and that pure-blooded Aryans would have spiritual and psychic powers should they not dilute
Wow.
their blood by marrying outside their ethnicity.
Good.
Paradoxically,
This really is like Hogwarts, Hogwarts Lebensraum.
these
okay.
movements were also fascinated with Eastern mysticism and plundered Buddhism and Hinduism for ideas while claiming mutual descent. Soon, folkish secret societies based on the Freemasons were springing up around Germany, including one breakaway founded in the wake of World War I.
It's
the
money for
Duelist
Jester After Dark, Fetty.
Society, which played
Yeah.
a small role in what would become
Okay,
Nazism.
yes,
Named
the
after
Tula
Thule,
Society.
a far northern island mentioned in an ancient Greek account.
Rightly
the Thulers
so.
were an odd bunch.
Totally, Loiso, I made this joke. So Loiso said the only scientific sense which racially pure can be defined is severe inbreeding. Yeah, this is why I say, guys, if the Nazis had gotten their way, like the first generation of Nazis would have been standing there in their boots, straight backed with their arms out, doing the Roman salute. The next generation would be kind of more hunched over, and the last generation wouldn't be able to raise their arms because they'd be so horribly inbred. Which I'm all for. That'd be funny, wouldn't it?
Membership required genealogical proof that applicants had no Jewish ancestors,
True,
which
Fetty.
gained
I should
them
just put it
admittance
on.
to what was essentially a discussion group on racial nationalism and right-wing politics.
Yeah.
And its founder, the occultist, astrologer, and
That's
one-time
true,
Muslim
Luan.
convert, Rudolf von Zabatendorf, borrowed a symbol from Eastern religion for his new group, the swastika. One popular idea within the society was that of world ice theory, a pseudoscientific theory
How dare
that
you,
the
Jay
universe
Williams.
had been created by massive collisions between cosmic bodies of fire and ice, and bombardments by ice moons had shaped Earth's history. According to this belief, ancient humans had
Dear
not
God.
only arrived on Earth via one of these comets, but these ancient Aryans had spread
They really
out
do
in
sound
a
like
mythic
Scientologists.
golden age of civilization before Thule was again destroyed by an ice moon. Handily
Great.
explaining why the supposed Germanic master race were living in caves and mud huts while the Mesopotamians developed writing and the Romans
I love
built an
that.
empire. Soon, they claimed archaeologists would look closer at major archaeological sites around the world and find traces of ancient
I know, guys, it's so, like, I don't even know. I mean, maybe we shouldn't watch this as well. We're going to, but I don't even know what to add to it. It's all so stupid. You all know, like, this is all very stupid, right? Like, they're Nazis, God damn it.
Aryans in places as far as Egypt, Babylon, and the Incan.
Now, what does that sound like to you? The idea that these places were built by mystical supermen who came from elsewhere and who built these civilizations. Okay, what does that sound like? It sounds like ancient aliens, does it not? It sounds almost like, it sounds very similar to, what is it? The ancient astronauts theory, which is the stupid way of saying that aliens built everything. Okay, like, and this is why I'm saying, like, a lot of modern day conspiracy theory, whenever I read it, I'm like, this is just Nazi shit, okay? Because, like, this, anyway, you see what I mean?
Of
All right.
Tiahuanaca. These ideas dovetailed well with ideas already expressed by the German
well,
Russian theosophist
yeah,
Madame
they
Blavatsky,
might be real,
who
Jay
proposed
Williams,
a
but they
similar
haven't come to
idea
Earth.
to explain why Germans were, in fact, the descendants of Atlantis. A further offshoot of Theosophy, Ariosophy, which focused on mysticism involving Aryans and would influence Nazi radical thought, was patronized by Thule. But the Thule Society was not just a band of eclectic weirdos. They were also active on the German far right. In 1919, when left-wing socialists took over Munich and declared a republic, the Thule Society plotted to kill...
Yeah, so this was called the Spartacus Uprising, folks, which is something you all should read about. It's a very interesting event that people don't know about in history, where there was a communist uprising and a brief-lived communist state formed in southern Germany, centered around Munich. There was basically a civil war inside of Germany between this new communist state and the central government. Yeah, so this happened before the Nazis took over, but was one of the things that contributed to a lot of fear about communists. There's other things that to talk about in regards to that, but yeah. Yes, he was, Luke.
The New Republic and sent agents to infiltrate the military. The socialists got wise and raided Thule offices, executing several Thulers and prompting the group to help whip up the right-wing militias.
So 100%. The younger, driest impact civilization. Joe Rogan Sphere is all in on it with the new version of this shit from Graham Hancock. Yeah, for those who know Graham Hancock, this is like all that he ever talks about is how like these, you know, there were this ancient, like he's a lunatic. Okay, yeah, a fucking pseudo-archaeologist.
That retook the city. Yet the Thule Society was not viable as a political party, especially after its antics in Munich had made it open to public scrutiny. It was too elitist, too aristocratic. So it branched out, with several ex-members founding the German Workers' Party, or
Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, okay, or the German Workers' Party.
DAP. An extreme right political organization consisting of disaffected World War I veterans with ethnic nationalist beliefs, deep-rooted anti-Semitism, and a working-class background. Its founder was, of course, a semi-professional astrologer. Later, the Thule Society...
the party that ended up becoming the NSDAP, or the National Socialist Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, or the Nazi Party, right, was an astrologer, okay? So, you know, anyway, just a note there for anyone who's into horoscopes. The guy that created the party that became the Nazi Party was an astrologer. Anyway, I don't know, you know.
Purchase a newspaper for the party's use and bankroll its publication. Still, it was a small, obscure, badly run party, and it might have stayed that way. Except that in 1919, an enlisted soldier showed up at one of its meetings. The soldier was a decorated
I'm sorry, Lacroix. Forgive me. A professional astrologer. You're right. I'm sorry.
Retained.
What's my sign? Luke, I hate you so much. You all know it's Capricorn. And the reason I know that is because this one person I dated once, like, told me and then wouldn't stop talking about it. And we'd get into a fight, and then this person would be like, "Oh, that's exactly what a Capricorn would say." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm done. I'm done. No more of this shit."
A liaison with civilian organizations who was occasionally sent to political meetings to see if they were secretly communist. His name was Adolf Hitler, a committed atheist, and he thought that this ridiculous German Workers' Party could be so much more. But pop quiz, hotshot, how would you go about transitioning from...
So that's the first episode. So we see Hitler has now joined the party and is going to take it over pretty quickly. I hate you so much, Jonas. Hello, Jonas. What an entrance. Okay. So that's the first part. So now Hitler has joined this party that came about sort of as a mix of these kind of weird things. Okay. Extra history. And then we'll go on to the next part. All right.
The university students gather in the plaza, shouting, laughing, singing.
Next part here, okay? So we're going to go to the second part. They're pretty short videos, so just bear with me.
As the chest-high pile of books burn, a brass band plays. Each volume has been labeled un-German, degenerate, or counter to Nazi.
I hate all of you so goddamn much. We're not talking about goddamn... I am going to nuke this whole stream if we start talking about horoscopes.
The ideals. Okay, leftist texts, Marxist...
Hello, Cost Hansen. Yes, Le Quabois is very great. We love Le Quabois.
Texts, feminine texts, plays and poetry by Jewish people, books by pacifists or that portray war negatively, like All Quiet on the Western Front. They even burn Helen Keller's books, because those are
I don't fucking know, LaQuan. I don't know what that is. What's a rising?
for the humanity of the disabled. But they also burn scientific and medical texts.
That's true,
They
Matt.
throw Einstein and Freud on the bonfire, along with books by physician Magnus Hirschfeld, whose research library at his Institute for Sexual Research was the first ever burned.
Oh, thank you, TJ. Although literally, TJ, I am losing subscriptions on YouTube. Over time, I'm slowly losing subscriptions because I'm basically not posting any new videos to YouTube except my live stream, so I really ought to do something about that. But yes, so I'm basically stuck at 11,000.
Stream science, the party believes, is too Jewish. The Nazis have their own science, you see. Science that is far more attuned to their beliefs. Weird science that's not really science at all.
Really, Sir Bert? Okay, I'll fix that.
Thanks so much to Brilliant for continuing to support the learning of, real science.
I didn't know that. God damn it, Sir Bert. I need to fix that. I thought my Twitch was over on my YouTube page. Okay.
When we last left off, Hitler had just entered the orbit of the German Workers' Party, a right-wing working class group formed by ex-Thule Society members. But he considered the party a bit of a joke, a committed atheist. He had little patience.
See, that is not fully true. I wouldn't say he was a committed atheist, but
for
okay.
the slipshod way it was run, and the absurd astrological and esoteric beliefs some of the members displayed, scoffing at the Thule Society as a tea club. Of course, that didn't mean he rejected their nationalism, anti-Semitism, and folkish ideas.
Yay.
In fact, his first notable act at a party meeting was to deliver a passionate and electrifying speech about the importance of uniting his native Austria and Germany into a greater political ethnic entity. And within the next few years, he rose in prominence, dispatching leadership rivals and centering more of the party's operations and goals around himself. Where have I seen that tactic recently? I don't know. Anyway, yet in that
yeah, you know, we can see a lot of similarities with good old Trumpy, right?
time, when he ditched so many early aspects of the party and reinvented it, he never cleaned house on the occultists and astrologers who'd staffed its early membership.
Yeah.
On the contrary, the party actually sponsored solstice festivals in 1920 and 1921, dedicated to Baldur.
Now, again, this is where it gets complicated, folks, because a lot of people think the Nazis were super into occultism, but it's much more complicated than that. Because, okay, we'll see what I mean, all right?
The sun god and his son, Siegfried. The party newspaper ran articles claiming the cries of the Weimar Republic were foretold in Scandinavian sagas, and the newspaper's rhetoric increasingly spoke of communists as demons and Jews as vampires.
Oh, that's kind of based, isn't it? I kind of wish I was a demon. There's some cool-looking demons out there, you know?
Trading on supernatural
Doesn't that give you powers too? I don't know.
imagery. It intentionally courted and attracted the Ariosophists, adopting their eugenic tenets of protecting the Aryan race by banning interracial marriage, engaging in selective breeding, and eliminating or sterilizing racial or religious minorities and those with different bodies. All of this with the
Hello, Raisin Bread Basketball Game. Hello, how are you doing? We are watching a series about Nazi occultism. Nazi occultism, because it's fun and it's a Friday and you're all going to have a great time, okay?
to create pure blood, which was really more of a spiritual concept than a scientific one, related to theorists who claimed humans were part animal, part angel, and that Nordic people had a greater proportion of angelic heritage, or else were part of a vanished alien super race from Atlantis.
See,
Now,
what the fuck? These people are lunatics. I can't... Okay, dear Lord.
stopping for a second, if this all...
So wait, are they angels or are they descendants of Atlantis or are they from Hyperborea? Like, okay... I feel like it was just more useful shit for their already held beliefs. Well, absolutely, Luke. They absolutely were. Ideologies typically just reinforces what people kind of already have feels towards. You know, but like, you know it, Roshi. Roshi, does this sound familiar to you? I'm sure it does. It is. It's like a mishmash, Jonas, but like it's not. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, some of this is true. Some of us here are part of all animals. True. Yeah, like, okay. It's just like a weird mix of things. And a lot of this stuff, guys, you see modern day.
Sounds a little sci-fi fantasy to
Samuel.
you. There's actually a very good reason for that. See, Weimar Germany was awash in what we'd now refer to as pulp fantasy and science fiction, much of it involving tales of blonde Germanic supermen battling enemies clearly coded as leftist and Jewish, some of which took place in the ancient past,
Outer Signal,
some in
hello.
space. And as the party grew, it subsumed many of those writers into its propaganda machine, utilizing their sci-fi and horror talents into helping craft the image of the Nazi party and its foes. Granted, while many top-level leaders in the party, like Heinrich Himmler and Rudolf Hess, were very...
What does MAGA do all the time, folks? They're always painting Trump as like this superhero, muscular, knight-type figure, right? Slaying the leftist and woke enemies, okay? And like they have like weird LARPing shit they do, okay? LARPing shit they do with all this crap, all right? Like, do we notice how a lot of MAGA people, you show images of Trump as the Emperor of Man from 40K and don't understand how it's supposed to be a critique of fascism? Like, anyway, so it's, all right.
Into occultism and astrology. Overall, Hitler wasn't terribly interested
Well,
in that
that's
stuff,
probably true.
despite regularly calling on tradition and the values of an imaginary past. Again, he was an atheist and considered himself a modernist who was more interested in science.
Bullshit. He wanted to present himself as a modernist because that was sort of the trend at the time. But he basically was like a medieval anti-Semite. Okay, there's a bit more to it than that. He oftentimes used fake modernism to present the Nazis as more modern than they really were in their thought processes, if that makes sense. Okay, so like anti-Semitism had like a long history in Germany. So they tried to paint it, they had to create an image of anti-Semitism as being a modern, scientifically verifiable thing. You see what I mean? Okay, but so a lot of the modernism was fake. And what's weird is that a lot of, there have been historians who make that mistake, who view Nazism as like truly modern. It is modern in kind of how it defends itself and shit like that, but its origins are not that modern, if that makes sense. It's conservative. It's a backwards way of thinking. All right.
Rather, things that, appeared science-y. See, he wanted the appearance of harnessing cutting-edge technology, but in truth, largely rejected mainstream science.
Yes.
Because Nazi ideology held that science and academia was tainted by Jewish experts, Nazis instead rested on an alternate structure of pseudoscience and would have been called border sciences. Things that use the vocabulary of science.
Oh my God.
Adherence.
Maha movement uses the vocabulary of science, but isn't actual science.
Claimed would be proven, but were in no way evidence-based. A great example is world ice theory that we mentioned last episode. The belief that the Earth had ice moons orbiting it in the past,
Thank you, Mayflower.
and these had eventually smashed into the planet, triggering different epochs. As late as 1942, Hitler gave an interview personally endorsing the idea, going on to say that legends of cosmic cataclysm, such as Atlantis or Norse tales of gods battling ice giants, are only explicable.
Okay, guys, we now have $80. We now have $80, so we have made it, and we will do an After Dark stream, okay?
A disaster had destroyed it.
And I'll decide if we're going to watch a movie or play more of the video game or listen to music, okay? So we will figure it out.
Ancient culture with, quote, a high degree of human civilization. But this went
Right,
far
Alex
beyond world ice theory. The Nazis endorsed and even researched techniques such as dowsing, astrology, and homeopathy. In fact, many of these border sciences interacted with health, since along with science, they rejected mainstream medicine as well. This included stuff as wacky as magnetic therapy and spirit diagnosis, but also fairly reasonable practices like organic farming, anti-smoking campaigns, and vegetarianism. Yeah, Hitler's famous vegetarianism,
yes, very
this is where that comes from. They also threw...
Yeah, there is a contingent of folks, you guys know who they are, right? Like New Age people who are right-wing, but sell like organic health supplements or like promote vegetarianism and kind of mix ideas that are typically associated with the left and then mix it with like racism and a bunch of other weird shit. Okay. Like, all right. Yeah, granola parents, like they... it's weird, okay? And the Nazis were very much that way. They were very anti-smoking, okay? Very anti-smoking. They actually they banned it in a lot of places because they viewed it as, bad for the health of the body politic. They also liked animals. Weirdly enough, the Nazis were very pro-animal rights and actually passed laws to try and protect the rights of animals. Not because they cared about science, but because it was part of their weird pseudo-spiritualist belief in like animals and things like that. Okay, like it's all right. It was strange, but it's kind of like when a broken clock is right 2 times a day kind of deal.
Money at researching techniques called esoteric farming. This was a precursor of organic farming created by the German theosophist Rudolf Steiner, who ironically fled Germany in fear of Hitler. Now, while esoteric farming included many aspects we'd recognize today, like refusing to use pesticides, it also suggested things like assisting plant growth with astrology, and advised burying a ram's horn stuffed with quartz crystal in the soil. In fact, remember how we talked last week about how folkish thinkers imagined a past where German peasants were mystically connected to their land? Well, Nazi thinkers actually fantasized about eventually recreating those communities and using esoteric farming techniques on land they'd conquered. But ultimately, the Nazis disliked and distrusted real science because it was based on the scientific method, a structure that when used properly does not conform to an ideological bias. University students, professors, and even many doctors were distrusted as secret communists since many of these sectors had opposed the rise of fascism. Similarly,
I wonder why. Why do we think all the educated academics and scientists were like a lot of them, not all of them, were kind of fascism bad, right? I wonder why.
Nazis drove out prominent Jewish and leftist academics, creating a brain drain that ensured the country's scientific strength was...
They like poor Germany. I'm sorry, not poor Germany. I should say like, as in what a stupid mistake. Like Germany was one of like the centers of science and industry and art in the world, and the Nazis just ruined all of that. They all all the folks end up fleeing the country or they end up killing them. They completely destroyed like a whole generation of really good scientists and completely destroyed Germans. Like, you see what I mean? Okay, what is happening in America right now, by the way? We're literally doing the same shit. There are scientists fleeing America and going to other countries, going into Canada, going to Europe, going to other places around the world. Okay, a great artist that is from America that's in our community left and went to Thailand. Okay, we're like destroying any good science and shit we have, like the brilliant people that are in here, that are in the United States. Okay, bye everyone, bye. Right, great, that's fun, right? Okay.
Severely weakened. This had a particularly disastrous impact on German physics, since several prominent physicists like Albert Einstein and Max Born were Jewish. Ironically, the flight of German physicists would ensure that Nazi nuclear research lagged behind the Allies and mostly focused on reactors for generating power. However, border sciences, like world ice theory, were more malleable, easier to bring inside the fold, but still seeming in the moment enough to give a gloss of modernism. Remember, Hitler desperately wanted his regime to be seen as modern. And he was well aware that his anti-Semitic policies appeared medieval.
So he tried to make
persecution,
him look
laws
modern.
against intermarriage, and ghettos had quite literally been practiced for centuries in Central Europe. And internationally, they were called out as such. As a result, when trying to define Jewishness legally ahead of the Nuremberg laws, Hitler was desperate to find a standard other than religious practice that would separate Jews from
Brucey,
Aryans.
how are you doing, Brucey? It's been a while since I've seen you, Brucey. Glad to have you here. Brucey says maybe if Hitler got an iPhone, his party would be more modern. Hilarious, Brucey.
Find one. From blood tests
No, I thought it was funny, Brucey. It is funny, okay?
Facial measurements, it quickly became clear that there was no way
this is kind of a funny thing that people don't know about the Nazis. They actually tried. They tried to do some like scientific racism against Jewish to try and determine ways that they could use science to figure out who's Jewish and who's not Jewish. And then they quickly realized, wait a minute, these methods can't actually tell you who's Jewish and who's not Jewish. Because if we measure Jewish people's skulls, their skulls are the same as non-Jewish people. And like, so we need to scrap this. It was after they tried to find scientific ways to measure who's Jewish that they gave up on it and said, I guess we'll just look at people's ancestries. And if someone was Jewish in the past, had an ancestor that was Jewish, I guess they're Jewish today, which is really funny. It's not funny they did that. I'm just saying it just proves that it was all bullshit, right? That they couldn't even use their fake science because they didn't help them at all. So they had to make up something new. Yeah, right, Azul Tenon. Dang it, these dirty, are the exact same as Germans every time we checked. Exactly. And so we got to come up with something different, right? Okay, we'll just say if you had a Jewish ancestor, you must be Jewish.
Could just throw a measuring tape around someone's skull and tell biologically if they had Jewish heritage. He finally had to give up and simply make the test. Do you, or did any of your ancestors, practice the Jewish religion? And that, more than anything,
oh my God,
you
have 175 stream streak, Dolly Boy. Dear God, everyone take take a note from Dolly Boy's book. That's what a true jester supporter looks like. I don't know how to phrase that. Okay, sorry, I'm sitting down. I'm feeling very tired suddenly. I don't know why, but when I'm going to sit down, I'm old. Okay, Jesus, I feel so. Oh God, exhaustion. Okay, so guys, yes, join Discord if you haven't already. All right.
Rested on
There you go,
pseudoscience, and what is at the bottom is really a supernatural belief rather than a scientific one. Well, that and how originally the Nazis spoke about Japan as part of the, quote, Asian
Oh my God,
horde
yes, hilarious. How the Nazis, used to talk about the Japanese as racially inferior, and then they allied with them, and that kind of didn't vibe with what they had said previously about the Japanese, so then they had to invent a new way of thinking, such as, oh, wait, the Japanese are also a superior race now, suddenly. Okay. And actually, it was such a random change in their ideology that a lot of some of the most committed Nazis were even kind of upset by it. They're like, wait a minute. But yesterday, you said the Japanese were inferior. How are they now awesome supermen? Okay, anyway, they're funny. The fucking Nazis are so fucking stupid.
that were trying to take over the world, but then when an alliance looked appealing, their propagandist explained that, oh, well, actually, the Japanese are like
Yes!
the Aryans of East Asia and are totally part of the higher races as well. Yeah, that one caused some whiplash even among the most
Yep.
indoctrinated Nazis. And the reason pop culture thinks of Nazi Germany as an era of not just science, but super science, is that their propagandists were so good at choosing projects that would impress and intimidate. The V-2 rocket, the battleship Bismarck, the first jet used in combat.
Okay. By the way, guys, I've actually, my dad would let me come to the schools he was teaching at, and I would give a presentation. I would talk to his students about Nazism and stuff like that, because I knew a lot about it, and they would interview me. And that was one of the most common questions I would get from high schoolers would be, what do you know about the Nazi super weapons and shit like that? Okay. What do you know about the Nazi super weapons? Well, that is the Nazis were very good at propaganda. That was one of the reasons why they talk so much about their super weapons, okay? It's because it was meant as sort of propaganda. Yes, they invented things like, a jet fighter and a V-2 rocket. Unfortunately, that was a lot of money and resources they spent on those things for pretty relatively small benefit, okay? They spent so much resources on the V-2 rocket. If they had spent those resources on building more fighter planes, that would have been much more helpful, okay? Or if they had spent less of their resources on, some sort of super battleship or some shit, okay? And a lot of it was just sort of propaganda. And it worked so well that to this day, people are fascinated with Nazi super projects and super tech. Okay, that it was not as nearly as awesome as it seems, and it was not effective at all for the time period because you would have had to mass produce these things to make them useful. All right. Anyway, okay.
Many of these were termed wonder weapons.
Yeah.
Stuff pulled directly from science fiction,
Yeah.
which newspapers and radio broadcasts touted as being able to turn the tide of the war. Of course they couldn't. The Bismarck sank on its maiden voyage. V-2s
Yeah,
were
Luke.
random unguided weapons that terrified civilians
Yeah.
but had near zero military utility. And the Me-262 jet? Well, America also had jets, but they weren't desperate
Oh,
enough
absolutely, Lois. So, okay, they'd be
to
fucked
risk them.
anyway. To be clear, the Nazis would have lost whether they built these or not. But it's just hilarious. Okay.
being downed and captured. The German
Oh,
miracle
absolutely,
weapons, by
TJ.
contrast, really existed largely as a way to convince the German
They're-
public that their government was capable of great things.
Yep.
Selling
Because guys, they were losing. And then they're like, but God, ooh, looks. It was kind of like taking keys with a baby. Like the super weapons were like holding a keychain on your baby and being like, ooh, looky, oochoo, oochoo, look at the blade of the keychain, like distracting the public. Look at my Wunderbar, look at my Wunderweapon. Look at my little Wunderweapon, baby. Okay, and that's kind of what it was. All right.
the myth of scientific achievement.
You say Brucey. They're all inspired from Germans. Yes, yeah, Brucey. A lot of the fiction stuff today is inspired by Nazi super weapons that weren't really used for real. Okay.
While ignoring
It
the
does kind of look
fundamentals.
blah, blah.
Ultimately, that tendency toward grandiose claims substituting for actual
Yeah.
reality would arguably lose them the war.
Yes, that is the thing, guys. So you have to understand, people way overplay the possibilities of the Nazis winning. Okay. They're like, how do I frame this? It is beneficial for narratives of the past that we think that the Nazis were like invincible and likely and were really close to winning at multiple points. That is not really the case. One of the reasons the Nazis lost is because their ideology was so stupid. They were extremely irrationalist. Hitler went to war against countries that had much larger economies than he had and were out of reach of his ability to attack them. So like the United States, for example, like going to war against the United States is just stupid. Okay. We're like way far away and we have a massive industrial capacity, and not in Germany, even after conquering large swaths of Europe, couldn't match the industrial capacity of the United States. And then, as well as being at war with the Soviet Union, which also had a massive industrial capacity and a big chunk of the rest of the world. It was stupid. Okay, like, and there actually is some historians who have said that the Nazis were kind of suicidal in a way. And I don't buy that. I think they were just so irrationalist and so die Welt ist meine Vorstellung, you know, the idea that the world is however I view it to be, that Hitler didn't really care about reality. He kind of had this sense of destiny and that Germans were racially superior, so how could they lose? All right. It's like they were fucked. Okay. Anyway, but you know, that doesn't mean that it wasn't extremely dangerous and that they couldn't do a lot of damage in the meantime. But also the nature of their state was such that I don't know how it could have lasted long if they had one anyway. Okay. Like it was kind of doomed to fail. Right.
Hitler getting high on his own supply, thinking that not only could he invade...
Yeah, no, exactly, Sir Bart. Sir Bart said, kind of like the geriatric in office right now. Yeah, Trump and the people who are in charge of the American government right now have an American supremacist view of the world, that America is fundamentally superior to elsewhere, and they have no problem just going to war left and right. You know, we're superior to Iran, we're superior to Venezuela, we're superior to this and this and this. Every war is easy. And yeah, they're going to find out, and they probably they've already found out with Iran that that's not right. Okay. But they are so blinded by ideology, and now they're so deep in that they fuck themselves. Yay. But like, okay, it's dark and it's scary. Okay. Cause that's one of the reasons I hate fascism, folks, is that it's so destructive, and it's irrationalist and completely destructive. It's just like a ton of violence for zero reason. Okay. And like massive global destruction for zero reason. Not that it would be good if there was like a good reason, if there was a reason for it, but you see what I mean? It's like a massive orgy of evil and violence, which the United States is engaging in right now.
Occupy the Soviet
Israel's
Union,
engaging
but
in.
simultaneously fight the United States as well. However, in this venture, science was not the only thing the Nazis would turn against. Plus, it's not like weird science is a thing of the past, right?
No, and Loiso, you're right. You're absolutely right. And Loiso, I want everyone to hear this. Because Loiso's making a good point here. Loiso says if either the U.S. or the USSR is at war, Germany is fucked. It doesn't require either one. I actually, I had a professor in college who made that argument, and I agree. The Nazis were basically already fucked after they started the war with the Soviet Union, right? You know, that the Soviets made some very clever moves in regards to moving all the industry they had past the Ural Mountains, remove the industry. At that point, the Nazis were losing so many men and equipment and did not have the resources to continue the war for long anyway. It seems very unlikely that they would have ever won the war against the Soviet Union. They got lucky in the beginning. Okay, they got very lucky in the beginning, but after the Soviets kind of got their act together, after, Stalin had purged the military and stuff, and there were other issues going on, the Nazis wouldn't have been able, I don't see how they could have beaten the Soviet Union. And it is very possible that the Soviets would have defeated them themselves. Okay? Does that make sense? All right.
They were still inundated with bad sources informed more by ideologies than the scientific method, which is why personally, when I'm looking to learn something new about science, math,
okay, we get it. Okay, so that's the second one, guys. Let's watch one more of these. Hitler versus
April
magic.
19.
So this guy's so this is the next episode of this, but I want to be clear. This will also talk about how Hitler actually went after some occultists and some psychics and witches and things like that, because it was not a one or the other thing. Okay, he often didn't like occultism and things like that, or one branch of occultism that the Nazis would destroy a branch of occultism that the Nazis didn't like. Okay, Fetty Spaghetti. At that point, it seemed more about Hitler running Germany into the ground to rule over ashes rather than admit he was wrong. Correct, Fetty. Correct. Okay.
1933. A police flashbulb lights the corpse, lying in a shallow grave southwest of Berlin. It's a male, shot once at close range. The victim is Erich Hanussen, who has been missing for a week. A prominent clairvoyant and occultist, he'd been born to a Jewish family in Vienna before obscuring those origins to cozy up with the rising National Socialists, a close associate with the SA stormtroopers. His predictions had increasingly consisted of anti-Semitic pronouncements and visions of a coming Third Reich. His
Well, that sounds like it might have been tailored for a certain audience, right?
officially unsolved, may have even been due to his greatest public prediction, that the Nazis would come to power after a fire at the Reichstag. A plan possibly divulged to him in advance by his brown shirt friends, and one they did not want public, giving all the more reason for a team of stormtroopers to, for example, gun the kidnapped psychic down in a lonely field. His death is estimated to have happened on March 25th, just after the Enabling Act granted Chancellor Hitler the power to rule free of constitution.
Now, that is one of the biggest guys, so here we go. So different historians have I'll tell you, Brucey, different historians look differently at the Reichstag fire. Some say that it is likely that the Nazis did start it. Others say that it probably was this anarchist, because obviously there was a lot of people who wanted to resist the Nazis. There are a lot of weird coincidences, though, around the Reichstag fire. One of them is that this psychic predicted beforehand that it would happen. And then right after it happened, he was executed by the Nazis, almost like they didn't want they didn't want him telling anyone that they knew about it in advance. Do you see what I mean? Okay. So there's a lot of weird stuff around that, for sure. I don't know. I don't have a full answer to it. I think either option is possible. I wish we had evidence either way. Okay, anyway.
Constitutional constraints. The first victim in Hitler's war with occultism.
I see it, you invalid axiom. I'm a psychic too. Puts fingers at temples. I foresee that seer cannot read this. I can fucking read it, invalid axiom. Yeah, I agree, outer signal.
Thanks so much to say.
No, and guys, you guys know you're right. It is unlikely that it is a coincidence. I am just a fucking I like evidence, okay? And so I don't know the answer, but it seems definitely more likely to me that it was created. Yeah, no, you're right, Lois. So, and it could very well be that they saw that it was about to happen and just let it happen, okay?
For helping to keep us extra historians connected across the globe. Last episode, we
can't not forgive me, invalid axiom. How are you doing, invalid axiom?
explored the strange contradiction inherent in Nazi ideology. While it drew on symbols imported from Eastern religions, superstitious folklore, and even pagan and pre-Christian traditions, the movement also wanted to be perceived as rationalist and modernist. The irony there, of course, being that they also rejected science in favor of so-called border sciences that had not been proven, but Nazis believed would prove true with further research. Now,
I love that.
doesn't mean that the Nazis tolerated occult practitioners. Remember, good National Socialists were supposed to reject superstition. Yet, for its first 4 years in power, Hitler's regime was surprisingly hands-off about the large number of self-proclaimed clairvoyants, graphologers, mediums, psychics, and astrologers who'd become so pervasive in the miasma of anxiety that pervaded Weimar Germany. Because the fact was, a lot of these
miasma, remember? Didn't I use the word miasma recently?
Saw the meteoric rise of the Nazi Party, especially after Hitler's imprisonment after the beer hall push made him a national celebrity, and started tailoring their predictions to forecast the movement's rise. Therefore, a lot of opportunistic occultists, as well as theosophists, Ariosophists, and those interested in resurrecting Germanic religion, were absorbed into the Nazi orbit. In fact, there were those who felt that Hitler was being too lenient on occultists, and began a personal crusade of debunking those they saw as superstitious frauds. Chief among them was Madeline
Oh my God, I hate Madeline Ludendorff. Oh my God, crazy, crazy lady. Goddamn batshit crazy. She hated like psychics and shit like that. And you know why? Because she herself was a pagan, was like a German Norse pagan who was massively racist. So she just didn't like their brand of pagan superstition. She thought hers was better. So she started a big campaign to go after folks that were not the right kind of superstitious. She was like lunatic. Okay.
Ludendorff, second wife of the World War I general Erich Ludendorff, who'd thrown his weight behind Hitler's beer hall putsch, then retired from public life after an unsuccessful run for president in 1925. A psychologist, Dr. Ludendorff became an opponent of occultism after treating several patients she believed had been negatively impacted by supernatural dogma. She and her circle published articles and books attacking occult practitioners, exposing frauds, and criticizing what she saw as faulty pseudo-history. Things like linking German Aryans with the Indo-Aryans of India, belittling those who used the swastika and tried to connect.
I think she actually said, so I hope they talk about this. They're making it seem like she was a skeptic who was going after people, but she actually believed like there was a massive global conspiracy of like Freemasons and Jews under the control of the Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama of Tibet, by the way, so that the Dalai Lama was like the master behind a massive global conspiracy with Freemasons and Jews. And as I recall, even like most of the Nazis were like, that's kind of crazy, which is a bad sign, right? Okay.
Siegfried with Buddha and Krishna. She also published exposés on how mediums faked spirit activity in seances and the psychological techniques clairvoyants employed to make it seem like they were reading clients. In fact, Eric Hannesson from the beginning of this episode was one of her favorite targets, at least until he turned up in a shallow grave. And if at this point you're thinking, oh man, finally a decent skeptic here, someone who's sensible and has her head on straight. Well,
nope.
Not so fast.
There we go.
See, one reason Dr. Ludendorff hated occultists so much was that she was a major promoter of the stab in the back myth, an idea popularized by her husband that Germany only lost World War I because they were sabotaged on the home front by Jews, communists, pacifists, and, she argued, occultists. Yeah, see, Dr. Ludendorff was seriously anti-religion. And I mean like really, really anti-religion. For instance, she considered Christianity to be a fraud. She once called Jesus a Jewish trickster who never died on the cross and said that the religion should be abandoned. In fact, she...
Yeah, so the Dolchstoßlegende, which is the German word for stab in the back myth, after Germany lost World War I, and you have to understand, most of the war was not fought on German soil. Only a small amount of it was fought on German soil, kind of near the beginning in the eastern part of the country. So most Germans on the home front didn't really directly experience the war, and they had been being told during the entirety of World War I that they were winning and they were doing well. Even as they started starving, the government was still like, don't worry, we're going to win, we're going to win. And then like the next day, after being told for the last 4 years that they're winning, suddenly it goes, oh, by the way, we lost. And that kind of opened the door for a bunch of the commanders of the military, including a guy named Ludendorff, to say, oh, the reason we lost wasn't because we were incompetent and this was a stupid war to start to begin with. It's because the Jews stabbed us in the back. The socialists stabbed us in the back. The liberals stabbed us in the back. And that became like one of the big reasons why a lot of folks started moving towards this idea of like the treacherous Jewish class. Does that make sense? So that was also a conspiracy theory that she deeply believed.
Created her own polytheistic spiritual group known as the Society for Knowledge of a German God, attempting to resurrect German paganism.
So, guy, again, this is why I don't like when they say that she was anti-religion. No, she isn't. She started a sect of polytheists. She is pro-religion. She started her own. She started her own religion. Okay.
In case you couldn't guess by now, her writings were also rabidly anti-Semitic. Then in the 1930s, she and her husband authored a series of increasingly unhinged books and pamphlets, insisting that occultists were secretly allied with Jesuits, Freemasons, Chinese magicians, Jews, the British royal family, African mystics, and socialists in a vast conspiracy to bring the German race down. All organized by their dark puppet master.
Yes, the Dalai
Lama. A man
Lama.
controlling it all from his remote mountaintop palace. The Dalai Lama. Yeah, real tinfoil hat stuff. In fact, the Ludendorff's pamphlets were so insane that by the early 1930s, the Nazis, trying to appear more moderate after winning seats in the legislature, were distancing themselves from the couple.
Yes!
Do you know how batshit you have to sound for the Nazis? The Nazis to distance themselves from you? However, the Third Reich's policy towards occultists began to shift in 1937, when the Gestapo received an unsolicited report by a debunker requesting that they take a more vigorous role in suppressing so-called unscientific occultism.
Oh my God, hilarious. The idea of unscientific occultism. Are you kidding me? As if there's scientific occultism. Okay, Body Swap. Happy Friday, Revolt fam. Hello, Body Swap. How are you? So glad you're here. So glad you're here, Body Swap.
Allowing qualified figures to work on astrology, border science.
Body Swap, do you know that there's a cabal of Jewish people and Chinese magicians and African witch doctors and Freemasons and Chinese, what is it, Chinese, did I say Chinese magicians probably? And it's being coordinated by the Dalai Lama in an attempt to weaken the German race. Just curious. You should know about that. Okay, very important.
Sciences and associated research. The assault was multi-pronged, with the Gestapo surveilling occultist societies for any sign of communism, individualism, or forming international connections. Likewise, any leadership figure that appeared to have a charismatic sway over followers were intimidated into silence as a way to cut off rival leaders. Especially targeted were those whose predictions contradicted party dogma. This was accompanied by a public information campaign of lectures and articles condemning superstition and charlatanry. While claiming,
I'm sorry, it's just so fucking funny. They have no self-reflection, obviously. They're Nazis. They don't give a shit. But, like, to get in front of a giant swastika flag using all this symbolism of, like, this weird pseudoscientific, this kind of pseudoscientific supernatural ideology, and to be like, oh, the idea of ghost is fake and it's wrong, you know, like, it's just so fucking funny to me. They're like, okay, anyway, it's just so fucking funny to me.
That occult practices were a secret attack on Germany by Jews and Freemasons.
Of course!
New laws criminalized commercial astrology and palm reading, and once the war began, astrological calendars were also banned, due to the possibility of their use by the enemy in undermining morale. Meanwhile, a group of government-associated debunkers performed shows revealing the secrets behind everything from knocking at seances to card tricks. And what followed was, well, something kind of right out of Arrested Development. The Reichs Artists Union filed a protest with the government, complaining that their debunkers were robbing stage magicians of their livelihoods by revealing the secrets behind magic tricks. Their art, they argued, was purely for entertainment and should not be punished along with psychics and mediums.
So the I didn't know about this. So the psychics and the magicians were like fighting with each other in Nazi Germany. That's hilarious.
This feud between the magicians and debunkers stretched for 2 years into 1941, and the magicians eventually triumphed when Hitler personally exempted them. After all, they were showing their patriotism by entertaining troops while giving onstage disclaimers that nothing they did was supernatural. Then on May 10th, 1941, repressing occultism became a major priority. Because on that day, Deputy Führer Rudolf Hess climbed into an aircraft in southern Germany and flew alone to the UK. After crashing in a field in Scotland, he was quickly apprehended and turned over to British interrogators. Hess told them that he'd come to negotiate peace between Germany and the British.
Hess was like not that bright. Hess was like a Neanderthal. He even looks like one. Let me show you an image of Hess here. Okay. Hess is like, I don't know, the jock at your high school that was like big and like everyone liked but was not that bright. Okay, let me show you what I mean. Okay, Hess, Rudolf Hess. He had these massive eyebrows. Look at this shit. Oh my God! Someone fucking cut those eyebrows. That is just horrific. That's the worst thing about him, are the eyebrows. I got to tell you, nothing. The Nazism is really a second. If you just take a look at the eyebrows. Okay, so let's if you look here, okay, this is Rudolf Hess, real bushy eyebrow. I'm sorry, I'm getting hyper fixated. I know, I'm sorry, Azel. They Neanderthal great. I should stop being an asshole and you know, I'm very fixated on the eyebrows. But he was not that bright. As a matter of fact, that is why he was liked so much, is because he was kind of just a busybody that would do whatever he was told by Hitler without question, and he couldn't think too hard, let's put it that way. They couldn't stress out his little bitty brain too much. But at one point, he got so sad that the Fuhrer was upset. He was upset because Britain was now at war with the United States, and he wanted to make the Fuhrer happy he thought he could fly to Britain while they're at war with them, and then just talk to the king and Winston Churchill and convince them to have peace with Germany. And he did that. He got a plane and flew to the UK. He was captured, and then he wanted to speak to the king and Winston Churchill to convince them to stop the war. It didn't work. Okay, and they actually just arrested him. And Hitler got very pissed off. But okay, Jesus, he's such a dumb. All right.
Empire. See, with the coming invasion of the Soviet Union, Hess feared a two-front war and decided he'd stop it by unilaterally negotiating peace. In doing so, he hoped to make Hitler proud. Spoiler alert, Hitler was not proud. In fact, upon receiving Hess's letter explaining the action, he apparently screamed so loud that it echoed across his mountaintop vacation home. Something had to be done immediately to reassure the public and signal Italy and Japan that Hitler was not trying to make a separate peace with Britain. And the solution was to portray Hess as mad in the German press, driven insane by World War I wounds, and foolishly falling prey to astrologers and mediums. As part of that,
scapegoating.
Reinhard Heydrich, a major rival of Hess and anti-occultist, later known as Heinrich the Hangman, unleashed a countrywide operation called Action Hess that arrested hundreds of occultist practitioners, closed their publications, and confiscated thousands of books.
That's true, Loisa.
This time, it was not just the commercial psychics, but also Ariosophists and Theosophists, those that shared Nazi radical beliefs. Hess's personal astrologer was imprisoned, while some went to concentration camps.
Yeah, that is a group that often doesn't get talked about. A lot of occultists were thrown into concentration camps, okay? So just, as much as I make fun of occultism, these folks didn't deserve to be put in a concentration camp, obviously. Okay, obviously. By the way, and the leopards eat their face, right? So Sir Bart says, Heinrich the Hangman must have been a good dude. So Reinhard Heydrich, was that Heinrich or Heydrich? I think it was Reinhard Heydrich. Reinhard Heydrich actually was assassinated by Czech partisans in Prague. Okay, so I'll do a stream on that sometime, Sir Bart, because it's badass. Heydrich the Hangman, also known as the Butcher of Prague, ended up getting Czech partisans actually did a really brilliant assassination of him in the streets of Prague. He was a horrible human being, and it's really based that the Czech partisans killed him. So I'll do a stream on that sometime. What a shame, right, Drusilla?
Coming.
We all can learn from the Czech partisans, let's put it that way.
Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels in his diary. Yet this repression was not the end of occult practice in Nazi Germany, because while the Gestapo and security service swept up targets, they found themselves stymied by senior figures who wanted to protect those that practiced, quote, scientific astrology,
I know, right,
who
Azul?
had degrees or were performing, quote, important work on dowsing and discovering enemy ships via pendulum. Also, the occult books confiscated.
Typical leftist celebrating political assassinations. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry I'm being rude and I'm not being civil, right? I have to keep civil, right? Why does the left always promote violence?
Were not burned like the others, rather redirected into the library of Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS, because they were to be used in a grand project already underway. For in 1935, he had founded the Ahnenerbe, a society for the study of German ancestral heritage.
So much for the
and
tolerant
they had
left.
dispatched teams of academics to places as far-flung as Tibet and
Here comes the Indiana Jones shit. Okay, that's right, Sir Bart. Let's tone down the hate. Let's unite. Peace and love, right, Sir Bart? Jesus.
Looking to find and verify the imagined past of supermen that underpinned their racial ideology, attempting to not only prove that the Germans were the world masters, but that in ages past, the newly invaded lands of Eastern Europe had belonged to them. Which means, next episode, we'll be getting into what can only be described as the Indiana Jones stuff. Now, if you are familiar with that series of films, you'll show...
Okay, so we'll stop there, guys, There are 2 more episodes, but we've watched 3. I'm good. I'm good. Aren't you all good? I think we should move on to something else. We can talk about, we'll watch the other some other time. The Nazis ended up, so they had a very complex relationship with occultism within Germany. A lot of you know about the rest of the stuff they're going to talk about, how there were Nazi quote unquote scientists dispatched to Tibet. Kind of, this is like the Indiana Jones stuff, and they tried to find objects that they thought held power in them. They also tried to link Aryans to the region. Okay. No, they didn't, Le Quabois. They found objects that they claimed were some of these things, but they weren't. They just kind of found objects and made them up to be those things. So Le Quabois, did the Nazis actually try to find the ancient Christian artifacts like the Ark of the Covenant and the Holy Grail? Kind of, but not in the way it looks in Indiana Jones. Okay. But they did send out people to like Tibet and shit like that. Okay. Yeah. Yes. The Ark of the Covenant and all that shit obviously isn't probably, well, it doesn't exist anymore if it ever did. Okay. So if it ever did, it probably didn't. So you know what, Le Quabois, let me check. I honestly can't remember specifically the objects they were looking for. They definitely were finding they were looking for the Spear of the Ages. That was one thing they were looking for. Okay. Look, the Spear of the Ages. So, Evany, we were talking about Nazi occultism. We just finished. I'm quickly checking Nazis' Holy Grail. We're going to move on to something else. I'm just checking one last thing. Yep, it was. They were definitely looking for the regalia of the the Holy Roman Empire, of the Holy Roman Emperors, and the Grail, and things like that. He believed it was a real, yeah. So they honestly did start looking for that shit. Okay. Yeah, right, Le Quabois, interesting. So anyway, okay, are we reading about Rudolf Hess? I just read about who Rudolf Hess guy, who was a moron. Okay, let's go on, guys. Let's go on. So there we go, guys. There's a little bit about Nazi occultism. I know, they literally were complete dumbasses, Le Quabois. Like, I'm not exaggerating, and it bothers me because, guys, the Nazis were really good at propaganda. We're really fucking good at propaganda, to the point where, to this day, people still think that they were, like, cool, or like that they were like a really powerful military force, etc. They weren't really. I've told you this multiple times, guys. Like, when we think of the Nazi war machine, we tend to think of like tanks rolling in and shit. They only had a few panzer regiments or panzer divisions that were powerful enough to be really advanced. Do you know how the Nazis moved most of their supplies and equipment throughout the war? What was the main way the Nazis moved their supplies and equipment? Actually, 2 ways. Anyone know? And move their troops? Anyone know? Throughout the war. Horses, and just by walking. Okay? Literally, the vast majority of Nazi troops had to walk across Russia. They weren't this massively advanced force. Okay? They had a few really advanced divisions that would punch through the enemy lines and then kind of confuse the enemy, and then they would fill in those holes with troops that were approaching on horseback. They weren't like this massively advanced modern force, okay? They weren't. They got lucky in a lot of ways, and they did use those panzer divisions in a really good effect, and they were pretty good tactically, but like it wasn't, but we have this image in our heads of like these scary Nazi hordes of like tanks and armored vehicles. Well, those were only a few divisions. Most of it was literally, walking and horseback. Okay, correct. The Blitzkrieg doctrine did not require advanced weaponry and machines for all divisions. It required was first contact Schwerpunkt, as Evany says. It's a Schwerpunkt. So, guys, let me explicitly explain what Evany's talking about. Give me a second. We're doing education, right? So imagine you have weirdly enough, I know a lot about Nazi military doctrine. So if I want to show you here's a line. Okay, so the Nazis are over here. Nazis. All right. And then over here are like, not Nazis. Okay, this is really bad already. Not Nazis. So the idea here is that this is a really bad drawing. The idea here is that the Nazis would take these really elite panzer divisions. So like here's a panzer division, okay, a panzer division that had that were mechanized, and they'd be supported by mechanized infantry, which meant that they had trucks, they had half tracks, armored half tracks, and they had to have a lot of oil, and the tanks too had to have oil, and they would mass these units of tanks together so that they had a lot of firepower, and then they would very quickly, combined with aircraft, punch through the enemy's lines to what was called a strategic depth. Okay, so let me show you what I mean. So you have where the hell is my eraser? Okay, so this was called a strategic depth. You would literally punch through the enemy lines to a strategic depth. So you'd punch through using this overwhelming force, okay, and you'd get way back into the enemy lines, and then which would massively disrupt the rest of the forces at the front's ability to communicate and resupply themselves. And oftentimes they would do a pincer. So they would also have another group of panzers come this way, and they would try to cut off all the enemy units within this thing and trap them there and cut them off from supplies. Or make them so like shocked at the quick movement that they'd retreat really quickly, and then the whole line would push back. But that does not work as long. That does not work as well if you have something called defense in depth, which is what the Soviets had. Okay, the Soviets learned from this, and they started realizing, okay, if the Nazis are, if they're just going to punch through our lines with mechanized units, which they even started having trouble doing because they couldn't keep these tanks resupplied with oil because the Nazis didn't have enough oil to keep all these units supplied with oil. Okay, so this is what the Soviets ended up doing. And we have this idea that the Soviets were able to win the war because they just used meat waves. They just threw guys at the front line. That is a real big oversimplification. So the Soviets started doing something called defense in depth. So imagine you once again have the Nazis over here. Oh God, that's a bad drawing. Okay. You have the Nazis over here. By the way, I'm oversimplifying all this just for the sake of making it easy. The Nazis and the Soviets, okay? Okay. The Soviets started realizing, you know what we need to do? We need to like really, first of all, we will put a lot of reserves back here, okay? So you have a bunch of tanks and troops away from the front line in the back waiting in reserve. You might put a few troops out at the front to slow down so you might have a few smaller infantry anti-tank units up at the front, and then lines upon lines of mines and trenches and everything else in between the Nazis and the strategic depth that they need to cut off your supplies. So the Nazis would start doing things like, we're going to use the Schwerpunkt. We're going to do a strong point. We're going to use a breakthrough using a Schwerpunkt burst through, and they would get bogged down in this defense in depth, which would give the Soviets enough time to counterattack with a massive number of tanks and troops and just slam into what the Nazis were doing, okay? Which made it almost impossible for the Nazis to get the advantage of these mechanized divisions anymore. And it doesn't, because the Nazis really only had one strategy. They weren't that bright. And it worked at the beginning, but over time it didn't work. Correct. I can't pronounce his name, but yes, Ivani. Chukovetsky was the architect of the deep battle doctrine. As a matter of fact, there was, weirdly enough, guys, a lot of people don't know this. The German military actually worked with the Soviet military before the World War. They shared doctrinal beliefs. They would actually practice together. The Soviets and the Germans did. I don't know if you guys know that. They had an agreement to work with each other and improve each other's militaries. So a lot of what the Nazis actually came up with militarily was partly because of the Soviets, which is an interesting thought. Like Chukovetsky and other folks like that influenced the Germans and things like that. Tukhachevsky, thank you, Loiso. Tuhachevsky. Thank you. Tuhachevsky, okay? So we don't talk about, that isn't talked about a lot, but there were actually Soviet-German military cooperation, which is interesting, okay? Thank you, Loiso. Okay, so and no one knows about that shit, okay? But the Soviets were actually very, very brilliant in their combat and stuff. Now, the reason why, guys, I know I'm rambling here. Forgive me. I hope you're all learning something. Yes, the Soviets did very poorly at the beginning of the war. There were several reasons for this. One, a lot of the equipment they produced was like right along the front lines with Germany. So when the Nazis broke through using Schwerpunkt and Blitzkrieg, they basically captured a bunch of Soviet equipment, which the Soviets then had to quickly reproduce again. Another thing is that Stalin had just purged a lot of top members of the military, a lot of really high-up commanders and officials, some of whom who probably shouldn't have been purged and who had experience fighting. That made it a lot harder to coordinate an effective response to the Nazis, since all the experienced guys and a lot of the top best generals and commanders and officers had just been purged. There were other issues too going on. Yeah, staged in low local readiness state with no autonomous local command. Correct. And it was always all very like centralized command as well. So a lot of these units had to wait for orders. And because of the distances, because of kind of a lot of incompetence in some of the commanders that were there, because the good ones had been purged, it didn't work out too well. But they very quickly adapted. They quickly adapted as they started learning, which militaries do. Evenly, the deep battle, because Stalin was very paranoid, Azul, and this is one of my critiques of Stalin, that I know a lot of people in here know about, is that I think he was bad for the Soviet Union in a lot of ways. Okay, like he did some things that I think weakened the Soviet Union. Now, everything he did was bad? No, but that would be an example where like the paranoia resulted in him killing all the top generals. Oops. And guys, what is Trump doing right now, by the way? He keeps purging like top generals in the military that he doesn't like, and I'm okay with that. I don't care. I want to see the fall of the American empire. But anyway, yeah, Fetty. Okay, let's see here. So, Evany, the deep battle doctrine certainly saved many Soviets from certain doom, though I do believe a larger part of Soviet success against German military was due to change in their command, as prior to change, divisions couldn't do much. Yeah, no, you're correct, Evany. There were tons of things that changed. And they already had the deep battle doctrine when the Nazis invaded. But because of inefficiencies in command and things like that, they couldn't really respond effectively using that doctrine. So you're right. It was mainly command structures and things like that. Alas, but those command structures made it hard for them to implement deep battle. Okay, or anyway, defense in depth, I should say. Yeah. Even in the Russian communist circle, Stalin is mostly an admitted mistake. Oh, I know, Loiso. But Loiso, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of people out there that really like Stalin. And so that's why I'm trying to, that's why I kind of approach it like that. Because he like was super bad for the Soviet Union, in my opinion. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. All right. So let's go on, guys. We got that. Hey, by the way, I love it, Ivana. You definitely know a lot about the Eastern Front and things like that. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, you're right, Lois. So you're right. Okay. Okay, guys. So let's go on, shall we? So. All right, we have some other things to react to. So there, guys, there's my little presentation on like the doctrine of the Soviet military and shit like that, okay? By the way, one of the best Soviet commanders, while I'm pulling up another video for us to watch, one of the best Soviet commanders was a guy named Zhukov. Okay, Zhukov. There were other good ones too. Zhukov was quite a brilliant commander, and he wasn't perfect, but he was good in a lot of ways. And yeah, he like once he started fighting and he did very well. But anyway, did someone say bad things about Comrade Stalin? Can't have counter-revolutionary thinking. thinking. Yeah, I know, Sir Bart, I know. But like, yeah, I know you're joking, Sir Bart, but yeah.
America is the
okay.
richest.
So, all right. And that's, guys, there are people in here who respect Stalin. I get it. I don't want to disparage people who are like, appreciates some of the things Stalin did. Let's put it that way. And I think the people in here do know that Stalin was very flawed. Like everyone in here that I know that likes Stalin has a nuanced perspective on it. I am not a fan of Stalin. Okay. So I hope you like Siberia. I hear it's nice this time of the year. Hilarious, Sir Bart. Okay. Okay. Anyway, so let's go on. We have a few other things I thought we could watch. Let's do a palate cleanser since we just talked about Nazi occultism. Here we have a palate cleanser. I don't know who sent this, but I'm excited for it. It says edgy humor fans. What is it? Quite a 0.000002 seconds after you joke about this. So here we have, this is just a joke. Let's watch it. Let's laugh. Why the fuck not?
What's up, homie? Man, I thought that Uber driver was gonna kill me. Not because he was Asian, but because he was a woman. He? Trans. Oh. You ruined the joke, but speaking of trans people, I'd rather they didn't. Not because I hate trans women, I just hate women. I don't like it when they speak.
Okay.
But I do hate trans people. Oh. Just kidding. Okay. Gay people overall, they're just super great. You know, great at kissing in public all the time. Like, do that shit in private, at home, where no one has to see that shit.
Okay, I get it. He's trying to be edgy, but it can't tell if he's actually like a horrible person or not.
Here's a list of minorities who I think get too much credit. People from El Salvador. We should deport them. Still workshopping that. What?
Oh my God, that's so dark. That's good. No, I know he's a good one, Matt Saiga. I know, but that's the joke, is that he's trying to sound like people who make dark jokes. So he's critiquing people who do edgy humor, all right?
What? You don't like edgy humor?
Did you see people are speculating that Trump might be sick or something?
Yeah, I heard about that.
JD Vance, please work your magic.
What is the implication there?
Well, people think that he killed the Pope because he met him like a day before he died.
So by working his magic, you imply that you hope he kills Trump.
Yeah.
All right, dude.
What?
I don't know. I don't get you people. The world is divisive enough. Why do we have to spread hate by cheering on the death of an old man? A sitting president, leader of our country. I mean, I hate being the friend that's too woke, but...
Is Britain head...
Yes, it's humor, Drusilla. That is true, though. That is true. It's like the people who do the edgy humor always end up... Yeah, that is so accurate. Like, so much for the tolerant left, right? Like, so... Okay, anyway. So fucking funny. It's so true, right, Alyssa? So fucking true. Oh, my God. Okay, I'm sorry. That was very funny. I like that. Okay, I really like that. Okay, let's see who else we had. That was good. All right. That is so... Oh, my God. It's so true. Let's see who we have here in reactions, folks. Let's take a look. Ba-da-ba-da. Ooh, this was sent to us by Fetty. Oh, actually, yeah, we'll watch the Fetty short here about teachers, and then I want to watch something else entertaining. We can watch Jay Williams' thing about workers snapping back at rude customers. We can watch that too. I sent a Fetty one. Sure, I'll watch that too, Alyssa. No, I know, right, Sir Bart? It is. Okay, let's watch. This was sent by Fetty. Let's watch this first. For those who don't know, I was a teacher. I still am, I guess, technically.
Toddlers sitting between two screens. One shows a video designed for kids, and the other shows ordinary, real-life scenes. Pouring coffee, getting a haircut, normal, everyday life. And researchers track the exact moment the child's eyes looked away.
Guys, can I objectify him? It's a Friday. Am I allowed to objectify him, or do I have to wait till after dark to objectify him? You guys are so sensitive. If I say something about him, you're gonna be like, "Why'd you say that? Why'd you say that?" Okay, God, he's very attractive. Okay, I'm just gonna say he's very attractive. All right. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Yeah, he's another teacher, which means I'm allowed to objectify him, right? Okay, anyway, I'm just saying he's very attractive and I want to kiss him. Okay, anyway, whatever, let's go.
Away from the cartoon. and then adjusted the video to hold their attention longer. People online sort of call it the distractotron. And to be real,
oh my God, look at those tats. He also has tats. I'm sorry, what's this video about? I have lost my focus.
It kind of explains a lot. I've been teaching 11 years. Kids today are way different. Shorter attention spans, less stamina, and anything slow feels boring. And this
Alyssa, don't, no.
Teachers refusing to adapt.
No, Jay Williams.
My classroom is active. We move, we take brain breaks, we collaborate. But
how dare
even
you,
then,
Sir Bert?
I notice students struggling to stay engaged with things that used to easily hold their attention. For example, movies. In my early years teaching, a movie is a classroom.
I mean, guys, I'm sorry. I know I'm ruining the video. I apologize. Whoever sent this, I forget. But can we also say that they might be distracted by something else in this particular classroom, right? I feel like the students might be distracted by something else. I'm just saying, I know if I were a student in this classroom, I might be a bit distracted too. So in this case, I'm going to forgive the students, in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, because I feel that, anyway, whatever, it's fine, you get it.
Reward used to feel exciting. Now I'm seeing students struggle to sit through them because the pacing
I'm just saying, elevator lady.
Too slow compared to what they're used to watching online every day. A lot of children's content today isn't just entertainment anymore. It's optimized for attention. Fast cuts, bright colors, constant stimulation. I think we're at the point where we need to ask, is school actually boring? Or are kids growing up on stimulation that not even the real world can compete with?
I agree. That is true. That is absolutely true.
Do you believe Donald Trump?
Kids are growing up on stimulation that teachers can't. I know, Alyssa, I'm sorry, Alyssa. I heard him. He's right. Kids these days are overstimulated. Agreed. I totally get it. 100% yes. Yes, indeed. Okay, so I'm happy you're gay. Women get objectified enough already. Well, but Drusilla, I'm innocent. I can't oppress anyone because I'm gay, right? Since I'm in a minority group, that means I can't be an oppressor, right? I think that's how that works, I think, right? You know, I'm going to guess that's right. Anyway, so I'm joking, by the way. I agree, though. Too many iPad kids, kids are constantly being stimulated. They're constantly in this dopamine cycle, okay? They are constantly in this cycle of getting dopamine. That's what apps do and short-form content and games do, okay? It, constantly stimulates your dopamine cycle, okay? I mean, I'm joking, guys, when I say that. Of course I can oppress others, right? I don't know. I completely misread what Drusilla said. It doesn't matter, okay? Yeah, no, it is, Fetty. It's a lot of it's like that dopamine cycle is addictive. And so when you constantly need that hit of dopamine, guys, I felt it too. Who here has trouble sitting and not doing anything anymore? You need to be on your phone scrolling or something. That's you having a dopamine addiction and constantly needing that next hit of dopamine. And we are surrounded by dopamine hits all the time. So when you have to actually sit and do something that doesn't give you a dopamine hit, you start going into withdrawal. Now, I know that there is much more to the schooling issue. There is much more to the schooling issue than that. But I do think the stuff that a lot of people are exposed to online does get you in that dopamine cycle. Okay. Yeah, Fetty, it's hard to sleep sometimes. Not only am I scrolling, when I stop looking at the phone, my mind starts scrolling. Yeah, Dodongo. I have ADHD addiction. I can sit and do nothing if I see it's useful, but I can't sit and do something if I don't do something else. I got that, TJ. There you go, Sir Bart. There you go. All right. No, they really do, Fetty. They do. Fetty says often they will show withdrawal symptoms if they are forced to sit and pay attention. It horrifies me. Correct. Okay. My 4-year-old kid was. Oh, that's crazy, Jonas. Yeah. You're astonished to see how your cousin's 4-year-old kid was with an iPad. Yeah. And listen, I'm not trying to be like the old guy that's like the kids these days or whatever. But yeah, I think tech has done something. All right. It's even done something to adults, though. Yeah, Tater Tot, you have a dopamine addiction. Shame on you. Okay. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I almost said your boob straps. I don't know why that came out that way. I hope you know I'm not harassing you, Tater Tot. I don't know your gender. I don't know if you even have that biological. You know what? You get it. It was a slip of the tongue. Anyway. How dare you, J-Mac? Don't you clip that. Let's go on to the next one. Yeah, let's go on. Thank you for that. Let's see what Alyssa sent us. Because I love Alyssa, and Alyssa has been on vacation and shit. So she has abandoned us, and I need to get her back in my good graces by showing the stuff she sent me. Okay, here we go. Which one? This one, Alyssa? The TikTok Alexander in the City?
So a lot of people are requesting a second review of the book I read, Holly Bible. There's a couple things worth mentioning.
Okay, well, so we'll watch this one. Thank you. Okay, got you, Tater. Thank you. Guys, it was a slip of the tongue. Oh, Dodongo, I'm sorry.
This book is really popular. There's a lot of book clubs about it. So at Book Club, it's hosted every Sunday and sometimes Wednesday. They also host events on Saturdays. I did feel like this book had a lot of gore. So if you're not a gore type person, I wouldn't recommend this. For gay representation, I feel like
I think I know what it is. It's the Bible, isn't it? He's probably reading the Bible.
There's a small part between this guy named David and Jonathan where they're like in love and seeing each other, and Jonathan was going to be king. But everyone dies in this book, and they killed off Jonathan.
Oh, really?
So
he already showed us the Bible?
Not a Pride Month read. And compared to other books in this genre, it did end with the end of the world. I did feel like that was a little cliche. There was a lot of plot holes that were just really never addressed for the reader. In the beginning, like I said, there's a man and a woman and a snake. And then later, in the middle of the book, the main character, and he dies. And apparently he dies because of the man, the woman, and the snake. But they never really made it clear on why. So I did feel like they kind of just killed off the main character for no reason. So a lot of people are...
Okay, that's funny. That is very true. Okay, I'm trying not to go on a religion rant today, folks. Although
so
you are... Alyssa, weren't you the one that's like, I'm tired of the religion shit. Don't talk about Jesus today. And now suddenly you're the one sending me the thing about the Bible? What is this, Alyssa? What is this, Alyssa? God, Jesus, make up your mind, okay? I try to keep you happy. Okay, fine, whatever. It's whatever, fine. I won't go on a rant, but this is, you can't spell crash out without CR. That's accurate, okay? Whatever, it's fine. I forgive you, Alyssa. I forgive you. Here, in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, I excuse you for your sins, okay? I forgive you for your sins, Alyssa. Dodongo, yeah, my dad, the atheist, is coming over soon. If this is still on, I don't want him to get triggered into a rant because I already know what it's all about. I got you. Okay, that's funny, Dodongo. All right. Don't worry. But thank you, Alyssa. That was very fun. I actually did like that. I'm just being, I'm being an asshole, Alyssa. But what else is new, right? All right. Oh, God, what to watch now? Okay, let's watch. Who doesn't have moral superiority? Let's see this. Okay, we'll watch what Jonas sent us. Jonas sent us this. Don't worry, we'll watch a longer video here in a second. Oh my God, Matsuga, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. I know whatever is on, he gets here. Okay, how about this? Dodongo, what would you like me to talk about so that your dad doesn't ask a question? Should I be really boring? Should I be like 1 + 1 = 2? 1 + 2 = 3. 1 + 3 = 4. Like, should I just sit here? Okay. Okay, funny. Okay, anyway, let's go on. So we'll watch this. This was sent to us by Jonas. It's called How to Deal with a Racist on the Bus. This will be funny.
Oi, you're in my country now, English. Sorry, I don't understand ya. This is England, not Islamistan. English. Could be talking about anything.
Could I just say, I completely agree with you.
Yeah?
Yes, he's in our country now. Speak the Queen's English or go home.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
He could be saying anything. He's a security risk.
Thank you.
I have some Arabic. Can I translate for the safety of the passengers?
Yeah, go on then.
When I get home, I am going to plunge my face between your perfect breasts. My wife, you have such wondrous balloons. They stand eager and alert, like two small puppies that have smelt a plate of sausages.
Stop now.
And on the subject of sausages, I'm speaking to you fully erect.
Shut up!
I found Iran's nuclear program. It is in my pants.
Bloody disgusting. Oi!
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I love that. That would be great. That's good. Okay. All right, guys. So what someone else mentioned, so those are some palate cleansers. We have here 100% every day. We should start. No. It may be a democratic Discord, but it's a managed democracy. We ain't having no prayer group in the Discord. Okay, don't make me pull a Stalin on all of you. No fucking prayer group in the goddamn Discord, right? Well, actually, it's okay if you do want to make one. It'd be okay if you do want to make one. Let's be honest. You guys aren't going to do it, though. Yeah, it'll end up being a prayer group, and you'll just end up starting like a, I don't know. You'll end up just sitting around telling inappropriate stories. Okay? Anyway, that's what you guys normally do in there. You're just going to start ranting about some nonsense, and then Luke will come in there and start doing math in the front of everyone for no reason, and then Loisa will come in and correct Luke and say he's doing it wrong. Okay? And then like all this shit will happen like it normally does. All right. And then Sir Bart won't even be there. And then J-Mac will come in and make some inappropriate comment about his genitals that was unnecessary. Okay. Like it'll be the same shit, different day. You guys are super predictable. So you know what? Go ahead. Start the fucking prayer group. Start the fucking prayer group. Let's see what happens. It'll be the same shit, different day. And then suddenly I'll be in there and like, and talk about something stupid or inappropriate or start complaining about something or like using you all as therapists. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Let's go on. Hello, Iron Moth. Hello, Iron Moth. Listen to this heretic. Funny. How is life in Nazi Germany with your little with your Nazi police force and the president who is a pedophile? Oh, it's another great day, Iron Moth. Another great day in America. We love it here. Okay, we love the fascism and shit. It's a great, great fun time. Okay. And then suddenly Fetty will come in there and be like, here's my pets. And it'll be like a string of 12 photos of cute little kitty cats, which will then distract everyone. God. Okay. Whatever. Okay. That's what will happen. Anyway, guys, you should all join the Discord. It's fun. Okay. But of course, you're welcome, Fetty, right? It's like I couldn't even really insult you, Fetty. And then don't worry about LaQuabois. LaQuabois will come in there and start, I don't know. We'll start screaming about ML shit for no reason. I don't know. I couldn't think of anything. I don't know. What do you normally do, LaQuabois? I don't know. To me, you just kind of exist. I don't know. What's your deal? Who are you? I don't even know. LaQuabois will do some kind of conspiracy with Elevator Lady. That's what will end up happening. An Elevator Lady will sit in the background, and then will randomly come to someone's defense. Will suddenly be like, "Don't say that about someone else," and I'll be like, "No one said anything about that person." Anyway, I don't know. I'm kind of losing some steam here, and Gwen will then come in and post some story that no one will read because people are assholes. Anyway, okay, whatever, it's fine. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ways to insult all of you, and it's not working. Oh, look at this liberal Fetty Spaghetti coming in here and saying the only insult you could call me is liberal, CR. These tiny fists are rated E for everyone. I'm sorry, you're not a liberal. I apologize. That was rude. Okay, everyone ready? And don't worry about SoCal, who randomly comes into the goddamn Discord when it suits him, as if there's something going on in his life more important than the Discord, to make some comment and then leave randomly. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Thank you, Body Swap. I forgive you. Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. All right. I'm sorry. Am I still talking? Let's talk about something else. Okay, exactly, Texture Splunky. Let's talk about something else. Okay, they don't have moral superiority. Okay, this was sent to us by Gwen.
20 times more.
Let's just watch this now that I need to calm myself down after that rant. Okay, I need to talk to you idiots. I need some more whiskey or something. 90% are still hilarious. Okay, all right. J-Mac, come on. I can't believe you ever even had a goddamn self-esteem, okay? Christ, if you can have self-esteem, anyone should be able to have self-esteem, J-Mac. Anyway.
To commit sexual offences than
the Brits?
Yeah, native Brits.
The reporter wasn't ready for the truth. This black man fired back with...
The Brits that colonized the whole world, you mean? That raped and pillaged the whole world to get the power that they have?
Wait a minute. What did the guy say at the beginning?
20 times more likely to commit sexual offences than
the Brits?
Yeah, happy
native
fun.
Brits.
The reporter wasn't ready for the truth. This black man fired back
The
with,
Brits that colonized the whole world, you mean? That raped and pillaged the whole world to get the power that
The
they
Brits,
have?
the Brits, yeah.
Yeah, the Brits that did that?
Yeah.
And you guys have the audacity to say that the Afghans and Somalis did what?
Well, it's not audacity, it's just a fact. It's
Oh, God, he's so right. He is so right. He is so right, okay?
Is it not a fact? Is it not a fact that y'all colonized the world through rape, murder, and pillaging? Right or wrong?
That was true, yeah.
All right, then. So what are you talking
the
about?
British Empire.
So what are you talking about then? How dare you? How dare you?
Why are you shouting?
What are you? Because you're. That's why. How dare you? You're talking facts? Let's talk facts.
Being in my
Let's
face.
talk. So do something about it.
I'm not.
Do something about it, Brit.
My friend. I'm here.
Do something about it, Brit.
I'm here to ask questions.
How'd you get into this country? You talking about?
I'm here.
How dare you?
Why are you getting so angry?
Because you're a piece. You're a liar.
You know you're
a liar. You're a liar.
Would you
Wow,
like me to show you the
I
guy?
like this guy.
Bro,
Jesus.
I just asked you.
I wish. I hate that it's not after dark. I'm having a hell of a time. Never mind.
Asked you what did the Brits do to have the power they have? Answer that question. Answer that question. Answer that question. How did the Brits get their power?
Can you stop spitting in my face? What was the question?
He's speaking.
Why are you shaking? Why are you getting so angry?
Because drone is going. I'm holding everything back not to break your jaw.
Well, you can do it. You would get arrested.
I don't give bro.
You get arrested.
I don't give a.
This doesn't make your argument look
I came out
good.
here for.
This doesn't make your
I
argument
came
look
out here
good.
for.
Came out
I
here.
ain't come out here to talk.
For violence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, there you go.
Yes.
That's-
I mean, honestly, though, this is how angry people should get at shit like this. I know. Like, okay.
The left. That is the degenerate, violent
Who
left.
started it?
You give facts.
Who started it?
Came all the way over.
Who started it?
So this is a Great Britain news reporter, and he clearly was talking about something racist, right? So this guy comes over and starts saying these things. But I don't blame him for being angry, right? Like, I don't blame him for being angry.
Who started?
You give facts, you give
Who
data,
started?
and they get violent.
Hey,
This is
why
what
don't
you
you
see on the
finish
streets
it?
of-
They get violent. See, like, this is like...
Knew it last night.
Started, I'm gonna finish it. Started, I'm gonna finish it.
Yeah, I wish you well, my friend.
Started, I'm gonna finish it.
You're
Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
That guy is annoying. Okay. I mean, that reporter's annoying. I mean, I don't blame him for being angry. Like, if you're going to be trying to demonize people who are brown, and then as someone who's like a super big British nationalist, gonna kind of, yeah, exactly. When Le Quabois, when people have endless violence committed against them, getting angry about that violence, and we're being too emotional, and our argument sucks, right? Right? Oh, God. Okay. He came with violent speech prepped, Infetti Spaghetti, this microphone holding coward rolling in with a prepped hate speech. Totally. I wish I could do this at work. Yesterday, my boss used the word lip. I'm sorry, Tater Tot. I'm sorry. Okay. Bye-bye, Yoshi. Loved having you here. Thank you. Bye-bye. Anyway. Okay. Is it smart to do what they want, though? Not that I don't get it. I don't know, Drizella. I don't know if there's a real good answer to this. I don't blame him for being angry. Let's put it that way. Okay. Brucey, and I'm a POC, and I've always micromanaged my reaction to race people because I can't show anger or any kind of negative emotion. Yeah, well, of course, Brucey, if you're a person of color and you show anger, that has been baked into racism. The notion of like the angry black man or woman, like you're just why are you so angry? Why are you, or people who are dark skinned? Like if you get angry, it is assigned to race, right? Or it is assigned to something about you as a non-white person, right? Which is fascinating, and it's a really disturbing form of social control that it has been baked into the concept of race that people of color expressing their emotions is a racial flaw, because boy does that suppress dissent, right? Boy does that suppress dissent. Okay, if you make it hard for folks of color to be angry, okay, or at least show it publicly. Okay. Oh, hey, there you go, Fox Emblem. I don't have any roasts for you, Fox Emblem. I don't have any roasts for you. Okay, I don't have any roasts for you. You're perfect in the community, Fox Emblem. You're perfect in the community. All right. So, okay. I hope we all know that everyone I roasted earlier, I'm just joking, and I love all of you. And you can roast me whenever you want. And there's no problem with any of you, okay? All right. Anyway, let's see what else we got. Boo, 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 boo. I was like one other thing I wanted to watch. I thought that was longer. Oh, okay. Let's watch this. Now, I don't know.
This
now,
video
please tell me, Jay Williams, before we watch this. Okay, it is Pride Month, guys. It is Pride Month. How dare you? Okay, yeah, totally. But simply built different, Your Honor. There. Okay, there you go. Okay. Doug. No, Doug. Oh my God, I should have insulted Doug too. I don't know, Doug. You'll come in there and post some goddamn meme. That will. I don't know. I don't know, Doug. What will you do, Doug? You'll be Doug. Okay, Doug will just come into the prayer group and post some goddamn meme that's vaguely related. Okay. And then you'll be like, but Christians are great or some shit. Anyway, okay. To be sarcastic. I don't know, Doug. Whatever. All right, let's go on. So this guy got, so I don't know what this is going to be about. This guy is, I kind of liked his last video. So we'll see what he has to say. This, for the sake of pride, this is called Let's Make Everybody Gay, which I support. Everyone should be gay. All right. So let's watch this video. We'll make fun of it. You're terrible at it, Sam. Just concede already. You're terrible, Matt Saigai. Let's watch this.
may be offensive to some. The views expressed in this video are not my own. This is satire.
He's a libertarian, J-Mac? Well, that's annoying.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Texture Splunky. Hello, Texture Splunky. Glad to see you here. It's been a while.
And action. When I first heard of Annalisa, I thought she was some sort of wackadoo. But when she uttered these words,
Let's make everybody gay!
I knew I found my spirit animal. I thought to myself then, there is one who I could follow. There is one who I could call my queen.
Michael Picard, do you know what his YouTube channel is called? You know, he's got a name for it. You know what it is? Professional douche. He's got
I love it,
merchandise
Texture
with
Splunky.
that
Ooh,
on
you
it.
can watch me from the shadows. You can watch me from the shadows as much as you want, Texture Splunky. I'll put on a little show for you, okay? Whenever I'm on. I'll always look at the camera, and when I look at the camera, Texture Splunky, you'll know I'm looking at you, okay? I'm sorry. Did that scare you away? I promise I'm not a predator.
I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level.
This guy is a beaut.
It was time to get down to work. So I spoke at the town council meeting in Swampscott. Good evening, Select Board. My name is Michael Picard, and George Soros paid me $50 to be here. As I'm sure you are well aware, a woman named Annalisa Gentile has graced this town with her wonderful presence.
Bye-bye. Fuck you.
Wait, what does she do? Well, who is this lady? I don't get
Is
it.
that all you gotta say? Is that all you gotta say? Is that all you gotta say? I'm totally serious, because you voted for the jerk. Fuck you too. I think you're the crybaby. Take down the gay flag, faggot.
Oh, okay. So unfortunately, guys, I cannot show this video. I'm sorry to say, I cannot show this video on YouTube. Let's put it this way. At least I don't think I can. I definitely don't think I can show it on Twitch. Right? Am I right about that? If that word is being thrown around, is that true? I get the impression that slurs will get me in big trouble, won't they? Am I right about that? I'm sorry, this is from YouTube. I meant on Twitch, not YouTube, right? If I were to show slurs on Twitch, does anyone know what's the rule with that? Am I allowed to show a video that has like the F slur? Real Brucey, Asmongold streams on Twitch. Why are you worried about a video having slurs? Oh, well, that's fair. Okay, I guess we'll watch it. We'll watch it. I guess we'll keep watching it. If it's like full of slurs, to be clear, how about this, guys? I will denounce it. I denounce the use of the word That's true. We don't know if there's more or not. You can't be just using slurs. Yeah. You can't be by... Okay. So I just can't be using slurs. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We'll continue.
Take down the gay flag, faggot. She's got the LGBTQ flag. Like, we don't have enough of these around town. Hey, let's make everybody gay. It's okay if we make...
Okay, fine. So if I have to denounce, let's remember that word comes from the idea of a bundle of sticks, because gay folks used to be burned alive at the stake. So they would literally be thrown on the fire like a bundle of sticks used to stoke the fire. Okay, so it'd be like, you're a bundle of sticks. I'm throwing you on the fire to burn you alive. It's a very dark term. I disavow that term. By the way, that term has been used towards me many times, okay? I gotta tell you, most of the time I view it as a compliment, because if someone's gotten to the point where they're calling me that, I must have said something right. So, admittedly, I am a gay man, all right? So I want to be clear about that. But yes, bad term, don't use it, all right? Though it can be kind of funny when it's directed at you because someone's pissed. But other than that, don't use it.
All the kids gay.
I know, shocking. There you go, Gwen. So that's why Brits say it for cigarettes. Yeah, Gwen. Like, it's like a bundle of sticks that are burned. I can show you guys. Well, I can't show you. I don't want to write down the word. But like, you know, when you literally tie sticks together and then stack them up to like burn a witch or something. That's what that is. Okay. Sir Bart, wait, you're gay? Yes, guys. I know this is hard for you all to understand, because you know how much I love football. Okay? I love football. I love sports. I love women with large badonkas. Okay? I know it's hard to know that I'm gay, but I am in fact gay. All right? Anyway, let's go on.
It's okay if we make everybody gay, right? Let's make the kids gay. Let's all make the kids gay. She called 10-year-old kids LGBTQ. She's a piece of...
You have no idea how hard that was for me to say, okay? Like, I couldn't even... It felt bad. I felt like I was treating women badly, so I had even trouble saying badonkas, because I'm like, that's kind of derogatory. Why would I say that about a woman? But anyway, let's go on.
Moron, a liar. Don't call kids LGBTQ. You don't know if they're LGBTQ. So shut up, Heidi.
Among many
wow, she's really annoying. That's a way of putting that.
other notable appearances in Swampscott, she has expressed...
I read it, Brucey, and I love that. And you will eventually, one day, a man will embrace you, and you will feel the warmth of his beating heart. Although, if you can feel it enough, if you can literally feel it beating through his chest, he might want to go to a cardiac surgeon. But still, you want to be able to feel it a little bit, okay?
Concern with the LGBTQ flag hanging at the town hall. I, too, have some concerns. Annalisa and I are shocked, outraged, that there is only one LGBTQ flag hanging in a town that claims to support the LGBTQ community. That is why, in honor of Annalisa, and as a fitting tribute to her boundless bravery and courage, in coming forward to right a wrong of historic proportions, George Soros and I propose that this board commit right now to erecting even more LGBTQ flags around town. Oh, that's true, Doug. I'd say one every 10 feet or so, but we're willing to consider 20 feet as well. We would ask, nay, we would demand that this board establish the Annalisa Gentile Center to enhance LGBTQ rights, wherein elementary schoolers can be re-educated. Together we can turn every man, woman, child, furry friend, and frog gay, thanks to Annalisa's progressive vision for Swampscott. But I knew I had to do more, so I went to her rally to drum up support.
That's hilarious, J-Mac. So he says that George Soros pays him for every video, and the right wing believes it. Hilarious, hilarious, hilarious.
For the brave and the stunning one they call Annalisa Gentile. Would you consider signing my petition to put a LGBTQ flag every 20 feet? I think that's a yes.
Don't follow me.
What?
Don't harass me.
I don't do anything.
Look at these goddamn flags she has posted here. Trump with guns on it. It says law and order and a right to bear arms. Second Amendment, Trump. We have like a fucking goddamn eagle. By the way, I like the American bird because if there's anything that symbolizes America more, it's a giant predatory bird that kills small animals viciously with talons. Okay, I think that's very symbolic of America. All right.
Sign Annalise on my petition to put an LGBTQ flag every 20 feet.
Of course, sir.
Who would like to support the Annalise?
Yeah, you're right. They're also pretty big scavengers. They just eat other dead things too. I know, Sir Bart. To be clear, guys, I'm very patriotic. What do you mean, Sir Bart? I love this country so much, guys. I feel I become overwhelmed with love and affection for this country. I feel it boiling in my goddamn gut every time I see the flag. Okay, anyway, yeah, we should be a crow. We should be fucking scavengers. Thank you. God bless this. I don't even know the lyrics. Oh, say, can you see? Okay, yeah, Casual Patriot, 1776. God bless the United States of America. Okay, God bless it. Anyway, and since God isn't real, anyway, well, moving on. So, born, raised, and protected by God, guns, guts, and glory. Oh, my goodness. I love it. And it's a snake holding two assault rifles. That's really funny. Thank you. Exactly, Sir Burke. God, country, and CR. That's the way to do it. I thought patriotism was kind of for the Straits. Texture. That's not true. Okay. I mean, I once had sex with a guy at a country music concert. I guess that's kind of, he was an in-the-closet Christian. Anyway, so I guess it can be kind of gay to be patriotic. Anyway, I'm joking. That didn't really happen. I'm just saying that none of this, okay, I'm not a patriot. Can we be clear about this? I want to point out that I am not a big fan of the United States. Okay, do we know this by now? All right.
Gentile Center to enhance LGBTQ rights. Somebody pay attention to Annalisa and I. Let me be on your live stream, Annalisa.
Maybe you are Texture Spunky.
Hypocritical. They don't even know how.
Why are you following me?
What?
Why are you following me?
I didn't do anything.
You're asking for
I don't know. I tried to come up with a joke, guys, about having sex with some guy. It didn't fly. How about this? I will say it was a cowboy. That sounds sexier, okay? Whatever.
Stop.
I didn't do anything.
Stop following me.
You guys had
This
two,
is good
now you
trolling.
have 3 supporters.
You don't want your support.
You said make everybody gay, so I came down here with a sign saying, let's make everybody gay.
She is so fucking annoying.
If that's not support, then I don't know what is. Get away, you BLM scum.
Jesus.
Why are you following me? Be careful. Don't trip. Annalisa.
Oh my God, I love him so much. I don't know what the boundary is between harassment and like free speech. I am curious. I bet he knows. Yeah, run away, yo BLM scum.
Followers.
Oh, for sure,
Officer,
Laquaba. Oh my God, Laquaba, that should be a video series I do. That should be a video series I do. I should go to CPAC every year. Once I get rich and famous, folks, which will never happen, but if I were, I will wear a jester's outfit, go to CPAC, and then get a bunch of, I will open up Grindr, and we can all get blackmail together on all the closeted gay guys there. Okay, that'll be fun. All right.
Starting trouble. Make it stop.
I'll wear a sexy little outfit, okay?
Officer, they're starting trouble. Arrest them. Make them stop. Only we're allowed to have free speech.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to speak to everybody, but you're the first person I'm making contact with.
I am, Jonas. I'm going to need a whole team, but that's why I would need a bit more income before I do that.
From the District Commission, the Republic for the DCR, there's a representative right over there. Unless you have a permit, you cannot have this amplified device here. And unless you have a right
I'm about to say, I actually recognize this area. I've been here before. This is Boston.
to be out here protesting, you have a permit from DCR, you can't be out here, okay?
Annalisa, our heroes in blue came to protect us. I'm with Annalisa. I'm with Annalisa,
I don't
just
know,
so you know,
Super.
officer.
If we're not going to be able to commingle peacefully here, I'm going to have to send everybody on their way.
State Trooper, can you send your...
No, guys, that is a Massachusetts cop. Weirdly enough, I'm not... God, I know. You all don't like it. I kind of like Massachusetts uniforms. Or state trooper uniforms in Massachusetts because I'm a historian and they look old-fashioned. Don't worry, I know you're all gonna be like, CR backs the blue. CR backs the blue. No, okay. Yeah, exactly, elevator lady. Look at this uniform, right? This is kind of nice. It's like a blueberry Nazi. Okay, that kind of ruined it for me. You're right. It does kind of look like a blueberry Nazi. No, that's not true. I don't, whatever. I hate all of you, okay?
Off on your way then. I'm here to support her.
I hate all of you.
Down first, and then he showed up, and then the other one. Now they got that.
What the hell? This is a cast of characters. What the fuck? Who are all these people?
You're ganging up on us. We were here first.
Yeah, they're ganging up on us.
These two are not leaving. You're free to leave. These two are not leaving until I identify them.
Maybe, Jay
for the
Williams.
use of the megaphone. What's your first name, sir?
Michael.
That you disgust me, Loiso. Loiso says, how to get CR hot and bothered. Wrap a pig in a blue blanket. Sweet. See, I know how to get their attention.
Last name?
Picard.
Spell that for me.
Picard.
Okay, not giving you my address.
I can tell you this, sir. Upon arriving on scene...
God, he's so Boston-coded. He's so Boston-coded. I gotta tell you this, like, very Boston-coded.
Yelling at me, telling me to arrest them.
Are you citing me?
I'm going to speak with my supervisor when he gets here, okay? And that is why I told you you're detained, because I needed to get your identification. We're going to have everybody else sent on their way, because you do not have a permit to be demonstrating out here.
I'm just making sure Annalisa's safe.
You're not supposed to put the flag on the ground.
Yeah.
You're right, LeBlanc.
We're just clearing everybody.
Jonas, yeah, guys, do you think, what do we think he scored on an IQ test before he was hired? Yeah, Jonas. Jonas says, glad he had the appropriate level of intelligence for the job, right?
Yeah, all right?
Okay.
So let's get moving.
All right.
You're not supposed to put the flag on the ground.
What happens?
Do you hear? Oh my God, she's doing it. She's like, you're not supposed to put the flag on the ground. Oh my God, I hate these fascist pieces of shit. Who the fuck cares? Put the flag on the ground, piss on it, take a dump on it, vomit on it. I don't give a shit. Burn it. If anything, you should burn it. That'd be funny. But like, who the fuck can, like, I hate, it's so weird how they hold this like religious reverence for like a goddamn piece of cloth. Meanwhile, all of their flags are violating the flag code as if I care, but they are. Like, yeah, they're all violating the flag code, but they can't stand, like, oh my God, I just,
You're not supposed to put the flag on the ground.
What happens if I do?
I'm telling you, you are going to be subject to another citation if you refuse my lawful order to leave.
For what?
For refusing to... I'm sorry, are you not understanding what I'm telling you?
I'm just asking for what?
I told you to leave. It's a lawful order. Her and Michael Picard...
But wait, for it to be lawful, doesn't he have to have a reason to do it?
I got a citation for using the megaphone. And I'm like, oh my God, that was a dream. For me, that was like a dream
That is actually possible, elevator lady. I always assume he just based it off the SS uniforms.
come true. I was just
Yeah,
blown
solid.
away. I couldn't believe it. I'm telling you, they were not happy campers. They were down there to cause trouble. That's it. So they got charged for using the megaphone. We didn't have megaphones. And then Picard was like, oh, do you want to sign a signature? I mean, he was actually asking people as they were walking by if they wanted to sign a petition in my name about, I don't know, LGBTQ. Free speech takes precedence over any other law because the
But wait a minute, he was using his freedom of speech, wasn't he?
Constitution is the law.
Unless they disagree with your message.
If like Heidi and Picard were criticizing and ridiculing what we were doing, and it's like, well, then what are you doing here?
We were criticizing and ridiculing what you were doing. Yes, I was actually charged for using a megaphone, but I would not be deterred. I took our message to the
love
streets.
this. Oh my God, I love this guy so much.
But before that could happen, there was one thing left to do.
Of course, the club law.
I'm with the Annalisa Gentile Center to Enhance LGBTQ Rights and the Annalisa Gentile for Massachusetts State Senate, and I was wondering if you would...
I'm sorry, I'm just watching. See, Sir Bart, to be honest, who knew you'd get charged with? Yeah, no, seriously. Like, why would you? Anyway, I don't get it. J-Mac, have you seen the video where he goes to a Back the Blue video in a pig costume? Oh my God, no, J-Mac. I need to watch that. He literally goes to a Back the Blue. We have to watch that one. Oh my God. Can we watch the one where he goes to the Back the Blue rally dressed as a pig? Oh, please, 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 please. Okay.
Sign a petition to make everybody...
Well, we're going to finish watching this and then we'll watch the pig one, okay?
I'm not specifically gay, but I support gay people.
So then you should sign the petition.
But I don't want to make everybody gay.
SoCal, you're late to the party, and SoCal comes in and rudely says gives an anti-pride message. SoCal says, I'm catching up, but you only like the Massachusetts State Police uniform because they accentuate their package. SoCal, that is rude. That is rude, and that is not accurate, okay? That is not accurate, all right? There. Done. Okay? Rude. All right? Who knows? Maybe I'm not a fan of that part. You never know.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
I'm with the Annalisa Gentile.
No, in your groove, Ron.
Center to Enhance LGBTQ rights.
Sure.
And the Annalisa Gentile for Massachusetts State Senate. And I was wondering if you would sign my petition to make everybody gay.
What? Yeah. What do you mean?
We just want to make everybody gay.
See, I told you, Texture. I told you I told you it was fire, right?
Yeah, this is Pride Month, so...
Make everybody gay.
Would you sign my petition?
Honestly, like, people in Boston are assholes. It's not because they're mean. It's just that they have very low patience, and they want you to get right to the point. They don't like small talk. A lot of people in Boston don't like small talk. They just are like, get to the point, okay? And so, like, they will seem very angry. And yeah, so this guy looks he's being very Massachusetts right now. He's like, what? Like, what the fuck are we talking about right now?
I don't know what you're standing for, making everybody gay. What does that mean?
To make everybody gay.
But I don't understand what you mean by that.
We want to make everybody gay.
Like happy?
No, gay.
Okay. No, I'm good, thank you.
But we're adorable.
They are, so they
adorable.
really are like friendly Russians, yeah.
Thank you.
I really do.
Thank you.
I definitely support gay pride. I'm not my daughter is part of the community. I'm not.
So then sign it.
I don't know what it stands for. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I thought he was gay at first. I mean, come on, guys. He's a single guy. He's kind of muscular. He has a cute puppy, and he's playing in a local public He's giving gay.
Your message isn't clear to me, so I'm not signing something and putting my name on something I don't understand.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Oh.
I was wondering if you'd take a look at my petition and sign it.
What's it for?
To make everybody gay.
I mean, come on. I know, guys, I'm doing generalization. It's Pride Month, so I'm going to be bad towards gay people. But this guy also gives gay. This guy also gives gay. He is like sunbathing in the middle of a goddamn public park. Okay. Anyway.
Well, I'm not gay, but I don't fight single.
Thank you. Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's up, man?
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I'm with the Annalisa Gentile Center to Enhance LGBTQ rights.
I do, Matt Saigai. Gay people are a monolith. That's just a fact. I'm just kidding.
And the Annalisa Gentile for Massachusetts State Senate. And I was wondering if you would sign my petition to make everybody gay.
Is this a joke?
It's a joke.
I am, Louise, because, Louise, I'm not doing any kind of nuance right now. I am obviously being an asshole. And no, I don't know if these people are gay. I'm just being an asshole, okay?
Well, why would everybody agree to that?
I already got 2 signatures.
I hate you, Matt Saigai.
I guess I can sign it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem, man.
Oh, he gets it.
I'm here with the Annalisa Gentile Center to Enhance LGBTQ rights.
How dare you?
And the Annalisa Gentile.
Okay, how dare you, Louise? You're not allowed to joke with me, okay? I'm the jester. I make the jokes. You have to sit back and laugh, okay? How dare you, Louise? You know, I'm full of shit. Whatever.
Massachusetts State Senate. And I was wondering if you guys would sign my petition.
What's the petition for?
To make everybody gay.
That true, Lacroix.
Can you tell me more about that?
We want to make everybody gay.
Do you think that's justified? What about people who don't want to be gay?
But we're adorable.
I think I'm not cool with signing this petition. I don't want everyone to be gay.
Why not?
I think there should be a balance.
Half straight, half gay?
No, not half. Whoever chooses whatever they want to be. There should be no percentage defined. They can be 80% gays, 90% gays.
Squirrel.
Oh, that's so cute. He's being nice. He's like, I don't care. Anyone can be whatever they want, but I don't want to change anyone.
Petition.
Aw.
Come here, squirrel. Come here, squirrel.
Yeah, actually, that'd be great, LaCroix. I think everyone should be bi. That'd be perfect. If everyone were bi, that'd be great, right?
Sign my petition. I'm not leaving until you do. I'm not leaving until you do.
Jesus.
That
Okay.
was easy.
Okay, guys, let's go to the other one. I'm sorry. I'm like being stupid. Let's go to the other one. This one is, let's do the one with the pigs. I'm sorry. I'm hyper-focused
This is like
on
really
it.
embarrassing.
Okay. How to crash a back. Oh my God, no, one of my bells fell off. One of my bells fell off. Oh no. Oh, no. This is the second one that fell off. Oh, shit. Okay, well, I got to fix 2 bells now. 2 of my bells have fallen off already. We're losing bells quickly, folks. We're losing bells quickly. Jesus. Okay, I was very depressed. This one, it can't even... Only one of them is working. Whatever, this is sad. Let's go on. Let's watch this.
I'm dressing up in a pig costume just for you guys.
Oh my God, he's such an asshole.
I hope you appreciate
I love it.
this.
Yes, every time the bells ring, a jester gets his wings. Yeah, my bell. The castration was successful. Correct. Voice up.
One eternity later.
Seriously, Loiso? That's hilarious. Oh, there, lady. Fine, don't worry. Fuck that. I love it. Okay. This is so fucking funny. Where is he right now? Is this Massachusetts still?
Piece of shit.
Yeah, piece of shit.
What?
Oh my God, Texture Splunky, I love that emoji. Is that a hamburger shaking its ass at me? That's like, that is a lot like Le Quabois' corn kernel shaking its ass.
I'm here to support you.
Oh, yep, it's Boston. God, Boston conservatives are something else. They're like super into the police. I know a lot of conservatives are, but they're like super, super into the police. Le Quabois, thank you. I feel I'm complimented.
What?
Why are you dressed like a pig?
Because I'm here to support you.
Support the police?
I love the police.
Why is this necessary?
What?
Why is this necessary?
What?
Why does he feel the need to cover up his face? That's interesting. Why does he feel it's necessary to cover up his face if he's proud of the police?
Why just, there's a lot of peaceful protesters over there, and we're, everyone's being nice
Is this during COVID or something?
and really calm.
Oh, yeah, Boston PD is very corrupt. Very corrupt, okay? They also were in on it with the Catholic Church and stuff, too, with all the assaults that were happening. They're also well known to have links to the Irish mob, like the original Irish mob. Now, a lot of that organized crime has apparently been dismantled, but they've also been found to have links to the Italian mob. They are not a great organization, and Boston itself is extremely racist, for those who don't know. Okay, now, it is a majority-minority city. It is majority not white, but it is very racist. Okay.
When you guys come, you have a whole group over there.
This is during COVID? Okay.
But yeah, we are too, but your whole piece of post. Yeah,
That's
so-
insulting.
You look ridiculous.
Why?
Because you're referring to police as pigs.
I'm here to support you.
Yeah,
You
they are pigs. What's so bad about that?
You're not
I am.
You look like an idiot, first of all.
That's not nice.
It's true. You look ridiculous.
No, so Loisa, let me put it this way. Do you know Whitey Bulger? Do you know Whitey Bulger? Like, it's not the same Italian, it's not the same Irish mob that was in like New York, for example. It was more like it It was a different Irish mob. Let's put it that way. Okay, I don't know how to frame it. If you know, like Whitey Bulger and stuff, he was heavily involved with the police and stuff in Boston. Anyway.
Grown man dressed in a Halloween costume.
But that's not nice.
It's not nice, but neither's your costume. I'm just being honest. You're ridiculous. You're a pig.
I'm a pig.
You're a filthy pig. You don't even need
That's
the
not
costume.
nice.
You'd be a pig without it.
I came all the way to support you guys.
You're not supporting us.
I did not, Matt Sci Guy, but I did go on a date with a Raytheon guy accidentally, which I've told you about.
Put them on, little linker.
I'm standing right here, right next to you.
Look, she literally, speaking of the Irish, there's a lot of Irish pride in Boston. You notice that she's wearing a shirt that has a shamrock on it and an American flag. I could tell you guys, I would go to the Boston St. Patrick's Day parade, and I could not tell you the number of times I was called the F word. Like, it was almost funny. Like, all these drunk Irish Catholics, you know, me with my a gay boyfriend, and them to be like, hey, you just would say it to my face. Sometimes like get really close to my face. You could smell the alcohol on their breath, and I'd be like, "Oh, hi, yes, thank you."
Buddy?
Yeah, where's the guy you came in with here?
You're my buddy.
Where's your friend that says fuck the police? Where's his son?
What?
Where's your friend that says fuck the police?
I can't hear you.
Where's your friend that says fuck the police?
What?
Your friend. If you're calling the police, take that outfit off. That on purpose. Stop answering.
I'm supporting the police, yes.
Then take that outfit off. It's offensive.
Why?
It's offensive to me. It's offensive to me.
It's offensive.
It's not even worth talking to him. He's like so ignorant.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Loiso.
Go away. Just go away.
You know anybody?
You got to cover your nose, woman.
I'm gonna stand
Lady.
right here.
That sounded bad. You know what I meant, lady.
You think all police are pigs?
Well, if you want to ask me, I mean, if you want my opinion on that, what do we think I'm going to say?
You think you look like a pig?
I support the police.
You support the police?
What
Yeah.
happens when you need the police? Are they pigs
Yeah.
then? When someone
happens
robs
if-
you?
What happens if you go walk across the street and you get hit by...
I'm here to support the police, though.
All lives matter! All lives matter! All lives matter!
Pigs matter!
There we go.
Matter.
You know, it's also funny.
Pigs matter! Pigs matter!
Pigs matter.
Pigs matter!
Pigs
Hey,
matter.
Piggy, you're hungry. Go down there to that restaurant.
I'm hungry for
Yeah,
you.
Philly cheese. Guys, I know there are some people in here who have a little, who kind of like, who don't want me to demonize all police. I'm sorry, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, who else are you gonna call to shoot your dog and beat you? That's for sure, Philly cheese. I mean, if I want, you know, that's guys, that's the best way. If you need to put a dog down, you don't want to pay anything for it. Just call the police. Okay, they'll put your dog down for you free of charge. And then, you know, even if it's like a little Chihuahua, you know, just let the thing get a little too close to them and they'll freak out and shoot it in the face. A very, very easy thing to do. Anyway, or you can also call Christy Gnome. I know I'm being cruel, but guys, look at the stats. Police murder animals all the time. They literally kill people's dogs all the fucking time. And it's really evil. Like, I do not support the killing of innocent animals like that. Not to mention they kill people, by the way. Anyway, so not a big fan of the police.
You're hungry. Go down into that restaurant.
Do you
How's
want
that?
to? Do you want to do some gay stuff?
Yeah, right, Fetty. Who else will protect your rapist and not punish them for breaking the restraining order? Well, obviously, Fetty. The police have your interests in mind, obviously, Fetty. They're there to protect you, okay? The police are there to protect you, you know, from actually getting justice. All right, I'll go back. I missed it. Sorry, I'm too busy.
Pigs matter!
Hey, Piggy, you're hungry. Go down there to that restaurant.
I'm hungry for you.
You're hungry. Go down into that restaurant. How's that?
Do you want to do some gay stuff?
No,
after
I
this?
want you to go...
I want to do some gay stuff after this. All right. Yeah, there was a snake rescue that got many of their very endangered and legal snakes killed by police. Really, Loiso? That's awful.
down there and get out of here.
I'm hungry for you, though.
Oh yeah, that's weird.
Oh, I know. Me too, Jonas.
That is just about the rudest thing you've said.
Okay, so you're gonna walk.
That is so rude. Say you're sorry.
What did he say? I didn't hear it. I still don't understand what he's
That's weird.
What did he say?
Hungry for you.
You're hungry. Go down there to that restaurant.
Do you want to do some gay stuff?
No, I want you to go down there and get out of here.
I'm hungry for you though.
Oh yeah, that's weird.
That's weird.
Just about the rudest thing you've said.
Okay, so you're gonna walk.
That is so rude. Say you're sorry.
No, go away.
Say you're
you
sorry.
filthy, ignorant, stupid person.
That is mean. I'm offended by her.
That is mean. I'm offended by her.
Offended by you, so you need to leave. Go.
I'm offended by you.
We're offensive too.
Why are you guys treating me like this? I'm here to support you.
I hope you hyperventilate and sweat your ass off.
I hope you hyperventilate and sweat your ass off in a Boston accent, right? Get out of Boston. I hope you hyperventilate and sweat your ass off, okay? I'm supporting the people who support pedophiles.
No way.
Do you need a hug?
You fucking touch.
By the way, Target is spelled T-A-G-E-T. There's no R in Target. It's just Target. There ain't no R in Target.
Me.
Do you need a hug?
You're the sorriest person alive.
You sound like you need a hug, though.
Don't fucking touch me. Don't get run over by
Pigs matter.
Pigs matter.
This is offensive, so really, guys. This is really offensive, and you're upsetting me a lot.
Oh, wait, are the people
So I
across...
might have to find where you are. And
Are the people across the street BLM protesters or something?
because I'm really offended. So
You're-
you need to leave before I get
That's
a
right,
lawsuit on your
Target.
ass.
Wait, you're gonna sue me for being offended?
Yeah, I'm so offended.
No, they're all Blue Lives Matter people. Okay, wow, this really is a big gathering of pigs. We could have a whole goddamn barbecue.
What are you wearing that for?
Why?
Yeah.
To support the police.
Well, do they know? People are getting a mixed message. They think you're here to, you know, insinuate that they're pigs, you know?
I have no idea why, though.
Hilarious.
Okay, well, just saying, you know, we walk around in a pig outfit.
I know, Sir Bart, like firefighters are like the first responders that actually are good. I mean, for the most part, right? Like, they're humans, they make mistakes, but firefighters at least aren't like beating people up and arresting them and shit. Firefighters don't get nearly enough love, but people love the fucking police, right? They love bowing to the boot on their neck. The firefighters will help save your house. And as long as you're not living in a place where you have to pay for it, you know, you don't you have to a subscription service like some fucking conservative paradises do, I guess.
Over here, we,
This is-
you know, it's...
I know, Jonas,
This
right?
is to show solidarity with you guys. What happens if I go this way? I love you too.
I bet, J-Mac, I bet people like firefighters a lot more. I mean, firefighters, every society needs firefighters, folks. Like, you need an emergency service that can deal with fires and things like that. It's kind of a necessity, and they're not necessarily about state power. Now, obviously, there are biases. There are biases that can be done where, they will try to, you know, they will save a corporate business before a house, maybe. I don't know. I don't know much about it, but I love firefighters. Does Drusilla pay for firefighters? Yeah, Drusilla, literally, there's a few places in the United States where firefighters are done on a subscription basis, where you have to basically pay for them in advance or they won't help you. Because we live in a very dystopian, individualist society where we don't like to do things communally. So sometimes there are private fire departments that's in some conservative places that have been privatized to the point where you have to subscribe to them for them to come save you if your house is on fire, which, by the way, completely ruins the whole point of firefighters. Because we are crazy, Drusilla. Oh, I know. Because the whole point of stopping a fire is so that it as a community effort, is that the fire is going to spread. All right? It's like stopping, for example, a virus that's going to spread to everyone, right? You better put out the fire at this house or it's going to spread to the next house, right? Okay. Yeah, Fetty, there's also a lot of volunteer firefighters in the United States. Right, look, what? That's communism. We can't have that.
Support you.
Yeah, Gwen, isn't that backwards? In the 18th century, yeah. But modern day, you would expect everyone should have, you know, a publicly paid for fire department. But yeah, Gwen, they did do that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hey, get any closer, I'll fucking knock you out.
That's not nice.
Leave them alone.
That's not nice.
Leave them alone.
You need a hug.
I don't need a hug. Get away
Sounds
from
like
me.
you need a hug.
You touch me and I'll knock you out. You leave them two alone.
Well, it's funny. He came over here looking really tough, and he kind of like seemed to calm down as soon as he got there. It's like when he finally got there, he's realized, wait a minute, I don't have the balls to actually fight this guy, so I'm just gonna be like, leave them alone. Of course he's drunk, J-Mac. It's Boston, okay?
Touch me, because I have all permission to fucking punch you out. Go get a life, you fucking. Get a life. Get a life.
I can tell exactly where these people come from because in the Boston area, there are different places. Not all of them have the same accent. So he's from Southie. If anyone knows where Southie is in Boston, Southie is the Irish Catholic neighborhood that is pretty conservative in a lot of ways, but also very homophobic and very racist and love the police, okay?
Get away from me, man.
I just want to share the love.
If you touch me, I'm gonna fucking nail you. You're gonna be on the ground. So.
Why are you being so mean to me?
Because you're harassing these two.
No, they're harassing
I know.
me.
These are such Boston stereotypes.
They look like they're doing what they're doing.
I'm just here to support the police.
Yeah, you look like it.
I am.
You loser. Get a
promise.
freaking life.
I promise.
Get away from them.
I promise.
It feels so good when you stand
Get
right
away
next
from
to me.
them. Get away from these two.
It feels so
He's
good
not
when
doing
you stand
anything.
right next
He's
to
just
me.
standing there.
Yeah.
He's just dressed like a cute little pig.
Do you want to do some gay stuff after this?
No, seriously, Sir Bert, not too different from the degenerates of Innismouth. Yeah, absolutely. Jonas, wish he could see how weak he looks. Totally. Yeah, get away from him. Get away from him.
Get closer. Oh, that feels so good.
Yeah.
Give it to me harder.
Get away, fatty. Get away, fatty. Look at you. You're a loser. I can tell. Get a life, man. Get a job.
I live in my mom's basement.
I can tell you do.
I love how that's like an insult people do. Get a job. They're like, I want to suck the dick of the elites, right? Go work for the capitalist class. How dare you being an independent human? Get a job, you loser, right? Because all I see is them like, I don't know, kissing Elon Musk's ballsack when they say things like that, okay? Anyway, so Gwen, honestly, who spends their weekend cheering cops? I don't know. Yeah, they're all bootlickers. Like, I'm surprised they don't have black makeup all over their lips or black shoe polish all over their lips from all the boots they've been licking. Like, I hate that.
Stay away from me. If you're not 6 feet, I'm gonna push you away. All right? I'm gonna push you away.
Oh, look at that. You're 6 feet away. He doesn't even have a mask on.
You just walked within 6 feet of me.
How's this on? I'll put my mask on.
Okay.
You put yours on.
And then we could stand right next to each other.
If you get close to me, I'm gonna put you on the ground. All right? Just let you know.
What's with all the hate?
I hate you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have no problem admitting that.
Yeah, seriously. Exactly, Sir Bart. Why get a job and work away for pennies just to someday not work at all? I'm already not working. Why not, Sir Bart?
Get away from me.
You want a hug? Is that it?
Touch me, you're going down real quick.
How quick?
God, they're such Bostonites.
That sounds really sexual. Are you trying to make a move on me?
I think that's fucking appropriate way to fucking, what are you doing there wearing that thing called pig uniform?
Oh my God, look at this guy. Oh, he's such a badass. Look at that. Sir Bart, why, I'm sorry, J-Mac, if Elon gave you $100 billion that you could do whatever you want with, would you lick his balls? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, are you kidding me? Now, wait a minute. I know that was quick, but seriously, let's talk for a moment, okay? Totally. If he said he'd give me $100 billion just to lick his balls, why not? Like, it's not like I would not use the $100 billion in a bad way. You know, like I would take, that's like a lot of his money. That would basically take a ton of his money. I'd be okay with that. How is that being class trader? I'm not doing anything he wants. I'm literally taking a bunch of his money just to lick his balls real fast. Okay, gladly do that. But don't worry, I wouldn't become a billionaire. Let's put it that way. I mean, I would, but I would use it well. Okay, I would use it well. Does that make sense? Okay, would we agree? Exactly. I wouldn't stay a billionaire, okay? I would use that shit to organize, okay? Imagine like redistributing that shit in a fair way. That's a lot of fucking money. And by the way, I could use that to take I don't believe in selling my body. Well, what the fuck's wrong with you, sir, Bart? A guy's got to make money. Okay. So anyway, but like, I'm just saying, like, we could use that to organize. We could literally create a fund and shit like that, or use it to buy the next election in our favor. Right. Anyway, whatever. I would gladly to do the sacrifice of, I would probably have to be drunk and or high or both. Okay.
Police. Support the police.
Support the police.
Yeah, all it takes is one good ball licking.
Support the police. Don't be
Yep.
okay? Support the police.
Support the pigs.
You don't have the balls to be a pig, my friend. You're a pussy.
I'm a pussy.
Yes,
Do you think
totally
anyone-
LaQuavois.
Do you think anyone would wear this pig mask?
I'm sorry?
Do you think anyone would wear this pig costume?
Only fools. Yeah, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed
Why?
of yourself. Because if you called 911 and needed help, what would you like if nobody was there for you, huh?
I'd call a crack dealer.
There you go,
My
Glenn.
parents are proud. They are very. What's up, ladies? Pigs matter.
Yeah, you're
Shouldn't be calling them pigs.
You're like fecal matter.
You're like fecal matter. Wow, well, that's such a non-Boston thing to say. Why didn't he just say you like shit? Okay, that was like weirdly nice.
Behind me, you call them pigs. You understand?
I hope your
I got a
sister and
son
your
who's a
mother
cop.
get raped, right?
You understand? I got a
And
son
who's
who's
gonna
a cop.
save them? Who's gonna save them? Who's gonna put them in jail? Huh? Who's gonna save you?
Lovely people.
Who's gonna save you?
I am being respectful.
No, not calling doesn't matter.
I'm just here to
Doesn't matter.
I'm just here to
Yeah,
support
Fetty.
you guys.
You're supporting
Yes, I am. I don't get why you're mad at me.
I don't get why you're mad
did
at me. I think he's funny. He's so funny. Look at that lady's forearm
I
tattoo.
ever do to you?
We are calling our policemen pigs, and they're not pigs.
I'm just
Really so
supporting
gross,
you.
Fetty.
No, we don't call our policemen pigs.
Yes,
We are our
sir, your son is a murderer.
fathers and our brothers, and our uncles, and our
Yeah,
cousins.
right, Lucas
And
Oliver.
we don't call our family members pigs.
I'm just here to support you. That's it.
Well, you're not supporting us. You're hurting us. Okay?
But pigs' lives matter.
Yeah, I hope you're not referring to the police then.
What the fuck do you think he's referring to?
I'm here to support the police.
It is. I hate the abuse of the Punisher symbol. You're totally right, Outer Signal.
Talking about actual, I know, not
She thinks I'm referring to actual pigs. Pig coming through. Pig coming through. Excuse me. Pigs matter.
It is,
Pigs
Gwen.
matter. Pigs matter.
Oh, you get away from me.
Why?
Because get out of here. Get out of here.
I love that, guys. I'm literally in my parents' basement right now, but I love that slur. That's once again the idea of like you live in your mother's basement. Okay, that's like once again that's bootlicking the capitalist class and being like you have to be an employee. Go back to the plantation. You see what I mean? It bothers me when people say that because it's like they are defying their own class interest by demanding other people return to the plantation. Yeah, imagine if Harriet Tubman, like went up to the enslaved and goes, "Go back to the plantation." That's kind of what they're doing. Okay, yeah, your mother's basement. All right.
What did I ever do to you?
You're a disgrace.
Support the pigs. Come on, guys, after me. Support the what? That's rude. Say you're sorry. Say you're sorry. There you go. I forgive you.
Yeah, Gwen.
What? I'm a clown? Yeah. No, I'm a pig.
That's okay.
I'm getting paid by George Soros.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm getting paid $50 for this. I'm
You
good.
doing?
How are you?
Good. Can I have a hug?
You can have a hug.
I love your outfit.
You do?
Great.
Thank
Is she wearing a keffiyeh? She's wearing a yellow keffiyeh. Excuse me, wait a minute. She is wearing a yellow keffiyeh and a U.S. Marshal badge. Wait a minute. What the fuck is this? I am very confused. And then she has tons of different things on her arm. What is she doing? Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
look great, yeah?
Thank you. I worked all night on this. Can I tell you guys a secret?
Excuse me?
All cops are pigs.
All cops are pigs. Know where you are?
What?
An asshole!
That's not nice.
I love that. That's not nice.
Why'd you come up to me and say all cops are pigs?
Because
I
they.
was just telling you a secret.
Well, I'm telling you a secret. Get the fuck out of my face or I'll knock you down.
You're in my face. Calm down. Do you need a hug?
No, not from you.
So I'd say we had a pretty successful day, wouldn't you?
Definitely.
We just finished the police protest, and now we're headed home.
Oh my
Peace
God.
out and fuck the police.
Oh my God, he's so funny. Thank you guys. That made my day. That made my day. All right. Pro-police, pro-Palestine, liberal, progressive. I'm very confused. I'm very confused. They're like little pink pigs, right? Let's see what this is. What'd you send me here? Oh, I infiltrated a men's march against abortion. Jesus Christ. Are we going to... Should we watch this or should we... I don't know what to do. You want to watch this, guys? Are you guys tired of a professional douche yet, or do you want to mix it up? Okay, we'll do douche stream. Okay, we'll do any more Lego updates. There was one video I thought we could watch. It's not really an update as much as it's just a legal analysis of it. There's not much of an update. Let's say that. Meh, Drizilla. Honestly, guys, let's wait to watch this. I personally want to mix it up a bit. Okay, so I'll save this in the reacts thing. Okay. All right. Vote.org video you saved the other day. The Vote.org? What do you mean? That I saved? Oh, okay. Let me a second here. Let me see what else we got in the Reacts channel.
America?
All right, guys. A simple tool for understanding the economy, the hidden wealth transfer. La da 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 da. Oh, you know what? Let's do a quick palate cleanser. I don't remember how funny. I'm not a fan of Jimmy Kimmel. I got to tell you, I'm not a fan of any of the late night people. I'm not a fan of any really of the late night people. I got to tell you, but I just think they're boring. I just don't think they're funny. I guess I kind of like the one guy that looks like a bird and is from the UK, but he's not really a late night guy. He kind of does those long form video essays. But this was from like 10 years ago. Do you know the guy I'm talking about? The one that looks like a bird? Okay, like what is his name? Yeah, they're not funny at all. What is his fucking name? The guy with the bird that looks like a bird. It is, but this is only 3 minutes long. Yeah, he looks like a bird and he's from the UK. You all know who I'm talking about. John Oliver. Thank you, John Oliver. John Oliver is, I hate you so much, Outer Signal. I hate you so much. I cannot stand Bill Mayer. How dare you, okay? John Oliver, right? So, but this guy, I do not like Jimmy Kimmel. I think he's boring. Okay, I think he's very boring. He totally looks like a bird. Are you kidding me? John Oliver, come on. John Oliver looks like a bird. Okay, he looks like a fucking bird. All right, I don't know what to tell you. He even dressed like a bird that one time because he laughs at how he looks like a bird. He looks like a bird. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, anyone who says he doesn't look, there's even jokes about him online looking like a bird. Okay, he looks like a fucking bird. Okay, all right. If he looks like a bird, you look like a fish. You look like a fish in your groove. You look like a goddamn jellyfish. All right. Regardless, I don't know. I'm just yelling at people. I guess LaCroix. I guess British people do look like birds. Hey, I didn't. It's not my fault. God made them that way. Okay. So anyway, but John Oliver does look like a bird. And yeah, he's like the human version of Zazu. Anyway, so now that we factually know that he looks like a bird, okay, let's continue. He's the only one I like because he does really good long form, almost like video essay things, but I hate Jimmy Kimmel. However, this is just kind of cute. This is a segment he did 10 years ago when talking about gay marriage. He started interviewing children on the street and asking them about gay marriage. Bye, LaCroix. Bye. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out, LaCroix. Okay, I'm just kidding. LaCroix, don't leave. I love you. Okay, let's watch this.
Supreme Court decision on Friday in favor of same-sex marriage is controversial. Some people just don't like it. They don't believe in it. They don't think it's right. One
Yeah,
of the
whatever.
most
Fuck
common
it.
arguments
Happy Pride, everyone.
you hear is, how do I
God, his
explain
voice
this
annoys
to my
me.
kids?
Shut up.
And it's a good question. At the very least, it's a fair question. You wonder if children are sophisticated enough to wrap their head around
Thank you, Elevator
something
Lady.
like
See,
this. So we went
Elevator
out-
Lady agrees. Elevator Lady says he does look like a bird. See, he definitely looks like a bird. He totally looks like a bird.
on the street today to ask kids what they think and what they know, and here they are. Kids share their thoughts on same-sex marriage.
Could you tell me
What if Dolly Boy stays, Sir Bart? What if Dolly Boy stays? Then might you stay?
what gay marriage is?
It's when two men and two women get married.
Is it when 4 people get married?
No.
Aww.
Could you tell us what gay marriage is?
I know nothing about that yet.
You don't know anything about it?
I know nothing about that yet. That's funny.
Why would anyone want to get married?
Because they love each other and they just feel a connection.
Oh.
Do you think it's a good thing?
Yeah.
Do you know what makes somebody gay?
Yeah.
What?
I got a broken leg.
A broken
When
leg?
should 2 people get married?
In the afternoon.
That's a good time to get married. Do you know what marriage is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's when a husband and a wife get married.
So what do you think gay marriage is?
When a boy and a boy get married and a girl get married.
Oh, you're right. Do you think that's very hard to understand?
For some kids.
But not for you?
No, not really.
Do you think anybody should be able to get married?
If you're old enough.
Oh, very wise.
There we go.
Do you
Unlike some U.S. states where child marriage is basically still legal.
want to get married?
Yes.
When?
When I'm 30.
I was acting out. Don't pretend you're leaving the U.S., remember? I was just acting out because I need to feel wanted. I'm sorry, Laquan. You're so wanted, Laquan. We all want you. In a non-sexual way, just to clarify. But we all really want you, Laquan. We all love you.
Why would someone want to get married?
Because they're pregnant.
Because they're pregnant?
Could you tell us what gay marriage is?
Where a boy marries another boy.
Okay, and could it be when a girl meets or marries another girl?
No.
Just a boy meeting another boy?
Yeah.
Wow, what would it be called if a girl married another girl?
Lesbianism.
Do you think anybody
If a boy married a girl, it's lesbianism?
should be able to get married if they want to?
Yes.
How come?
Well, because if they want to, they should be able to.
Would you want to get married?
Yeah.
Not really.
How come?
Because when you get married, the other person is entitled to any money the other person has.
So it's a financial issue for you?
Yeah.
That's it. I just thought that was cute. I hope you all like that. I thought that was cute. It made me happy. It made me happy. Okay. What are you all fucking talking about in the chat here? I'm trying to have a serious Friday stream where I'm being lazy and basically just sitting here and watching videos with you. And all of you are talking about, is this like a communal therapy session for LaQua today? What's going on? I'm pretty sure LaQua already has a therapist. Okay? Anyway, yeah, you're all cranking your hogs. What the fuck? Jesus. All right. This kid definitely heard stuff from his dads and uncles. That's for sure, Jonas, okay? That's sad for the kid. What's sad for that kid? Oh, yes, the divorce stuff, yeah. Check the stock market, laughing out loud. Okay. I'll take a look, Fox. What's the stock market doing? Stock market down on the farm. We're just yucking it up with our good time pal, CR. Nothing wrong with that. Sir Bart, why whenever you say something that makes me sound like an asshole, do I not trust you? Why do I feel like there's some sort of dark plan underneath the surface, even when you're doing something that you present as being normal? As a matter of fact, if you tried to present it as normal, that makes me even more suspicious. Okay? Stock market today. I don't know. Good point, valid axiom. I never sound Interesting. The stock market appears to be collapsing a little bit, or falling a little bit at least. Sorry, I got distracted by looking at the stock market. The NASDAQ has dropped 4%. Okay, we need to see this. I need to make sure that there isn't actually a collapse going on. So there's been a 4% drop. Now, that is not a collapse yet. Okay, that's not a collapse yet. But here's the issue, guys. You're down 6%, Doug. Jesus Christ. Here's the issue. From what I saw here, it said that chips are down. Chips are down, like computer chips. This is the problem with the state of the current U.S. economy, is that practically all gains that are currently being made on the stock market are being made in the AI sector, or like in computer sector, chip sector. So any big change in the profit capacity of AI or chip manufacturers will cause a massive change in the economy. So this isn't like horrific right now, but it has dropped about 4% today, which is a lot, but that's not like disastrous yet. Not disastrous yet. Interesting. It might just be a small market correction. No, forgive me. Chips. I mean computer chips. I think you all know that, though, and you're just being difficult with me. Okay. This is a bit of a profit taking. Yeah, so it's just kind of a slight correction. So I don't know if this is going to be how disastrous this will be, but this is it is a drop. Okay. Yeah. Oh, for sure, Loy. So that's when we'll see the bubble crash. Let's see here. I'm just going to look at Yahoo Finance real fast. Oh, you're right, Gwen. It is fun day, but I'm just quickly Yahoo Finance. I'm curious. How low accents waiting to happen? Oh my God, I would love some chips and fried fish, some fish and chips. Yeah, look at all this. Oof, oof. NASDAQ plunges at chip stocks sell off. The NASDAQ is down 4%. Russell's down almost 4%. Look at this. Oof. This is a hit. This is definitely a hit. Yeah. No, but Sir Bart, so as you know, Sir Bart, it can be if like there was a collapse on the stock market, it would be indicative of an upcoming depression, right? Which would be really bad for everyone. So that's why I'm curious about it. If it is like a massive hit, it might spell very bad news for the rest of us. But right now it's just kind of a pretty big drop. It's not like it might not be a permanent thing. But anyway, that's interesting. Okay, so let's go on. Let's go on here, guys. Let me see, Doug, if I can find what it is that you sent me that I saved. What did I save? I can't remember. What was it, Doug, that you wanted me to watch? Would you remind me, Doug? The vote thing? Where is this shit? Douglas, what is it? What do you want me to watch, Douglas? The White House has a second vote organization. Is that what it's called? Is that what it's called? Okay. All right. 1 second. I'll find it. Okay, this
the analogy I give is an app.
Okay, we'll watch it. I found a secondvote.gov. So we might not be able to watch the whole thing because I was actually thinking of getting off soon, guys. I don't know why. I'm really fucking tired. I'm like so exhausted for some reason. But to be clear, guys, if we don't get through it, we are going to later, we're going to have a Jester After Dark stream where we will either listen to music. We might do both. We might watch a movie. We might play some of the video game. And we will listen to some music. Okay, so we'll do an after dark stream later. So if I do get off here, not very long, I know it'll be a shorter stream, but I want to nap before later because I feel so tired for some reason. But so we'll watch some of this. We'll see how much we can get through it. And let's go here. So this was sent to us by Doug. I found a second votegov.org.
Apple Store-like experience. What if the government had great design, amazing usability? The analogy I give is an Apple Store-like experience. What if the government had great design, amazing usability?
I had breakfast lurking Snow Leopard, but I haven't really had lunch. That might be part of it.
Running on modern software. At its biggest mandate, it's in the next 3 years. How do we touch?
But I do, admittedly, lurking Snow Leopard, I randomly get really tired. I think it's my clinical depression. I don't feel depressed, folks, but like occasionally I feel like super tired for no goddamn reason. Okay. So I don't know why, but it does happen.
Every digital surface of the United States government. And the private sector's reached out as well. So the support of Founders Fund and Peter Thiel, A16Z and Mark Andreessen, 8VC and Joe Lonsdale.
It is not Matt Saigai. So Matt Saigai says vitamin D deficiency. I take vitamin D supplements every day.
Thrive and Josh Kushner.
This is brand at civilization scale.
That, my friends, is Joe Gebbia. He runs one of the most dangerous offices in the White House right now.
Interesting.
And it's called the National Design Studio. Yeah, this is what I like to call DEFCON 1 territory, okay? Because what I believe they are doing is building a parallel federal government inside the executive branch on private infrastructure.
That is true. I definitely get plenty of D, LaCroix.
It's all being built by the same people who got sued the last time they touched any federal data. Now, I've been investigating the National Design Studio
take your
for the
Uranian
better half
supplements?
of 2 weeks now, and
Let's
what I have
watch.
found, especially over the last few days,
Okay.
has shaken me to my core.
What'd you
Honestly,
find?
it has made me very scared. Okay, and this investigation is going to go pretty deep. Okay, so I need you to stay with me.
Valid
here.
axiom.
Please stay focused because the deeper this goes, the worse it gets. Now, if you've been watching my
Okay.
channel for any amount of time, then you'll know that over the past few months, I've been covering two main stories. The first being this ballroom that's going up in place of the East Wing and the military apparatus that they are building underneath it, which Donald Trump has admitted on camera goes 6 stories underground and includes a military hospital and research facilities, etc., etc.
What you don't
Thank
see
you.
are the
Hello,
floors of
politics.
belief within here.
Okay.
And they have very, very important rooms down there. The most important. We went down 6 stories.
And the second is the Genesis mission, which is the federal AI program, which I believe is being built around Oracle and the largest supercomputer in American history called Solstice. And I've been saying for a while now that these two stories are connected, but there has to be some layer in between. You know, some piece of digital infrastructure that is linking the underground hardware to the data that's
lurking
being
Snow Leopard.
assembled by the AI program. And it is through my investigation of the National Design Studio that I think I found that layer. And I found it almost by accident, which doesn't make it any more pleasant, but here we are. So earlier this week, I was perusing Trump RX, right, as one does, the new federal prescription drug pricing website. I was curious. I just wanted to see what they had going on. So I was scrolling around, and at the bottom of the page, I noticed something that I have not noticed on any other federal website. In the footer of the page, it said, right above the privacy policy, designed and engineered in DC by National Design Studio. The whole website, by the way, looks like it was created on Wix with widgets, and it's bizarre. But that line in particular is pretty weird because federal websites don't have design bylines. I mean, the IRS does not credit the design studio for that website, neither does Social Security or the FBI. Like, nobody does that with federal government websites. Moreover, the design studio is hyperlinked to it. So when you click on it, it takes you to the National Design Studio's website, which I don't love, and in a minute, you're gonna see why. Now, National Design Studio, which I'll be referring to as NDS throughout this video, reads more like a tech startup than anything else. And the site itself doesn't really tell you much beyond the mission statement language and recruiting copy. Like, it's very boilerplate and very in your face with how hip and cool it is. You know, very Silicon Valley. And there was no page telling you about who was on the team or who was running it. So I had to do a little digging, and the first name that came back to me was somebody named Joe Gebbia. He is known as the Chief Design Officer of the United States, working with NDS. Now, you probably have never heard of...
I didn't know there was such thing as a chief design officer.
Gebbia. Lord knows I hadn't.
Yeah,
before
new
this.
cabal
But fear not,
dropping.
he's the co-founder of Airbnb. So, you know, if anybody knows how to
Oh.
improve public spaces, it's the company that took residential spaces and made sure the public could never actually afford them.
Oh, great.
He stepped back from Airbnb in 2022, but it's the years since then and now that really interest me, because in September of 2022, Tesla appointed him to their board of directors. Yes, in fact, the seat he took had just been vacated by Larry Ellison. Yes, that Larry Ellison, the founder and chairman of Oracle.
God.
And hold on to old Larry Berry and Oracle in the back of your head.
He's like an octopus, Larry Ellison. His arm, like all of his little arms are in everything. Okay, he's like Weird Amorphous Blob, but like a good version. I mean, but like, sorry, that sounded bad. A bad version.
Okay, because
Yeah,
this is going to
this
come
is really
back up
good.
in a moment.
Yeah.
Then in August of 2025, Donald Trump signed an executive order creating a brand new federal office called the National Design Studio. This is also when he created the brand new federal title to go with it, the Chief Design Officer of the United States. And Joe Gebbia was named that title on day one, and he reports directly to the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles.
I know.
Which is
I was thinking.
bizarre, right? I mean, a National Design Studio reporting to the White House Chief of Staff, like that's not how this works. Why is it working like that? Well, it's because the National Design Studio is staffed under a federal hiring authority called Section 3161, which was originally written for temporary advising bodies. And since they're working under that authority, that means almost everyone working at the National Design Studio is either a part-time...
I agree, Invalid Axiom. We do need a CCO, a Chief Clown Officer. I'm telling you, if I were president, I would bring back the role of court jester.
...or a volunteer. You know how billionaires like to volunteer their time for federal design agencies. And so they don't show up on the White House salary report, nor do they file any financial disclosures that the public who
I think the ants and bacteria will come out on top. I don't think any human will come out on top when the collapse happens.
has a financial stake in what they're doing can see. They were also not confirmed by the Senate, and they answer to no inspector general because the executive office of the president does not have one. Well, where have I heard this before? See, a brand new office inside the White House,
Doge. It's Doge.
staffed by people who are invisible to the federal
Yeah,
disclosure
they're
process,
totally robbing the government blind. Okay.
answering to no independent
Well, except not blind, I guess, because the government knows it's happening.
oversight. Where have I heard that before? Oh, that's right, because that's exactly how Doge was run. And
Yeah.
Doge, lest we forget, in its very short, very horrific run, gutted federal agencies, fired tens of thousands of career civil servants, and is currently the defendant in multiple federal lawsuits. And more specifically, those lawsuits are for letting engineers access Social Security data and the Department of Homeland Security data and share that sensitive federal data with outside parties trying to overturn elections. That Doge. Oh, and what do you know? I found in my investigation that Joe Gebbia was also a member of Doge. Yep, he spent a whole 6 months there.
By the way, she has my mic, guys. That is, look, we have the exact same mic. Look. You see? The exact same mic. I know, I'm sorry. It's just interesting to me. I know that's boring. Whatever. I wanted to show all of you. I'm like a child sometimes.
His current position. And one of the initiatives that he personally led at Doge was the digitization of the federal retirement paperwork. And this
Yeah,
is
microphone
actually where it gets
twins.
really interesting.
I
And
hate
connects
you,
a
Sir
little bit
Bart.
to some of this East Wing ballroom underground bunker stuff. See, the records he was trying to digitize live in a place called Iron Mountain, about an hour north of Pittsburgh, in a town called Boyers,
I hate you,
Pennsylvania.
Invalid Axiom.
There's a limestone mine.
Thank you,
220
elevator lady.
feet underground. And the federal government has been using this limestone mine as a
you,
retirement
Zilla.
office since 1960. What do I
Yeah.
mean by that? Well, the Office of Personnel Management, OPM, keeps 450 employees working down there full-time, alongside 26,000 filing cabinets holding over 400 million paper records,
Yeah.
processing about 10,000 federal retirements every month by hand. And I know the first
Yeah,
thought
and
that comes to a lot of
the government refuses to update this. I swear to God. Not only so this limestone cavern, by the way, I weirdly know about this place. So whenever a government employee wants to retire, they have to go find these documents, and it takes a long time to pull up the information because they have to actually pull. They have this little pulley system, literally this little elevator pulley system, where they have to take the documents and put them on the pulley system and lift them up to above ground. And that can only handle so many documents at once. So it's very slow and inefficient. And they don't just modernize, like they just refuse to modernize it for some reason. And they just keep doing it the same way using this tiny, way too small pulley system. So which makes it really hard to process retirement funds and requests and other government documents and it's really dumb. God bless America.
People's minds is, why the hell do we have that?
Yeah.
Like, why do we still have physical paperwork for
Yes.
processing people's retirements? And the reason is not because we technologically have not been able to digitize it. I mean, every administration since Reagan has tried to digitize these records, and every single one of them has failed for a multitude of reasons.
Because they're idiots.
It's because in order to do it correctly, meaning lawfully, you know, with the legal protections that the Federal Office of Personnel requires, is genuinely a very expensive thing to do, and it's politically very contentious. Because the reality is that physical paperwork in a mine has a different level of protection than digitized paperwork. And
Yes.
so Joe Gebbia and his team over at Doge said, we can do it, and they started to move these records onto the
See, I don't know why they don't just keep it as a redundancy. Then they don't have to have nearly as many employees. They can have they can put the documents. I like getting into the weeds a lot of the times on government operations. Just, I don't know. I'm a nerd. I think it's kind of interesting. So like, why don't they keep the documents down there? They can then cut the staff down there, and they can also have them online, and they can have the physical documents as a redundancy in case that the information gets lost on the internet. Like, why not? If and they can like double check the documents. You see what I mean? I am, sir, but I am a get in the weeds kind of guy. Like a guy, it's like you can keep it as a redundancy, but you can also digitize it.
Digital infrastructure that the White House now controls. Yeah, instead they just worked around the legal guardrails and called it a day. Now, I wanted to learn more about what he was doing with National Design Studio. So I started this investigation like I do all of them, by following the money. Except I hit immediate roadblocks because I remembered that this is all being done off the books. Right? Just like Doge did. I mean, there are no contracts on USA spending. The office is not registered on SAM.gov. As a federal procurement entity, the National Design Studio doesn't technically exist, which is probably the point, you know, because it was certainly the point with Doge, so I don't see why it would be.
By the way, we do know that the Nazis did the same thing, right? I know, guys, I'm Nazi-brained. I can't help myself, okay? Like Hitler created like entire new departments that were sort of separate from the regular government structure. And they could operate outside of the legal structure of the regularly acting government. And sometimes they operated in parallel to it. Like the SS, for example, was sort of separate and reported directly to Hitler. And then they had some interactions in like the military and police forces, but they were a separate entity. And so like that's what Trump does. He keeps making these government organizations that are loyal directly to him in the White House and that operate outside of the purview of the overall bureaucracy. And that's kind of disturbing.
Any different here. And so I did what I always do when I can't follow the money. I followed the data instead. I promise you, following the data is just as good as following the money, and you can't cover it up as easily because data always leaves behind residual data. It leaves behind a little trail, like dust on furniture. That
right, outer signal.
And so when I was thinking through how I was going to follow the data for this investigation, that pattern recognition part of my brain started tingling, you know, because I remembered what Larry Ellison's company had been doing for the last decade. I remember reading about the time that Oracle ran this network of tracking tools that were embedded across the internet to build what they were internally calling digital dossiers. And basically they were these files of very sensitive information on people containing like where you lived, where you bank, what you buy, your political views, your race, like everything. And Oracle CEO Larry Ellison at one point in 2015 was even publicly bragging on stage claiming that the company had dossiers on roughly 5 billion people. And I go into these digital dossiers in more depth in another video, which I recommend watching after this. But the TLDR is
outer signal, and I genuinely believe if he's alive and not politically kneecapped, Jan 6 version 2 will make part 1 look like child's play. I agree, outer signal. And even if he doesn't take over, he has given the next attempted dictator a lot of lessons, and the next guy might be worse.
This. In 2022, Oracle got sued in federal court for building those files without consent. And in July of 2024, they had settled for $115 million and shut the entire operation down.
Yeah.
But that operation was obviously valuable enough to Ellison that he ran it for over a decade and only quit when he was forced to. And so I just think it's, I don't know, funny
This is
timing
fucked up.
that 5 months after Oracle exits the dossier business, Joe Gebbia joins Doge in the White House. You know? And now 6 months
She's
later,
good.
he's running the National Design Studio with a lot of the same framework that Doge had. And so my question was simple.
Agreed,
What
Doug.
if that same playbook is running here on federal websites with federal data? And the only place that question gets answered is in the code. So I went and looked at the code behind these government websites. So I started with Trump RX, you know, since that was the site that got me here. Now, code can be very overwhelming to look at, right? But the way that I think about it
That's
is that
fair,
every
Loiso.
web page, whenever you load it, is making
That's fair, Loiso. I'm way oversimplifying, and that is very fair. It's not about having redundancies. It's also about securing the information. That's a fair point, Loiso.
phone calls, not to people exactly, but to other servers around the internet, you know, dozens per second, all of that invisible to you unless you click inspect. And so I right-clicked on Trump RX, opened the browser's built-in inspector, jumped over to the application.
Okay, Invalid Iceman, I'll take a look.
And that's when I saw that mixed in with the normal calls were calls that were going out to a company called PostHog. Upon further
PostHog?
investigation, I found that PostHog is a Silicon Valley analytics company whose whole business model
This is creepy. I love how much the corporate interests are blending with the government. That sounds kind of fascist, don't it? I mean, they already were blended with the government, but it's a lot more direct, it looks like now. I mean, it was already kind of direct. Whatever. It's just worse. Whatever. It's worse.
what visitors do on a website.
Agreed, Sir Burr. I trust every word she says, too, because she does have a shirt and tie.
Site and selling it back to whoever owns the website. And this page was calling out to PostHog over and over and over again. I mean, I had just opened the page and was more or less just sitting there. And
Correct, Doug. You win. You were right, Doug.
Already on the phone with PostHog telling them everything about me. And so I looked a bit closer at what instructions Trump RX was actually giving to PostHog.
This, Sir Bart, is the name of her channel. I'm actually going to subscribe to it. The Gray Dossier. The Gray Dossier. Do you need me to spell dossier for you, Sir Bart?
And what it was doing was recording my session with the IP.
Okay, I literally was asking because a lot of people don't know how to spell it, and I decided to make it sound like I'm being an asshole. Okay, D-O-S-S-I-E-R. D-O-S-S-I-E-R. I was like, I'll say it in a mean way, so I sound like I'm being condescending, but I was literally asking.
Address not stripped, meaning that it was not anonymized. And here's what's really interesting, because these session recordings were being disguised to make it look like they were going back to Trump RX to your browser. But in actuality, there's a script in the JavaScript that is actually forwarding it to PostHog. And the thing is that
what
this is
the fuck?
That companies have
so they're like, okay,
been using to get past ad blockers for ages, right? But this is not the kind of thing that you expect to see on a federal drug pricing website. And so I'm alarmed, right? And I decided to go look at the other websites that this office had built to see if it was doing the same thing. And what do you know? Yeah. It is. I mean, this includes the realfood.gov, the federal food policy site, Trump account.
Do you guys ever take a pill and then forget if you took it? Like 5 minutes after you took it, 5 hours after you might have taken it, you are like, wait a minute, did I just take that pill, or did I forget to take it and I need to take it again, or I need to take it, but then you don't know if you should take it because then you're like, oh crap, am I gonna like take too much of it? Like, okay, I just did that. Has anyone seen me take a fucking pill? I feel like God, I'm getting old. I can swear to God. I swear to God. I feel like I haven't taken it, but I'm also worried I have. Anyone see me put a pill in my mouth? God. Okay. God damn it. You know what? We'll just take it. Fuck it. Well, yeah, I know. But I have one, Loiso. I have the color coded goddamn things, but I'm poor. I can't get a bigger one. I have one for a lot of the meds, but not for the midday med. Okay. Sir Bart, you calm down, Sir Bart. You calm down. All right. Jesus. Take a chill pill. I hate all of you. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I don't think I've taken the pill. I don't think I have. I won't die. I mean, I might be permanently comatose, but I won't die. Thank you, LaCroix. You know what? I hate you, LaCroix. I swear. You and Sir Bart and Matt Saigai always know how to time those jester calm down things right when you know it'll piss me off the most, okay? All right. You know what? We're gonna keep watching this. Thank you, LaCroix.
You know, the Trump Children's Savings Program or whatever it is, and even the studio's own homepage, ndstudios.gov. And so all of them.
Oh, really? Okay, fine, Lois. So now I feel like an idiot. Fine, I'll go look at Timo.
same vendor,
You
right?
know.
The same setup. The IP address is not stripped. The same trick to hide where all the
You
data
know
is
it's SoCal.
stolen. But I noticed something particular with ndstudio.gov, and it was only on ndstudio.gov. There was this second system that was running alongside PostHog that someone had built entirely by hand, from scratch. It was this long string of code, about 540 lines of JavaScript with a name embedded right into the code. It was called AutoMonitor. Now look, I'm no professional web developer, so I sent it over to a friend of mine who is a web developer and is much more into the computer smarts than I am. And from what he can tell, he said that he thinks that what it does is rewire the part of the browser that handles how a page talks to the outside world. So basically every conversation that the page has with any other server gets copied and forwarded to somewhere else. And we tried to follow that somewhere to see where it ended up, and it turns out it goes to a private backend with no public page.
I am not rude, Matt Syke. I'm sorry. I'm trying to focus on this video, Matt Syke. How dare you come in here and ruin it? Okay. You're like, you know, you're very rude, right, Sam? You're very rude, Matt Syke. This is important. Okay.
So nobody answers when you
That's
knock.
okay,
Now, I
Drusilla.
want to be honest about what
I think I
can
took
and
it.
cannot prove.
I may have took it twice, guys, but don't worry. It's Adderall. It is 10 milligrams of Adderall. So I'll just be very, very, very drugged up for the later stream. I'll be able to super focus. Okay. Let's go on.
From what I can see, AutoMonitor is only loaded on the studio's own homepage, which is kind of weird, right? I mean, if the goal is to surveil Americans, why wouldn't you put it on something like Trump RX? You know, why put it on a website that almost nobody knows exists? But every post reporting on every one of the federal sites that's linked with the NDS website at the bottom, to the best I can read, passes through the studio-controlled infrastructure on its way to PostHog.
This is fucked
and so
up.
that would mean that the studio has the structural ability to keep a copy of every recording as it passes through. And so this was pretty concerning to me, right? And so the next thing I wanted to know was whether or not there were...
Matt Saiga, I'm sorry. If I hurt your feelings, I'm sorry that you're such a snowflake. I really am sorry for that. That's a problem. I'm sorry that that's the way you are.
Other sites that the studio
I'm such an asshole. I'm sorry.
hadn't announced yet. And
What the fuck do you mean by that, elevator lady? Elevator lady, it's like, what the fuck does that mean? Don't you laugh at her, Drusilla. This is a serious video we're watching. And elevator lady always gives me whiplash. Like 1 second, elevators later, like, I support you, casual. I support you, Sam. And then the next moment, elevator lady is like, you know, I hate you. You're the worst, you know, and I hate gay people too. Okay, you know what? Elevator lady never said anything like that, but you get my point. It's kind of a whiplash, right? Matt Saiga, I love you, Matt Saiga, and I'm sorry. Okay, you know I'm joking. Why are you so mad at me, Matt Saiga? Matt Saiga hates me. I don't get it. I don't get why Matt Saiga hates me suddenly.
here's a fun fact that not a lot of people
I hate
outside
you,
of
Invalid
security
Axiom.
research knows about. Every website that has that little padlock in the address bar has something
Drusilla.
called a certificate attached to it. And there's this rule in the industry that anytime a certificate is issued anywhere in the entire world, it has to be logged in a public ledger the second that it's created.
Outer
And
signal.
that's right, there are no exceptions and no opt-outs. And the lovely side effect of that rule is that now every new website on the internet, even the ones that nobody's announced yet, or even if it's hidden behind some kind of login, leaves a public fingerprint the moment that it's built. And even more lovely than that is that there's this free search engine called crt.sh where anybody can look up any of these logs. And so I typed in the studio's domain with a wildcard, which is just a little asterisk at the beginning of it as a way of telling it to show me every certificate ever issued for any subdomain under ndstudio.gov. And the search took about 30 seconds, and what it came back with was...
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
it returned with no less than 40 more entries attached to
Oh.
ndstudio.gov.
Oh.
None of them announced anywhere, with no links pointing them from any public page. And I just need to read some of these names off to you guys, okay? Because these were sites that looked like they belonged to different, like, departments, right, of the federal government, like state departments, and to NASA and the Department of Homeland Security. But they don't. They, in fact, don't. And I logged all of these in an Excel sheet with the
Oh,
domain,
no. Are
subdomain,
these going to be like a bunch of right-wing sites?
when it was first seen, last seen, the certificate issuer, all of that, which will be available on my Substack. And so if you want to go look any deeper, by all means, have at it. But a few of the ones that were most concerning to me were the ones like nasaforce.staging.ndsstudio.gov, passports.staging.ndsstudio.gov. By the way, staging is typically what developers will put when they're building a website and they've created the certificate, but it's not quite ready. It's the staging website. And the two that really concern me, votegov.previews.ndstudio.gov and FBI Kirk tipline.previews.ndstudio.gov.
Oh.
Now let the record show that these are federal agencies, which means that they do not belong to the National Design Studio, right? These don't belong to the National Design Studio, right? Yeah, well, about that. I checked the public ownership records for each of these subdomains, just to be sure, and every single one of them, all 40-something that I could find, traced back to the same place. The Executive Office of the President. Yeah, so the National Design Agency has built pre-launch versions of websites that look like they belong to federal agencies and registered them all to the White House. Because remember, the White...
Oh, that's good. That's not totalitarian at all. So that's good. So basically, Alyssa, okay, basically, Alyssa says, I'm stupid. What does this stuff mean? It means that the president, the president is creating a parallel set of websites for the government for people to use instead of the websites that have already been created by the government, probably in an effort to, mess with shit, okay? To, mess with the voting rules, to, mess with public information that the government needs, etc. That's the question, Alyssa. That's, I would guess, with elections and shit, policing, all this other horrific things that they could do if they had direct control over all these information services and shit. So we'll see.
White House is the executive office. And when things are under the executive office's control, it means that they don't always have to have congressional oversight, i.e. the ballroom. And look, there's a lot we need to unpack about the passport thing and the FBI tip line for Charlie Kirk, and we're going to get into all of that in a second, okay? But first, I needed to know who was running the infrastructure underneath everything. Well,
Why are you poking me, Loiso?
NDS site had the same label attached.
What is happening in chat? Why are we talking about Matt Saigai? We all know I love Matt Saigai. What's wrong with this? Why are you complaining, Invalid Axiom? I hate all of you.
Cloudflare, which is a private company that hosts and protects a huge chunk of the internet. Now, using Cloudflare is not necessarily abnormal for a federal agency, but running 40 federal websites through one single private Cloudflare account is another matter entirely. And all gated preview sites funneled into one single login screen that read, loveisaskill.cloudflareaccess.com.
This is fucked up.
Let's read that again. Loveisaskill.cloudflareaccess.com.
Love is a skill?
That is something. That's something. And that name is just cringy enough where I think
that sounds super dystopian. That's like a horror novel. Love is a skill for like access to all the government information.
I know exactly who is behind that account. All right, and it's Joe Gebbia. And not because he is the chief design studio guy. No. It is because when I was doing research for this, there was a phrase that he had been using publicly time and time again whenever he was describing Airbnb's design philosophy, which is that Airbnb taught him that love is a skill. Sound off in the comments.
Oh, that's so
love
stupid.
is a skill? And what's really upsetting about this, I think, to me, is that this is the kind of thing you would name an account when it belongs to...
By the way, doesn't that... Okay, so if that is... What the fuck are you doing, Loiso? Anyway, so would we all agree that, like, that's something a sociopath would say and make their password? Love is a skill. That's as implying that they can't actually feel love. It has to be something they practice for it to work. And and she's making a point that that's kind of what the head of that company, Airbnb, does. You see what I mean? Like, so he might obviously kind of sociopathic if you have to remind yourself love is a skill. I have to practice doing love. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think you can pay certain people for their skills in love. How dare you, Invalid Axiom? Don't bring your career choice into this stream, okay? There's nothing wrong with being a sex worker, by the way. All right, sounds like a relationship counselor line. You have to put effort. Love is a skill, right? Well, I guess I don't blame you, LaQuabwa, okay? Good luck with that, though. It'll be hard to not do that.
Personally, right? If Joe wanted to name his own personal Cloudflare account, love is a skill, but not what you're naming something that belongs to the federal government. Why? Moreover, the federal infrastructure is supposed to be owned by the agency, not the one person running it. I mean, it's not even legal for you to do it that way. When the federal government collects information on its citizens, the law requires a few specific things to happen first. It requires privacy disclosures, which none of these websites have. The privacy policies all contradict each other. It requires notices to the Federal Register, published contracts with any outside vendors so that there's a clear clear chain of accountability, and I went looking across all 12 National Design Studio programs that were publicly available to see, and I found none of that. I mean, those were the entire point of the laws that Congress wrote after Watergate and after 9/11 to make sure that the federal government
But see,
could
laws
not
don't
run
matter
secret
right now,
surveillance
so.
programs on Americans. You know, like Larry Ellison pitched 2 weeks after 9/11. Like I said, the only document that they do publish on their websites are these privacy policies. And for example, like on Trump RX, it contradicts itself 2 paragraphs apart. The first paragraph says that Post-Hog may record its page users' visits and medications that they view. Meanwhile, 2 paragraphs later, it says that they do not collect any health or medical information. I'm sorry, if I'm buying medications, those 2 things cannot be true. Straight to
that's so
jail
stupid.
right now. And because this was all pissing me off,
She's
I
kinda
wanted
cute.
to be
I
very
like her.
clear at who I was pissed off at. So I
I
started
mean, like, her
looking for the
behavior
people
is.
who were working
I'm not
at
hitting
National
on her.
Design
I'm not
Studio
into women.
besides Joe. And it
But this
wasn't
is
easy
very
to find this
disturbing.
information
Yes.
because
Yes,
there's
Jonas.
no list anywhere
You
that
said it
states
before
who they
me.
are, right? But I read the bylines of the studio's blog posts and checked each name against different court filings from 2025. And what do you know? Every senior name came back from the same place. Doge. And there was one name in particular that stopped me. Greg Hogan. Because in 2025, a judge ordered everybody at Doge be blocked from accessing personnel records at the Office of Personnel Management, OPM.
I hate you,
However,
Loiso.
that order had exceptions. 3 people were allowed to keep their access anyway, and one of those 3 people was Greg Hogan. Yeah, because the administration argued that he specifically was essential to ongoing system work, and the judge just accepted it. And so while every other Doge staffer was locked out, Hogan kept his access to the federal personnel records the entire time.
This
And a
makes
year
me feel
later,
so
he
safe
moved
and
from
secure.
Doge into the National Design Studio. And just last month, he was promoted to run login.gov.
Oh, good.
Now, login.gov, if you're not aware, is the federal government sign-in system. So if you've ever applied for a federal job or requested your social security records online or filed your taxes wanted to check on how they were doing or, I don't know, filed any federal benefits, you've used it. Or you will use it. I've used it. Okay, it even scans for biometrics. I've scanned my biometrics on it. You have to turn your head all the different ways. I remember having to do it so many times. Oh my God. It's basically the front door to your federal identity, and more than 150 million Americans have accounts. All right, now the man who survived the OPM injunction is now in charge of that front door. Ring, ring, ring. Do you see where the 5-alarm fire
I know,
is
right?
here?
Invalid
Another
axiom.
name that I found was Akash Boba, who was one of the original 6 engineers that Musk brought
Yeah,
into
wasn't he
Doge
like
on day
18 or
one,
17?
Who now also works for the National Design
Wait, was that the
Studio.
guy whose name was Big Balls? Was that the guy who had his name was Big Balls?
Which brings me to what happened in October of 2025. Because Akash Boba got on a recorded conference call with the state election directors from across the country.
I think Big
and
Balls was a
presented
different
the
guy,
federal
right?
voter registration system that the National Design Studio was building. And what he presented was that voters would register through their federal portal, which their identities would be verified through login.gov, of course, which his former colleague Greg Hogan now runs. And their citizenship would be verified through DHS's SAVE database, and their registrations transmitted to the states. And it was on that call that a state election director asked Boba what the data the federal government would retain. And Boba said, and I quote, "I don't know what they
Boy, so
retain and what
Cash
they are
Boba.
logging." End quote. Okay, so let me get this straight. The person presenting the federal voter registration system to the state election directors does not know what data his own system keeps on American voters.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is important because after the
That's a good point. How many of us were swipe checking the Epstein files? That's true.
2000 election in Florida, Congress had passed the 2002 Help America Vote Act with overwhelming bipartisan support. And it created the Election Assistance Commission. 4 commissioners split evenly by party, an inspector general, and FOIA obligations, all written into the law. And the lesson from that was very clear. Voter registration must never sit inside the president's White House. Period. Why?
$10 says it is sitting in the president's White House because now that they're centralizing it underneath the office of the president, according to this shit that she's revealed, the registrations are going to go through the White House.
I don't know, because giving an incumbent visibility into who is checking registration before an election creates a structural conflict of interest that no functioning democracy can survive.
Yeah.
That's why. So Congress built a wall, and that is why today Vote.gov is registered to the Election Assistance Commission as its own separate federal government agency. And at the time of recording this video, that wall is still standing.
Mm-hmm.
I think. But here's what I found.
Do you know how easily they could just get rid of that wall without anyone noticing?
A working preview of Vote.gov had been built inside NDS's studio staging environment. And it's behind the same Cloudflare login, but locked down tighter than any of the other previews. The certificate appeared for that website on April 10th,
Boy, so.
2026. And it was isolated deliberately, which means that somebody went out of their way to make sure that nobody could stumble onto it. Well, Almost nobody. Now, I think
Interesting.
it's worth noting that a few weeks before that certificate appeared, the administration signed an executive order requiring DHS, the Social Security Administration, and the SAVE program to construct a federal citizenship verified voter list. What does that look
Oh,
like?
God.
I don't know. But what I do know is that there's a deadline of 90 days from signing, and that deadline is a mere few weeks away. And as of the time
Oh,
of this
no, I know,
recording, the
Azul.
Elections Assistance Commission has not publicly said one word about the fact that the White House has built a preview for the website that EAC owns. So either they don't know or they don't care. And I'm really hoping
You're right, Zul, that even if people did notice, it probably wouldn't make much of a difference. But yeah, they will probably want to avoid it being noticed because it would cause more problems if it was noticed. But anyway, yeah, but you're right.
it's the former, in which case, hi, that's what they're doing. Now, before we wrap all of this up, I do want to circle back to that one certificate log entry called FBI Kirk tip line, because that one has been bugging me a lot, mostly because I saw that the certificate for that website was issued in March of 2026 for FBI Kirk tipline.gov.
That's weird.
Now, a couple of things don't really add up with that. First of all, it's because in September of 2025,
Lois, so Trump couldn't have done this because it's illegal. Checkmate, woke.
and it was Tyler Robinson who was taken into custody 2 days later and formally charged on September 16th. So the suspect was in custody and the charges were filed within the same week. And I know some of you are saying, well, they did have a tip line though, remember? To which I say, yeah, I do remember. But I believe they said specifically
any videos or photos that you might have, the public.
Thank you, Couch Potato. So glad you're here. Free Palestine.
Which is www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. Again, that is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. You can also provide general tips about the shooting by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI, or at tips.fbi.gov.
Yes, I remember that.
The question I'm left with is what this tip line was actually going to be used for 6 months after the investigation was closed. And what does that mean for everybody who called the other tip line? Did that get investigated at all? And the second thing I found tonight, actually while I was finishing writing the outline for this video, might be the most significant of all. So remember one of the hidden domains that I mentioned earlier included passports.staging.ndsstudio.gov?
Yep.
Tonight, I just, for funsies, wanted to type in passports.gov to see what kind of website it was shadowing. And instead of taking me to a federal government website, it took me to this page with a pop-up that said, enter your email and we'll send you a 6-digit code. Yeah, no State Department seal, no agency name, no privacy notice, just a big old button that said,
she's
send
really
code,
good. Doug,
which
I'm so glad you sent this to
I
me.
did not put.
So the name of this channel, Jonas, is The Gray Dossier. The Gray Dossier. And guys, I know I'm not saying much. I'm really trying to listen to her because this is very fascinating to me. This is dark shit. I'm almost keep forgetting I'm streaming because I'm like listening to it so carefully. Okay, forgive me.
Put my email in there because what the fuck is that? And so I decided to do another sweep of this website, right? Pull as much information as I could from it. And as it turns out, the first certificate for passports.gov was issued on May 5th. 3 weeks ago. And the sign-in domain that you're looking at right now, the auth.passports.gov, got its first certificate 4 days ago on May
4 days ago.
Which would be the craziest thing I ever heard of, except for the fact that
Sorry, yo, it's a long video, Doug. It's almost 30 minutes. That's why I had to find a good specific time to watch it.
I was finishing writing this like
was the
45
perfect
minutes
time.
ago.
I'm
They
watching the whole
issued
thing,
more
though, so-
certificates for a subdomain called photo.passports.gov.
Photo.passports.
Not once, not twice, but 9 separate certificates between 2 a.m. Pacific Standard Time and
What?
3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Yeah,
What?
they are standing this up right now in real time. Okay, so what do I think is happening here? What do I think the purpose of all of this is? I
Yeah.
think to me, clearly, the purpose is to pull all of the parts of the federal government that actually touch you away from the agencies that legally own them and rebuild them on an infrastructure that the White House and the executive office fully controls. And once you control the front doors, well, you need somewhere to put all of the data that's going to come through them, right? Somewhere that only the executive office can reach, which is, I think, the entire point of what is being built 6 stories underground in DC under the executive office of the president. And then with that, the Presidential Records Act closes the door right behind it, because the day that the administration ends, In 2028, God willing, everything seals for the next 12 years. So until 2040, nobody outside the White House gets to see who worked there, what they collected, or what data went where. And look, I know that sounds all very overwhelming and scary, so here's what I think we can do about it in the meantime. Honestly, the most important thing is to send this information to your representatives. Having them know what's going on is the first step to anything else. Because
Okay,
none of this
folks,
gets
you
fixed
hear her.
without Congress paying
Send it to your
attention. And I don't think
reps.
Congress is paying attention to the back-end code of these websites. So please send them this
Of
video
course.
or my Substack article. I've sent everything.
Slight problem, of course, is that most of our lawmakers are like, what? They were around when the dinosaurs existed, so they probably have no idea what a website even is. Regardless, definitely try to contact your legislators and tell them, use simple language. Tell them, like, computer, Trump hiding things deep in computer, internet thing online that connects people, hiding things with computer through online internet connection. Like, you try to make it make sense to them, but still. Okay.
That I have to the only 2 lawyers I know on Capitol Hill. And so I'm hoping something comes of that. And something else we definitely need to keep an eye on is the day that vote.gov's registration flips over to the executive office of the president, because that's the day that the wall that Congress built after Florida 2000 essentially comes down. And the citizen verification executive order deadline is still a few weeks out. And I think what happens on that day will tell us how far along they actually are. And we also need to, I guess, keep an eye on passports.gov because, oh my God, it seems like they are planning for something right now this week. So please, I beg of you, if you are a more data-savvy, tech-savvy person
I'm joking, Weird Amorphous Blob. Weird Amorphous Blob says infantilize your local rep. I'm not that mean, body swap. I know that they have people that'll read it for them, so that I don't even think it matters. Okay, just kidding. Yeah, what is this internet everyone keeps talking about, though, right? The good troll? Okay. All right, this is all very bad.
With me. And don't worry, every domain, every certificate, every staging environment, every GitHub repository that I found will be linked at the bottom of my Substack article that goes with this video. It's free to subscribe. It's just the most organized place that I can keep it. And help me out, because I am but one person, and I know that I'm only just scratching the surface with this. Trump told us himself that the ballroom and whatever's being built underneath it is something that he's donating for the future presidents of the United States of America.
Right.
And that is the one thing I think in this whole story that I can take him at his word on. Because this infrastructure is going to outlast him. And whoever wins in 2028 inherits all of it. The National Design Studio says its job is to redesign how Americans experience their government. But I think the job that they're actually redesigning is how the government experiences its citizens. Meanwhile, the only thing that they really rebranded were Oracle's dossiers.
Oh my God, that's dark. Thank you, Doug. So great. Don't worry, folks. The dystopia continues. Whatever. It's fine. Real-time Matrix type shit. Okay? Well, I'll be linked up to a battery soon. Don't worry. It's fine. Okay. No problems there. Thank you, Doug. That's fascinating. Yeah. Okay, keep an eye. I know, I don't blame you, Laquaba. You should be spooked. I'm going to look more into it. I'm curious if there's been other commentators or journalists that have looked into this since then. I suspect that some will have, because her video has probably been seen by someone who's interested in it. So, yeah, we'll do that. I'll do that at some point. What I want to do now, guys. That was really good. Thank you, Doug. So obviously our fascist regime getting even more fascisty by the moment. So what I have to do now, guys, is as kind of a, I don't know if I can show this. I think I can show this. This is kind of a palate cleanser here for Pride Month. And then I think okay, let's watch it. This is just a song. I think I can show this because it's pretty short. It's called I'm Gay by Todrick Hall. I don't know who Todrick Hall is. Don't yell at me. I know. I've heard the name, but I know people will be like, you don't know who Todrick Hall is? I'm sorry. I don't know who Todrick Hall is. I just know it's a person that people know. Techno-fascist regime. I'm sorry. You're right, Invalid Axiom. It's a techno-fascist theme. Okay? So let's just watch this for fun. Why not? We know you're gay. I know Jay Williams, but everyone else needs to know that they're gay. And I got to tell you, we definitely are a monolith, okay? We're all exactly the same. I'm just kidding, obviously. To be clear, I keep pausing it so I don't get copyrighted, guys, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what variety of gay you are, okay? You can be flamboyant if you want to. You can not like Lady Gaga. There are country music gays. Okay. You know, there's a variety of gays, right? There's no monolithic gay entity. I, for example, do not like RuPaul's Drag Race. I don't like it. I don't like Lady Gaga, right? I don't like musicals. And, you know, those are a lot of stereotypes. Okay. We're not all the same, obviously, because we're humans. Anyway. So gay. I'm gay. There you go. See here, body swap is duck autism gay. There you go. Gay. Still gay. I'm gay.
Hi, gay.
Yeah, okay, so someone tell me, what was that sound? Did everyone hear that sound? What was that sound? That notification sound. Someone tell me, the LGBTQers out there, what was that notification sound you heard in the background? I'll go back if you guys didn't hear it. We'll see who hears a slut, okay? I'm gay. Still gay. Yes, it was the grind. Oh, there it is again. It was the grinder sound, okay? It's okay if you're a slut, by the way. It doesn't mean you're a slut. There's nothing wrong with being a slut. I'm not slut shaming. I'm slut. Full of poppers. Hilarious. Okay. By the way, please be responsible. If you use poppers, be responsible. They can literally do permanent brain damage and they can kill you. I know, I'm being a killjoy, but just be cautious if you use poppers. And make sure you're not using something like Viagra at the same time, because you don't want a sudden massive decrease in blood pressure, which can kill you. Okay, anyway, just a note. Does anyone know, okay, the phrase, do you party is not what you think it is, okay? That don't, let's put it this way. So I already told you guys what hosting is, and they just made a comment about do you host? Yeah, exactly. PNP, look, well, for those who don't know what PNP is, it means party and play. That's typically where you do methamphetamines and have sex. And I've known people who don't know what that is, and then they end up in a very bad situation. So just be aware that party, do you party or PMP? If you don't want drugs to be involved like that, don't go to that. Okay. Okay, thank you guys. I thought that'd be fun. Everyone happy? Everyone fun with that? Okay. Well, that will be stuck on my head. There you go. Just make sure you don't sing it out loud in an environment that you might not want it to be said out loud in, okay? All right, so, yeah, you're going to walk into, I don't know, a church or something, Jay Williams, and be like, I'm gay, and you'll be like, oh, I mean, I didn't mean it, or I don't know, whatever, who knows. Hello, Couch Potato. Thank you for that. Okay, let's all go sing it into church. I agree. All right, you guys. So there you go. Just a little note there, a little positive note for okay, yeah, I don't want to get beat, right, Jay Williams? You know, just a little positive note here for everyone at the end. Happy Pride Month, okay? So later today, probably between it would be extra weird if I did that. Yeah, that's true. Josh Potato might not want to go into the mosque and start singing that, okay? Or a Catholic church or whatever it may be. Wherever it is that anyone goes. But anyway, so all right, but I will say, so guys, later tonight between 6:30, probably between 6:30 and 7:30, I'll come back on and we'll do an after dark stream. I'll probably either watch a movie or play more of that game. Probably just play more of that game. I'm going to play more of that game. I'll say I'm going to play more of that game, and then we can, if we, depending on how long it takes, we can maybe do an after dark music thing after that, okay? So I will come back on later a second time, probably around 6:30. Okay, does that work for folks? So we'll play the gay game in honor of Pride Month. The queer game. It's called, what is it called? Life, shit. God damn it. This is Life, or Life is Special. Life is Beautiful. I don't fucking remember. So I will see you guys then, okay? I'm calm, Matt Zai, guys. So I will see you guys later. I'm very tired. I don't know why. I'm going to take a nap before I come back on later. So I'll come back on at 6. Life is gay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I know it's not. Life shit. God damn it. Great game. Okay. Okay, anyway, it's such a good game. So I will see you all later, okay, around 6:30. That'll only be on Twitch. Please join the Discord if you haven't already. It's linked already. It's linked at the top of the Twitch page and the bottom of the YouTube page. Life is Strange. Thank you, Elevator Lady. See, Elevator Lady's nice. Now, let me see who I can send you to, but don't worry. In like 5 seconds, she'll be like, I hate you, Sam. You're worse than Hitler. And she'll like yell at me for no reason. You're worse than Hitler. I'm just being an asshole. Oh, wow, that was funny. Okay, that was I'm just being an asshole. The video. Oh, wow, that was funny. Shut up. Shut up. I can hear my voice through it. Okay. I am moving to Hassan's stream. At least he recognizes me. I'm sure he does, Matt Saiga. I'm sure he does. All right, so let's see who I should send you all to. Let's see who I should send all of you to. I'll send you all to Tina 2. Or should I send you to Breaky?
My God, I'm so excited.
Should I send you to Breaky Time? Should I send you to Breaky Time?
I just did an expression. Oh my God.
No, I'm going to send you to Tina 2.
We really needed that.
I'm going to send you to Tina 2. Okay, so. All right, Tina 2. I love Tina 2. All right. Okay, guys, I'll see you all later. Please come back at around 6:30. Between 6:30 and 7:30 p.m. I'll come on sometime between then. Okay. Bye-bye, Couch Potato. Goodbye, everyone. Love you all very much. Let me do the raid now. You all know what I'm about to say, don't you? You all know what I'm about to say. You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine, free Sudan, free the Ukraine. I'll miss you too, Lacroix. Free Sudan, free the Congo, free Iran. God, so many places need to be freed. Free Venezuela. You guys get it. Okay. Save the whole goddamn world, for God's sake. Bye-bye, Body Swap. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country and in the UK. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms in this country. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center of the fascist and revolutionary change, by the way, if you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not let them walk all over you. Don't be a slug. Fight back. Okay, on the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? It's been passed down in my family for many years, and I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and fuck Israel. Oops, I messed up that last part. I accidentally said fuck Israel instead of the ending. Oops, it was a slip of the tongue. I didn't mean to say fuck Israel. Anyway, I love you all very much. I will see you all later. Okay, I'm going to set, for those that are over on Twitch, I'm going to I'm going to do the raid right now. Okay, I'm doing the raid right now. So please join the raid if you want to join the raid on Tina too. Okay. Maybe I should just add that to the end of all my streams, just screaming fuck Israel or fuck Zionism into the... Okay, you know what? I love you all very much. You have a good rest of your day. Don't forget that people all over the world are humans, regardless of where you come from, what your religion is, what your skin color is, et cetera, et cetera. I love you all very much. Bye-bye. All right. For everyone else out there, you all are awesome. Okay, and I love you all very much. Goodbye. I'll see you all later. Good night, Dank Trill. Okay, I'll